Yes, I asked for them to let you off the leash and come with us. That I hadn't expected, and it made me feel all kinds of conflicted, which was way beyond what my mind was ready to sort out this early in the morning, and with that much residual acetaldehyde still poisoning my system. Because that downstream metabolite from alcohol was what was making me feel like crap, and my brain felt like it was swimming in a pure sauce made up of it. You volunteered me? Jared smirked, if only at the disbelief in my voice. Oh, come on. It will be fun. And no worries. I'll protect you and keep you safe. I wondered for a second if I could use the empty mug as some form of lethal weapon to finish what I'd started when we'd come back from the power plant. I should probably wait until I had a loaded firearm for that, but right fucking now sounded much better. You what? Of all the people here, you think I'm trusting you not to explicitly be the reason why my life is in danger? Was my accusation making him grin brightly? Yes, and he didn't look even the tiniest bit hurt by my scorn. But when he replied, he also sounded weirdly sincere. I've never promised you anything even close to that before. Actually, I remember telling you to your face that I won't be responsible for you dying if you keep making stupid decisions that can only lead to that outcome. I also don't think I need to insult you with baseless oaths that we both know neither of us can hold or live up to. You've proven to be a rather proficient survivor. You also know how to handle a gun, and your lock-picking and hot-wiring skills will come in handy in an urban environment. You're as much an obvious sensible choice as, say, taking Blake and Axel, but keeping Marion and the girls here. His smile grew. Are you actually going to be offended with me not being a misogynist asshole? Come on, Callie. You can do better than that. Was I really that easy to read? And even more easy to manipulate? I really hated his guts right there, and was doubly glad I hadn't uttered any of the many petulant retorts to the colonel that were still burning to be spewed forth. It's not like I have a choice, I said instead. Petty, sure, but I was not feeling like taking the high road today. Jared snorted, but wisely kept his trap shut. By now, most of the crowd had disappeared into the tunnels, leaving us, my friends, and a bunch of guards who were glaring at us with increasing disdain. It wasn't lost on me that Osprey's expression was closer to theirs than the curiosity on Kaz and Dharma's faces. My mind wanted to dwell on that for a second and dissect it for days and days on end, but I shoved that right where it belonged and did my best to pretend I hadn't noticed. It did make me wonder, though, how he expected me to act. Him rejecting me was one thing, and a fact I was very happy to accept, seeing as that wasn't something I had a right to complain about. But did he expect me to stay clear of any and all other men around here? Particularly when his veto might potentially have kept me safe and sound in the Enclave. I couldn't be sure about that, but as far as I had understood, Osprey had been charged with making sure that I didn't get up to no good. It struck me as strange that the colonel wouldn't confer with him about how to handle me if other opportunities came up. Then again, agreeing to send me with Jared, who I knew could be damn persuasive if he wanted to, likely hit two birds with one stone. He was giving Jared what he was asking for, and there was a very high chance I'd die and no longer be anyone's problem. Gee, but it was so amazing to feel so appreciated. Problem was, Jared had just spelled out his appreciation for me. Or at least my skills, and let's be honest, that was the only part I was comfortable with. Fuck. I needed more coffee to work this out, and a hell of a lot more booze to stop caring about all the implications. Since it didn't look like I'd get either, I would have to make do with the cards I had been dealt. What else was new? Chapter 11. The big rally the colonel had talked about turned out to be exactly that, and left me conflicted on levels I hadn't anticipated when I'd followed him down inside, silently grumbling to myself about the general unfairness of life and why everyone was happy to risk mine. I hadn't been anywhere near the central areas that made up the Enclave before. And after this experience, I felt I hadn't missed anything. Sure, the cavernous hall he led us to was breathtaking, utterly dwarfing the room where the guard trials had been held. But when we arrived, it was already packed with people. So many fucking people, all breathing and talking and coughing all over each other. Not that I was turning into an agoraphobic, misanthropic germaphobe anytime soon, but that was so beyond my comfort zone that it threatened to send my body into flight mode. Thankfully, I had Dharma and Kaz to distract myself with, and Corey and Liam to add the odd remark in between. Only Osprey seemed intent on following the proceedings as they unfolded, which for now meant for all of us to wait, clustered in the corner, as more and more people kept streaming into the hall. "I see you found the clothes I set aside for you." It took me a second to get what Dharma meant with that, then another to try to decide how to respond. For once, lying seemed the better part of valor. "Sure, thanks. I doubt I'd ever be wearing anything close to my size if I relied on Plato and his guys to stash something up there that fits anyone not built like a linebacker." She chuckled. "I was afraid that would happen. Typical that none of the women thought to set anything aside for you." I almost laughed when my first impulse was to bite her head off. So much for allegiances shifting. But I got it. She hadn't been around them long enough to realize the militia people had exactly 0 things to spare, except for the food and drink they had been extremely forthcoming to share with me last night and this morning. And it had been Marion who'd handed me a full set of clothes after I'd been released from my cell. I hated the not-so-vague sense of unease creeping up my spine. "They probably figured that since I'm officially part of your team, I get all my stuff where you get yours. Or just go ahead and pick it up next time I'm out there." And they weren't wrong. Dharma still didn't seem quite convinced. "They treat you all right? I know you said you had no concerns when we dropped you off there 2 days ago, but..." I shook my head, almost laughing at the idea that anyone would try some shit under Marion's scrutiny. "I'm sleeping in a bunk bed next to a bunch of tween and teen girls. I think the worst that might happen to me is to wake up with some glitter on my face or my hair braided up. The only one up there who's a menace is the asshole, and if he's gunning for me, it won't be in some sneaky fashion. He'll do it in front of everyone as a very public display." I paused, then added, "He got me assigned to this sortie for what it's worth. Up front and very public, since the colonel already declared it." Dharma looked vaguely uncomfortable. When she didn't elaborate, Kaz jumped in. "We already knew. We had a briefing before we all went up to get the militia people." So much for them protesting. I was tempted to ask if anyone had spoken up on my behalf, but then decided not to. It didn't matter, and the last thing I needed was to be mad at one more person in this world. My ire already had more than enough targets as it was. "Are you coming along with us?" I'd figured it was a pro forma question. I realized how wrong I'd been when both Dharma and Kaz shook their heads, him looking conflicted, her slightly relieved. "We'll be providing backup," Dharma explained. "By now, I'm sure you've heard from various sources about my issues regarding the Asheville bunch. It's not just me, but I'm a convenient excuse, so that's what the colonel is going with. We'll stay at a forward base camp with extra vehicles that, should you come back with more gear and weapons as expected, we have enough to transport it without overloading the cars. From there, we can also launch a rescue effort like we did at the militia HQ. We'll leave an extra cache this time so that if anyone gets separated again, they can still pick it up and get themselves back to the Enclave without having to walk." She didn't look at me like she was talking about me, but I didn't miss the emphasis on anyone. Kaz nodded. "Depending on how much you find, you might be making several trips in and out. We'll come with you if you need to make a second trip, although word is they're not expecting much." Now that sounded interesting and incredibly disheartening. "So we're risking our necks for what exactly?" Dharma grimaced. "A new, strong alliance, mostly. I wasn't there when they talked, but Seneca let it slip this morning that it would be a vast improvement to our defensive and offensive strength if we could rely on the Asheville lot to support us if need be. Or at the very least, serve as a secure place to stay if we can't return here because we get caught out with our pants around our ankles. They've been doing pretty much the same as we are, clearing up roads, scavenging, and looting what's humanly possible. Only they haven't had the issues we had with the militia, pretty much preventing us from clearing a good 2/3 of the reachable territory. So they're better set up and somewhat ahead of us. I'm sure they'll help us catch up if we let them have some of the spoils for themselves. In the end, we all stand better chances to survive if we're all better equipped. All so very sensible. I just hated that it was me who had to go into some without a doubt heavily infested territory to secure said potential future help. Then again, watching the crowds around us still grow with barely any standing room left made me realize how little I wanted to stay in here. Up at the militia camp was okay, and the guard barracks hadn't been bad, but in here? Who the fuck thought this was their new utopia worth holding on to? Then I recognized two of the young women standing next to the militia people. It took me a moment to place them. I'd seen them on my very first night here at the Enclave. Not newcomers like me, but some of the volunteers for what we loved to snark about being the sign-up bonus, at least to some of the men. Women in their early 20s, just like Shell, Brandy, and Ash. My friends. The girls for whom I had accidentally braved the possible first day of the zombie apocalypse to get some coffee and bagels. I'd have given anything for them to still be alive and here with me. For them, I would easily have signed up to go out there and be brave so they didn't have to. So really, what was the difference? Little more than semantics. I started to ask myself what else Marion had put into my coffee, because it was decidedly unlike me to be mature and non-judgmental in the span of 20 minutes. Yet here I was, my resentment about having to go out there waning just as my guilt about moping about it increased. Well, at least that would stop once I had to go toe-to-toe with the undead, I figured. Silver linings and all that. Meanwhile, the colonel launched into a speech that was pretty much the same as he'd already given to the militia people, only 10 times as long and dripping with pathos. Sure, I was biased, but this was bordering on satire. And yet, when he got to the point about calling for a vote, the crowd was cheering, clearly all for it. Well, not all of them. The militia people, while still in favor, were showing their support in a more subdued, bordering on grim way. When the colonel asked for volunteers, it wasn't just Jared, Axel, Blake, and me, but 10 more men, everyone who wasn't wounded or absolutely essential to finishing the cabins. Plato and Seneca both sent 8 men with us, making it a whopping 30 volunteers. Or 29, plus 1 unlucky conscript. "We should be coming with you," Liam spoke up, scratching his chin. When he caught Dharma's side-eye, he shrugged defensively. "I know they need backup, particularly after how things went down at the militia HQ, but this feels cowardly," I succinctly supplied. Nobody looked happy about my jibe, but this time I refused to feel bad about it. It was one thing not to act petty and childish around the militia people, but quite another with my friends. Corey narrowed his eyes at me. "You know that you could still get out of this." I gave him a long, hard look until he started to fidget. "No thanks. I'd rather get eaten and torn apart by the undead, if you don't mind." I had a feeling that I'd missed at least one conversation or briefing. That Dharma was conflicted was one thing. I got that there was a lot of bad blood between her and her ex. That was the last thing you wanted going on when your very life might depend on the other party's compliance. The realization that things between me and Jared weren't that different, but we somehow still managed to make it work out there, was increasingly hilarious to me. Look at me and the asshole being the reasonable ones. Still, I got it. But while Liam had sounded sincere, it also came across as a token protest. Like he was saying it so it was on record, but outside of where anyone could force reality to flip over and for him to suddenly tag along after all. I didn't like this one bit. Suddenly, spending the next days out there, far away from all this, wasn't so bad. Except for the overrun city and tens of thousands of zombies waiting for us there. Fuck my life. Maybe backing down really wasn't the worst of options. How bad could it get? A single look into the excited crowds answered that for me. Resigning from the guards wouldn't just sentence me to forever brothel duty. It would throw me in with this lot. And as of very recently, that was the far biggest motivator to keep heading out there and risk my life. I hated how reasonable I was this morning. I had no business doing that, considering my still raging hangover. What exactly had Marion put in my coffee? Backup is a good idea, I offered when their staring contest wouldn't end. I hope we won't need it, but after the fuck-up at the militia HQ, it's hard to debate not having someone on standby, particularly if we do happen to find something worth taking with us. Corey considered me carefully. You were taking this all pretty well for someone who's been basically conscripted. All I had for him was a shrug. I already did my moping and crying. Now all that's left is getting shit done. I couldn't help but grimace at the inevitable memory of last night. And if they weren't all dicks about it, I'd likely have volunteered anyway. He seemed surprised, but only for a second. That's what Seneca also said this morning. I was surprised when Osprey didn't protest more, but maybe I shouldn't have been. I raised my brows at that, way too interested for my own good. Why? He shrugged, vaguely uncomfortable. They've been fighting a lot of late. I think Osprey knows when he's lost too many quarrels to keep trying when he doesn't have a chance of winning. Seneca's been writing him pretty hard about our group's lack of performance, if you will. Dharma snorted derisively, although she seemed to agree. With whom, I wasn't quite sure. It didn't help that after the power plant, Jared made it pretty clear that all of us were useless except for you. When he suggested that you come along for this, Seneca immediately supported it. I think they're pretty much considering you a part of their team now, if only to make us look worse. I had to bite the inside of my cheek hard to keep from groaning, asking why every single man in my life was out to get me killed. But it seemed disingenuous to do so, when in fact they seemed to base their actions on my competence. Hearing that Osprey hadn't simply thrown me under the bus helped. While not supporting it, I would have understood him doing so. One way to take care of a nuisance. That he apparently hadn't even tried was both comforting and confusing. Although it likely shouldn't have been. The only weird part about the entire situation had been my misunderstanding, it seemed. So now it was my competence that would get me killed. Awesome. I really could have done with another coffee, but Jared had been right about warning me about overdoing it. Yesterday night had been one thing. Today was quite another. Looked like I was going to head into my certain doom practically on my own volition, with my eyes open, and praying that, against all odds, I would make it back alive. I had survived the damn infection. I'd gotten out of Charlotte and survived out there with only Kaz for backup for a week. How much worse could sneaking into a city get? With things decided now, everything was moving quickly. In short order, our newly formed group traipsed by the armory and picked up some of the meager contents that might help us multiply them. I didn't get a gun, but a trusty bat and what amounted to a combat knife suited me just fine. I had a feeling that after the first shot was fired, all of us would be doomed. Better it not come from me. Then we went through available gear in packs before piling into the cars, leaving all the stations pretty much cleared out. The armory, the gear storage, and the garage. Like with seeing the mass of people waiting for the colonel's speech, that sight was an eye-opener. I'd known the Enclave was running short on everything except for warm bodies, but not this short. Osprey and Plato's teams were left with the last 3 vehicles, 2 of which would follow us tomorrow if we radioed back that the route we were taking was mostly safe. If none of us made it back, 2,000 people were pretty much fucked. While I was still pretty much ready to moan and complain about the unfairness of it all, I was glad I'd kept my tongue. The only thing I did insist on was riding shotgun with Jared, because getting stashed in the back row was not my style, even if it meant I had to push my seat forward as far as possible for Blake to stop complaining about the lack of legroom for him. We were driving the damn SUV that we had picked up on the way to the power plant that Jared and friends had ended up taking when we'd fled from there, and left the rest of us to die in a possibly broken-down pickup when they'd driven off. Why it had stayed in the garage when we'd gone to check on the militia HQ, I didn't know, nor did I really care. What was important was that the car was large, sturdy, and would hopefully maximize our chances of surviving yet another insane suicide run. There was also plenty of room for potential cargo that we would hopefully pick up in and around Asheville. We left the Enclave through a succession of tunnels, often with scared-looking people plastered against the walls as we inched by them. It made sense, of course. The planes by the front entrance were overrun, while we'd managed to practically sneak in around the back. Why I hadn't expected them to have mapped all the tunnels, including alternate exit routes, I couldn't say. Stupidity on my part, mainly. It was a welcome change from how things had been going for me lately. Our column rolled out into the bright daylight a good mile from the main entrance, halfway up the cliff atop which the militia outpost sat, only on the other side of where I'd seen them leave. Only 2 days ago, I realized. We exchanged potentially killing innocents for possibly going right off the cliff as we followed a path that was way too narrow for any vehicle to follow, somehow making it to the very top in one piece. From there, it was just a quick dash through the already cleared underbrush, and we rocked out onto a narrow but paved road leading further into the forested hills. Twice, we went by manned checkpoints, explaining where Seneca's men were stationed. I felt vaguely stupid for never having put much thought into where exactly the outposts were. I didn't like that feeling of warranted paranoia twinning with utter previous negligence. And yet, I didn't think that many inhabitants of the Enclave knew about the tunnels, pathways over the cliffs, or other exits. Only when we hit the road did I feel like I could breathe again, that claustrophobic weight on my chest finally lifting. Now the only thing I would have needed to make my day perfect was Jared taunting me about why I'd ever wanted to live in an overpopulated tomb. For whatever reason, he passed up that prime chance. Clearly he was going easy on me today. Why, I didn't even want to consider. The drive to meet with Mike and his people was thankfully uneventful, but also kind of boring. A couple of times we had to backtrack to avoid a larger group of undead that had somehow found their way into the mountains. And on 4 occasions, some of the men in the front cars simply got out and bashed them to pieces, leaving them discarded at the side of the road for someone else to take care of. Since we wouldn't be returning the same way later tonight, I figured that was just as well, although it did seem careless to me. But nobody asked my opinion, so far was it from me to offer it. It was far from quiet in the car, which I was kind of relieved about. Blake had a lot to say about virtually everything, with Axel voicing his somewhat more thoughtful opinion at times. Jared had mostly snide comments. A shocker, I know. I mostly kept my mouth shut, listening and filing away details. Not because I was curious, but there was little else to do. Mike's people were already waiting for us at the agreed meeting point. A crossroads in the mountains a good 30 miles east of Asheville. 20 men were waiting around 5 cars, eyeing us with a mix of disdain and curiosity as we rolled up to them, our numbers superior in every way. I wondered if that had been a deliberate lie on the colonel's side or whether the Asheville people had decided to shortchange us. That still made our potential force 50 people strong. 50 people who all knew how to defend themselves, all armed with weapons best used to dish out plenty of blunt force trauma, and strong enough to haul large quantities of loot out of the overrun city. There was a part of me that wanted to insist that I was the odd one out who didn't belong. Since I didn't want Jared accusing me of being a liar yet again, I kept my trap shut. Men started piling out of cars. I reached for my door handle, but Jared held me back, waiting until Blake and Axel were out of the vehicle. For once, he wasn't staring at me, but watching the others before finally turning to me.
You going to keep up the brooding, mopey attitude, or can I rely on you pulling your fucking weight?
I gave him a bland smile that I hoped looked as fake as it was. You really think you can bully me into cooperating by insulting my ego? Try again. He didn't say anything, but then he didn't need to. The fact that he remained serious and silent spoke volumes that he meant it. I gave myself a petty 5 seconds before I relented. But rather than acquiesce, I instead asked the question burning on my mind. Did you know how low the stocks at the Enclave really are? Jared stared at me for several seconds straight before he frowned.
Are you really that stupid, or simply pretending to be?
That stung. Willfully ignorant is more like it, I admitted. I couldn't say who was more surprised by that, him or me. His chuckle was real, albeit a wry one.
I can see that.
He paused, briefly glancing at the others, gauging how much time we still had. Not much. Already, some of the men were getting restless, glancing our way, trying to see what the holdup was. He remained serious as he caught my gaze again.
You weren't even carrying a pack when you got to them. Admittedly, you were likely the least prepared person to join them, but most didn't have that much more. Am I wrong so far?
I shrugged, vaguely uncomfortable. Between you dropping that heap of undead on our doorstep that night, and when we tried to warn you about the mob, we went out for a loot run, bringing home 2 trunks full of stuff.
Exactly.
When he didn't say more, I frowned. Are you accusing me of not pulling my weight? He shrugged.
You tell me. You have a habit of returning with less gear than you start out with, including weapons, vehicles, and even fucking clothes.
I hated that he had a point, and that he wasn't just saying that to tease me kind of made the whole thing worse. That's why I'm here now, I guess, I muttered, having to look away from him. And yes, I'm done moping. I was mostly nursing the rest of my hangover, not getting lost in woe-is-me rumination. I flashed him a quick grin as I looked back at him. You 3 don't exactly need me to contribute to keep yourselves entertained. The sudden intensity in his gaze made me vaguely uncomfortable, but I'd kind of had that coming.
I absolutely wouldn't mind some more of your contribution, and not necessarily with those 2 assholes around.
I held his gaze for another moment, hating how conflicted I felt. But then again, not. That was very superficial confusion. The nasty voice at the back of my mind calling me a fucking liar. And with good cause. Choosing the high road this once, I grabbed the door handle and vaulted out of the vehicle, quite happy to face the music if it meant I could just get away from the asshole. Why the fuck did I make it so easy for him to rile me up? Since we were the last people to join the crowd, all attention immediately fell on us. I didn't miss the way a muscle jumped in Mike's cheek as he grimaced, recognizing us. Or probably just me. I did my best to not stand out as I joined our crowd, not exactly ducking away from him, Zeke and Noah. No surprise to see them here again, but there was no reason for me to single myself out. Just my luck. That meant I ended up a little too close to Seneca's crowd. And wouldn't you know it, more assholes present there than I was comfortable with. It made a lot of sense that for a mission like this, the Colonel would send people who were rough and tough enough to survive, but not necessarily those greatly missed. But did that mean that absolutely everyone here was out to get me? Because of course, it was that bunch of weirdos who'd come for me at the guard trials that first night when Kaz and I had joined the Enclave. And while I would have a hard time picking Blondie and his brother, or whoever he was to him, out in a lineup, they sure recognized me. Their leers unmistakable as they did that stupidly typical bumping against one another as they murmured between them, all staring at me as if I was a piece of meat. No need to pick up fragments of sentences that all revolved around a different kind of, well, meat, and reference to after-hours entertainment. I suffered through that for exactly 1 second. Then what little was left of my patience was spent, and I narrowed my eyes at them. You idiots know that we're on the same side, right? Grins brightened. I really should have grabbed my bat when I exited the car, but no, I had to do that in the most huffy way possible to prove a point to the other asshole in my life, who currently followed the proceedings with a different kind of amused expression while he got ready to negotiate with Mike. In a split-second decision, I stepped away from the idiots to almost join Jared instead, putting Blake conveniently between me and them. "Stay right there, will you?" I whispered to him, getting a look of disinterested confusion back. So much for situational awareness. But then someone had to be on the lookout for the undead rather than to guard my honor. I could do the latter myself, thank you very much. Although, I hoped none of that would become necessary. At least I had my spiffy new combat knife, and if push came to shove, I was not afraid to use it.
"I'm honestly surprised to see you again,"
Mike said in greeting, looking between Jared, Axel, Blake, and me, lingering the longest on yours truly, of course.
"We kind of figured that you were lying and would take the chance not to get confronted about that again."
Jared's snort was as derisive as it was amused.
"Oh, come on. What's a handful of white lies between friends?"
I felt myself stiffen before I could clamp down on the reaction. He'd never extended that courtesy to me. Then again, Axel had pretty much confirmed to me why that was the case. A light frown came to Mike's face, and his gaze darted to me once more.
Your opinion, too?"
I could have done without having to verbally join the conversation, but since he'd singled me out... There was a good reason for why I was out yesterday when I, strictly speaking, didn't have to be, I explained. Well, lied. To a point. Or not. Sheesh, this was getting needlessly complicated. The same's still true. None of my companions called out my lie. When that baffled me, I realized, except for the 3 men next to me, the others were likely oblivious to the exact terms of my sentence, including the militia guys. If I could keep it that way, fine with me. While neither Mike nor his sons Zeke and Noah seemed happy about my statement, they also didn't appear terribly interested in it. That made a lot of sense. In the end, what counted was that we had shown up, and in larger numbers than they had expected, judging from the cagey looks they still gave the bulk of our group. Mike finally turned back to Jared, obviously done shooting the shit.
"More people means we'll need to find more provisions, and there's a greater chance of getting discovered. But that also means we can split into more smaller teams and cover more ground at the same time. You ready to head to Asheville so we can establish our forward camp? We've scouted the area since we dropped you off yesterday, and we found a handful of good spots to fall back to if we need to scramble. Don't expect it to get all cozy and warm. Fire would attract too much attention, as does wood smoke. We even bury our feces not to leave any concentrated stench behind to draw interest from the undead. Once we set out, we'll go to minimum conversations, including joking around and generally being a pain in each other's asses. I presume that won't be a problem?"
I suspected at least some snide remarks now, but it was actually one of the men Plato had selected who answered.
"We've trained to operate independently of each other. Just give us a map and a general description of what to look for, and we'll get the job done. So far, what's kept us limited was the lack of proper loot and opportunity. No worries. We'll share everything we find with you if you happen to want to stick around that cozy camp of yours instead of getting your hands dirty."
Zeke looked offended, but Mike laughed hard enough to wipe tears from his eyes.
"I have a feeling we'll get along just fine,"
he told our group in general, although in passing his attention stuck with me just a little longer than with the men.
"You obviously know your people, so you split up as you see fit. Our initial plan was 5 targets, but if we can make it 7 or 8 now, even better. And yes, we have hand-drawn maps and checklists for you, ready to be distributed. Asheville sure is ripe for the picking."
A lot of good-natured murmuring answered him. I couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Axel, finding him scowling until he caught me watching him. Yeah, if it had been that easy, they'd have already taken care of everything themselves. Just a matter of not getting eaten by tens of thousands of zombies. Easy peasy. And yet, I felt the general giddiness in the air infect me as we filed back into the cars, ready to move forward. Just maybe this once, disaster wouldn't strike. I wasn't going to make my safety and life depend on that, but a girl could hope. Chapter 12. It took us a good 4 hours to make it to the rendezvous spot with Mike's scouts, and then another 30 minutes until we reached the spot they had designated for their forward camp, where we would leave the cars and travel on foot. Tomorrow, thankfully, since it was already in the afternoon, and nobody had any intentions of adding grueling nighttime adventures after a day spent zigzagging through the forested hills and mountains. If not for our experience on foot out in the open that had almost cost us our lives just a day ago, it would have been all too easy to think we had little to be afraid of. The small roads and complicated terrain were the best zombie deterrent, as far as anyone could say. But even so, we'd run into 4 larger clusters that had warranted annihilation. I'd only gotten out of the car once, and more to act as a lookout than an actual fighter. There were some upsides to tagging along with 49 machismo juggling apes. But even so, we now had 3 people suffering from blunt force trauma wounds who would likely get stuck with the cars instead of going into the city. Nobody had gotten seriously hurt, infected, or killed, but that was mostly due to our overwhelming numbers. Tomorrow, we would be in the minority, and by a far larger factor than what we'd had to deal with anywhere before, except for maybe Charlotte. Why, again, were we doing this? The camp as it wasn't much to speak of, as Mike had already warned us. If not for 3 cars ahead of us taking a sharp turn right, it would have been easy to miss the unpaved dirt track cutting away from the meandering road we'd been following, driving at low speeds and with considerable distances between the cars. It turned out to be an old logging road, leading to what I realized must have been a clearing years ago, used for drying out logs before transport to the next sawmill, now mostly overgrown. Mike's scouts had already felled the few thin trees that had sprung up in the middle, but left the underbrush mostly untouched, reducing direct line of sight to well inside the entire area our cars took up. If everyone had stopped moving, the overgrown clearing could almost pass as still undisturbed. Now, of course, men were going this way and that, creating a lot of movement, and the sound of foliage rustling all around us seemed unbearably loud and obvious to me as I opened the door to get out of the SUV. Any moment now, and a velociraptor will come hurtling out of the trees, I muttered, more to myself than as a general observation. I heard Jared chuckle low under his breath as he got out on the opposite side.
Were you even born when that movie hit theaters?
I grimaced, but made sure none of them would catch it, as if there'd ever been money for me to buy tickets. Not that this had ever stopped me, but I smiled a bright beam at him when he rounded the front of the car and came into sight. I've always had a thing for the classics.
Ouch! Jared dramatically clutched his chest. You wound me, young grasshopper.
When all he got from me was a deadpan stare, he shook his head, clearly disappointed. Without another word, he wandered off, presumably to antagonize someone who would care. Blake followed behind him, sledgehammer casually slung over one shoulder. That left Axel and me, who was sporting a sad smile.
My daughter, he offered as he caught my gaze. She loved that movie when it came out. But for at least a year, she wouldn't pass by the hedge behind our house in the night, convinced that a raptor was waiting there to eat her.
His tone was soft enough that I almost didn't want to ask about her. It also made me wonder if that was the reason why he was acting borderline civil around me, particularly compared to the others, that I reminded him of his little girl. And after that year, he shrugged.
She got old enough that fessing up to such childish ideas wasn't cool anymore, I guess.
He snickered under his breath.
Didn't hold her back 5 years later when she started sneaking out after she thought her old man had nodded off in front of the TV. Maybe she should have planted thicker hedges.
Now there was clear pain laced with the nostalgia. I had a feeling that wound was a lot older than the recent emotional trauma we'd all been sucker punched with, so I didn't ask and he didn't volunteer anything more. While Mike remained adamant about us not using open fire, he didn't protest when the leader of Plato's bunch brought out a huge pot of lukewarm stew, meant for provisions for at least 2 days, but soon gone since we shared it with the Asheville fighters. I waited until most of the men had gotten their share before grabbing a tin mug full of it, looking around for where to sit down to enjoy it. That was when I noticed that while some of the guys were chatting in low tones amongst themselves, a lot of them were following my every motion with way too much attention. Of what kind was pretty obvious. I didn't need to single out Blondie and his gang to know they were amongst the most obvious, if they hadn't started it in the first place. I considered whether it was worth making a point about nobody even thinking about being stupid, but instead retreated to the SUV, eating my meal while leaning against the dusty side of the car. Where was the asshole when I could have done with abusing him as a meat shield of a different kind? I couldn't believe that I actually had a use for him for once. And of course, that was the time he decided he had to not stick around and annoy the living hell out of me. That was where Axel found me 5 minutes later, offering me one of 2 bottles of warm beer he must have picked up from someone else. I thanked him with a silent nod and watched with moderate amusement as some of the attention I'd drawn immediately dropped away. "You don't have to play chaperone, you know," I told Axel after the stew was gone, leaving only the abomination of a beer. But since it was a local brew, it was still better than water, just not as good as it could have been. Axel snorted around his own sip.
"And spend half the night patching up idiots who should have known better in the first place? This is the way of least resistance, trust me."
I raised my eyebrows at him. "Aren't you going to pelt out some platitudes about honest men being above their urges and me being in exactly zero danger?" I got a long-suffering look for my antics.
"I respect you enough not to lie to your face."
That statement was sobering on more than just one level, leaving me even more glad that he'd decided to stick around. Since I had nothing better to do for now, I let my focus roam across the camp, trying to sort people into groups. I wasn't familiar with enough of our people to, strictly speaking, sort them into ours versus the Asheville bunch in most cases, I had to admit. Most sat in clusters, so the teams they would break up into come tomorrow were rather obvious. What was also obvious was that some of them were missing, including Blondie, I realized when I didn't find him smirking back at me where he'd been sitting 10 minutes ago. Blake was also missing, but I'd seen him disappear into the surrounding forest as I'd gotten my stew, presumably on some kind of watch. What had been going on became obvious when Jared returned to us a short while later, a single sheet of paper in hand. Wordlessly, he spread it out on the vehicle's hood as Axel and I leaned in to look at it. It was a hand-drawn map of Asheville, presumably because what other city made sense considering our current location, with several areas struck out in black and others circled in red. The map confused me somewhat. Wait, they've been in the city already? Jared grimaced, showing a little too many teeth for a smile.
"No. These are estimates of where things are potentially worst or best. Most of it is based on location, like where they erected the FEMA camps and the zones around hospitals and schools used for treating the sick. The green X's are gun stores, although I doubt we'll find anything left there that hasn't been looted yet."
"Depends." He gave me a long-suffering look for my interjection. I shrugged. If they started looting too late, the weapons and ammo might still be there, just buried under several layers of gore. I fully expected Jared to make fun of me for that, and he smirked all right, but instead his expression turned considering.
"It's not the most idiotic idea you've ever had,"
he mused. "Considering I've offered up how many others, I asked, trailing off pointedly.
Exactly.
We stared at each other for several seconds straight before I glanced back at the map. We could also swing by the Biltmore and loot some priceless art. I'm sure burning that at night will keep us warm for all of 5 minutes before the undead eat us. Jared snorted.
One of the tent cities was erected right on the sprawling gardens. Might not be that easy to start your life of petty art napping just yet.
We were both surprised when Axel cut into our banter.
But they might have some hunting rifles and crowd control stuff at their security checkpoints, if they had any.
Plus, just because people died there doesn't mean they stayed there, I noted. After the masses tore down the gates, the triage tents were pretty much deserted. More deserted than the surrounding city that was then teeming with zombies. Just thinking back made me shudder, particularly the part about my brain having been way too addled to fully grasp the danger of the situation. How I, and Kaz by extension, had survived would always remain a mystery to me. Dumb luck was not something I wanted to keep relying on.
Are you done being stupid?
Jared griped. I was tempted to keep going, but then noticed something else. Those outbound red circles here and here, are those farms or something? Jared didn't go as far as to look impressed, but at least he didn't continue to make fun of me, which, so far, had been well earned, I had to admit.
Farms and some outlying towns that might be just far enough outside not to technically be a swarmed suburb. Mike's plan is to hit them on the way back, or if we never make it into town.
As I studied the map, I realized why Jared didn't sound too enthusiastic. All of them were south of I-40, the damn interstate that had cost Xander's life. While he clearly didn't care about my dead friend, that obstacle in and of itself must have been irksome enough for them in the past to remain of note. "Where did you cross it when we got back from the power plant?" I asked, having zero idea where Kaz had done it since I'd been too out of it to remember such inconsequential things like waypoints.
Way farther east,
Axel said when Jared didn't answer immediately.
We did some scouting right before the mobs. Not sure about how the situation is now, but around Old Fort there was enough room to drive across the lanes between the wrecks.
"Still is," Noah said, suddenly materializing behind us. "That's where we are going to cross. There are also several campgrounds around the area. Might be a bust, might be a treasure trove of riches. We'll only know if we check." Jared cast him a sidelong glance.
"And you're telling us that why exactly?"
Noah held his taunting gaze easily. "Because it would make a lot of sense if you tag along, then see if you can hit any of the targets in the southern parts." He briefly glanced at me. "Including a gun shop. I know you were joking, but there's one right here, pretty close to the woods. Owner also was a pretty responsible kind of guy. The kind who wouldn't have forced his employees to come in too sick to stand, so just maybe you'll find it all boarded up, but still intact." He was still staring at me. When I eyed him askance, he shrugged. "Jared mentioned you're good with locks, and that brute who keeps running with you can take care of anything that might require blunt force. Only problem is you'll have to take a much longer hike than the other groups, but Jared has assured us that won't be a problem either." When I grimaced, Noah chuckled. "After all, we did find you crawling through the fields in the middle of nowhere. Must have been a reason why you were out there in the first place." So much for them believing what we'd told them when we met. I couldn't exactly fault them for that, and Zeke and Noah had seemed way less trusting than Mike. "How much more of a hike?" I asked, not quite sure where relative to the city we were right now. Somewhere to the northeast didn't tell me enough. 20-30 miles, Noah offered. "Each way?" My heart sank. It wasn't that I couldn't walk the distance. I had a feeling it wouldn't be that easy or sedate, and that was without us lucking out and actually finding something to loot. Jared studied the map once more before he uncannily responded to my morose thoughts.
"The idea is we sneak into the city, hit our targets without attracting too much attention, and then get out of there with a car or two that we've newly liberated, provided not every single inch of road is completely gridlocked.
Might work, Axel muttered, considering.
Even if we can't drive directly from the city, if we simply lug the loot 5 miles outside and do a couple of trips, it would make a difference. If we don't all get killed before we even get close,
Jared observed, his tone light. Noah chuckled darkly.
That's the thing. We won't know
unless we try, I said, finishing the sentence for him.
That, and we have one more advantage.
He waited until all of us were looking at him.
Asheville's still got electricity. That means we actually have a chance of seeing what we're doing.
That confused me way more than it explained anything. Jared, once more amused by my irritation, flashed me a quick grin.
Mike said they've noticed some emergent behavior of the mobs, or swarms as they mostly call them. They're almost exclusively diurnal. That means
active during daylight. We stared at each other, him weirdly happy in response to my smugness. Yes, I knew big words. We'd already established that. Then the real meaning of those words sank in, making me deflate. That means that 30 miles hike we do at night, after full darkness, before they rouse at dawn. Which also explained why they hadn't bothered us when we'd crashed in that barn, but had been ready to tear us apart when we'd tried sneaking out in the morning. If only we'd crashed during the day and ventured back out at night. But this way we had run into Mike and his guys, and wouldn't be here planning this harebrained operation.
Exactly, Noah said. We'll probably take you 2 days to get there, maybe 3, if resistance is high. We have no idea how much the artificial illumination at night affects them, but it's a chance, and we have to take it.
Maybe they'll just stand under the streetlights and stare at them, like moths, I suggested, not believing it myself. I got a smirk from Jared, but that about concluded our guessing games.
So you'll come with us? We're aiming to pass by Fairview, maybe crash there for the night, and then check out how far we can get into the city proper.
Jared nodded after giving the rest of us a moment to speak up, that we let pass.
Still have to coordinate with the rest of our teams, but that plan is as fucked up as the rest. Count on us.
And thus, it was decided. As I watched Jared follow Noah back into the midst of the camp to then chat with the other militia people, I wondered if he'd just doomed us or whether we'd gotten lucky. I told myself that the idea with the outlying towns and farms was a good one. Maybe we wouldn't even have to make it into the city. But that was exactly why we were here, I reminded myself. Gah, this playing at being a hero absolutely sucked. Since I was mostly done with it anyway, I finished my beer and retreated back into the car, since it was the most comfortable place to sit. It was still light out, but here between the trees, dusk hit us early. And after an entire day cooped up driving, nobody seemed too keen on anything except mandatory guard duty. There were enough of us that not everyone was required to take a shift, and I didn't protest when I wasn't called when Mike went through the roster. And thus, the day ended in an almost boring, rather anticlimactic way. Sleeping in a car with 3 men was not my idea of a restful night, as it turned out. In the never-ending war of heat versus getting eaten alive by mosquitoes, the ghastly pests won, meaning Jared declared we couldn't open the windows more than a crack. Nobody'd eaten beans the day before, so flatulence wasn't at an all-time high. But just the stink of 4 not-too-well-washed bodies was enough to make ignoring it a daunting endeavor. I didn't dare voice a single complaint, curled up in the front passenger seat, lest someone rightfully call me a crybaby. Yet when the urge to pee got strong, what felt like a small eternity into the night, it took me no time at all to give in and use that as an excuse to slip outside, to stretch, breathe in the cool fresh air, and get a couple of moments to myself. I also sneaked to the very outside of the camp perimeter to step behind a massive oak to relieve myself, because my bladder really was full, and there was no need to waste such a perfectly good opportunity. I knew something was wrong as soon as I straightened and fixed my clothes again. Fuck. I'd forgotten my damn bat. Maybe Jared had a point about making fun of me and my lack of survival sense. But try as I might to smell into the night, there wasn't even a whiff of decay. Just the faintest sense of food, body odor, cigarettes, stale beer, and all kinds of excrements, proving that I hadn't been the first with my idea, and nobody gave a shit about cleaning up after themselves. My intellect told my instincts to back down. Must have been a small animal rustling through the underbrush, or maybe one of the guards. While all that made a lot of sense, my mind wouldn't let go, my body staying keyed up. Something was wrong. I remained standing where I was, straining all of my senses to find something concrete to latch onto. My fingers closed around the hilt of my combat knife, hurting as my fist clenched tight. I couldn't say what it was that tipped me off. Maybe something as ephemeral as air getting replaced by someone stepping up behind me. I sure didn't hear or smell anything. But a moment before they could make contact, I whirled around and took a step back instinctively, my arm coming up, the knife ready. Stark, bright light seared into my retinas, making me want to close my eyes. Instead, I kept them wide open as they started to tear up, fixed on Blondie's face, and the point of my knife, hovering less than an inch in front of his left eye, my other arm raised between us to either fend off a punch or grab his shoulder and give myself better leverage for my impending attack. With adrenaline screaming in my blood, it took immense effort to force my muscles to lock down and freeze rather than go through with the motions that instinct had already programmed into my body. It was sheer luck that the lights had come on and startled me, enough to give me a moment's pause for my brain to jump into the breach and keep myself from committing bloody murder. Of course I was just bluffing. Of course I'd never stab a man for something as simple as sneaking up on me. A second set of lights came on, a smaller flashlight beam, not the industrial-strength fake sun still bearing down on me. The harsh lights clicked off, leaving after images swimming across my brain. I forced myself to blink, pretending nervousness and weakness. Must have been an easy sell with my eyes leaking tears down my cheeks, and there was a good chance that they'd easily confuse my 1,000-yard stare with doe-eyed fear. It took me a lot, but eventually I managed to make my hand shake, as if I was close to losing it with panic. Beyond the still frozen man too damn close to me, I saw an entire ring of people closing in around us, if leaving enough room so nobody would feel threatened. So much for expecting the camp to be asleep. Just my luck that Jared appeared virtually out of thin air, rocking to a halt next to us, level with my gently shaking knife. He made a point of cocking his head to the side, then glancing at the weapon from all angles. Less than 5 seconds had passed, yet it felt like an eternity to me. I knew I should have been folding now, dropped the knife, or at least withdrew my arm. Instead, I felt the muscles across my jaws harden as I gnashed my teeth. Fucking idiot.
Ever watched one of those Krav Maga videos on the internet?
Jared mused. It took me a second to realize he was crooning to my would-be attacker, his voice deceptively gentle.
The ones about how to defend yourself against an attacker wielding a knife?
Blondie licked his lips, nervous. His gaze darted from me, or rather my knife, to Jared, but not completely, making him look rather cross-eyed.
No, don't think so? It's really quite impressive,
Jared went on explaining.
Particularly since most people have zero idea just how quick and lethal knife fights can be. They imagine them to be that slow, wide-sweeping bullshit that you see in movies. But it's the opposite of that. It's quick and vicious. Stab, 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 and you're dead.
Blondie slowly started to recover, his body taking on a more cocksure posture. His gaze still flashed to me once, but mostly focused on Jared now.
Nah, can't say I've ever seen that.
He paused.
Why exactly are you droning on about this, asshole?
Jared flashed him a bright, surprisingly real grin.
That's quite obvious. Because if you had, you could tell that the way those attackers hold their knives just before they kill someone in seconds, exactly the same way she holds her knife right fucking now.
I could feel the tension all over shift to me. Fuck. Fucking fuck. The moment had come and passed when it had been time for me to back down and fold, to pretend I had zero knowledge, let alone muscle memory, to do anything even close to that. It took colossal effort for me to force my body into compliance and to take another step back and lower the knife before sliding it back into the sheath on the outside of my right thigh. Mistake number 2, I should have fumbled the move, and for sure done it with a lot of aiming and double-checking. Not keep staring into my would-be victim's eyes while I flipped the knife end over end and, blindly, made it disappear in one quick, sure motion. Oops. Something close to true delight shone in Jared's face, as he didn't miss a single motion, then caught and held my, without a doubt, defiant stare. For once, I was the one browbeating him with intensity. He wasn't the first to look away. He didn't even show a smidgen of discomfort. Oh no, not at all. He actually looked a step away from launching himself at me, and not with the intention of attacking me. Too bad we still had way too much audience for whatever this was. It was that realization that finally made me snap out of whatever mode I'd gotten caught up in and look away, then do a quick check on the others. Several men had already turned away, no longer alert now that the situation was clearly diffused. Axel and Blake were still there, off to my left, lurking behind Jared. Blake pretty much looking ready to ask for a bucket full of popcorn, Axel annoyed by the disturbance of his beauty sleep. I noticed that all of the militiamen were present as well, but hardly any of Plato's guys, and only 2 from Blondie's posse. Mike and Zeke were there, with 5 or 6 of their guys, several of them stepping out as I was counting them. The vibe coming off the gathering was hard to read. Tension was dissipating quickly, but disdain lingered in the air. I almost expected someone to get mad at me any moment now, seeing as without the siren call of my presence, all of us could have been sleeping still. But it was likely Jared's jeering that had kept any of them from voicing such BS.
"If you say so," Blondie said, with what must have been the delay of the century. His voice was shaking, unmistakably so, and he did a bad job pretending to be unconcerned. His gaze snapped to me, and the hatred and promise of violence shining in it should have given me pause. It didn't. I simply held his gaze, waiting for him to look away first, which he eventually did as he turned and left, muttering angrily under his breath. Jared watched him go, gleefully grinning after him. I waited for someone to say something, but nobody did. I wondered if that was sheer negligence, if nobody really knew who should have given Blondie a kick in the nuts. That task should likely have fallen to Jared, but he just kept on looking like the cat that ate the canary, reveling in everyone else's irritation. Mike wasn't responsible for our guys, and there was nobody set up to be Blondie's superior. Maybe it would have helped if I'd hurled vitriol after him, but I very much felt disinclined to do so, letting silence speak for itself. Yeah, we didn't need zombies to kill us off one by one. If things went on like this, we'd do a great job of that ourselves. More men stepped away, and I finally had enough. Without another word or glance at anyone, I stepped around to Jared and made my way back to the SUV. If my spine was a little stiffer than strictly necessary, I made no move to correct that. The door behind my seat opened around the time the last of the flashlights were shut off, casting our camp back into virtually full darkness. I kept staring straight ahead at the dark wall of trees as I listened to the guys climb back in, Jared being the last. Some rustling and readjusting followed, but in under 5 seconds, Axel and Blake rivaled each other where snoring the loudest was concerned.
I could feel Jared's gaze burn into the side of my face. No need to check if he was actually looking at me. I knew that he was. And he knew that I knew. Shit. Minutes passed. The tension slowly leaked out of my body, and with it, that calm, quiet void that my nerves had withdrawn into. Emotions came rushing back, almost choking me up as fear and relief both slammed into me, making breathing hard for a minute or two. I felt my body start to shake, overwhelmed, threatening, but it was tantalizingly easy to shove that all back to where it had temporarily disappeared to. But I made myself not do that, instead embracing the moment of weakness and vulnerability as I had my little mental breakdown, crying and quiet sobbing included. And I knew that asshole was still watching my every shaking inhale, transfixed by the spectacle. Damn, I couldn't allow myself to slip up like this again. Fucking hell. And yet, deep down, there was a small part of me that was leaning back, incredibly comfortable in her own skin, happy to give a satisfied nod. Good. And good that I'd found someone again who wasn't about to run screaming for the hills, or, worse yet, stare at me wide-eyed in fear, shy away from me like I was a rabid animal, like Dharma had, like Kaz had to a minor degree. Shit. It took me forever to be done with my little breakdown, which in and of itself made me want to laugh at myself. It wasn't nerves because of what had almost happened. In fact, while that, of course, disturbed me on some level, I'd been through way worse in just the last week. Although that was probably a bad frame of reference, since it included zombie-raping lunatics, excessive drug use, and predictable withdrawal while being fucking locked up in a fucking cage. Knowing that I could and would have defended myself helped. Plus, there was the sure knowledge that considering how quickly they'd been there to see what was going on, someone would have stopped things from happening if I couldn't have stopped it myself. And even if that hadn't happened, while unpleasant, some things were easier to survive than others. While it killed your soul, sometimes the smart thing was to fold and let it happen. Of course, I'd been oh so smart, and next time Blondie would come prepared and expect a hell of a fight. That's why you should have killed him. Hush, voice of reason that I don't want to listen to. But you know that I'm right. You had to be grandiose and oh so strong. I also didn't want to get raped. No, next time you'll get killed. Let him try. I was quite happy that my dark sense of humor was happy to shut up and not continue our conversation. Some things were best left unsaid and unthought. I must have been tossing and turning for easily an hour, trying but failing to find some rest, when Jared let out a small sigh. It took that for me to notice that it had been a while since I'd heard anyone snore, fart, or try to get comfortable.
If we leave now, we can get in 5 miles easily before sunrise,
Jared said quietly but loud enough for all of us to understand.
Maybe 10 if we push it. If they're right with that BS about the undead fuckers not roaming in the dark,
Blake complained from behind me.
They're probably right,
Axel volunteered.
We didn't really test if there was a reason why our nightly patrols never encountered much. Guess we were all just happy it was an easy shift.
I was still staring at the forest as I made myself answer. We never would have made it back from the power plant if it wasn't so. You wouldn't have survived, and we wouldn't have either. It makes sense, right? Those filmy eyes can't be working as well as ours do, and the night's a pretty rough terrain for us as is. Why bother if they have easily 16 hours, maybe up to 18? Let us have the other 6. They're not missing much. Nobody answered my lucky guess. Nobody had to, really.
Go grab your shit. We leave as soon as we're all ready. Without Noah, and whoever he wants to bring along to shoot us in the back the second we find anything they think is useful,
Jared said, still calm as a cucumber. All I did was wonder if he was being paranoid, if he was joking, or just sounded sad that it would never happen now that we'd double-crossed that trap. Even fumbling in the darkness, we were ready in under 5 minutes. Our packs only weighed down with the tools that might come in handy, our weapons, and little else. We wouldn't be camping out somewhere, ready to share stories around a fire. If we had to crash somewhere, restless sleeping and discomfort would mean more alertness when something inevitably found us. So we didn't even take sleeping bags. Limited rations, we would either find food or go hungry, which wouldn't kill us for a day or two. I had my 2 bottles of water, my bat, the damn axe that had somehow found its way back to me, and that was it. Before we left, Mike made an attempt to step into our path, but one look at Jared's face made him think better of it and return to wherever he had been lurking in the camp. It didn't matter what the other teams would do. We had our objectives and a mission to either pull off, die trying, or survive and live to run for another day. I was surprised how comforting that turned out to be, and how few gripes I had about my company. I was sure that would change down the line, but for now, it was all right. Chapter 13. Tension rose, fell, and then skyrocketed as we left the camp behind, followed the logging trail back to the road, and turned toward our destination. Nothing lay in wait for us. Nothing jumped us. In many ways, that felt worse, since it just added to the latent anxiety now taking permanent residence in the back of my mind. At least an attack would have helped bleed some of that off. But I was realistic enough to acknowledge that, yes, it was best that no undead came running and screaming toward us. It also made a lot of sense. While we'd tried, to some degree, to keep a low profile, even we, with our less-than-stellar senses, could pinpoint when exactly we left the perimeter and all the stink it contained behind. To all kinds of predators, that must have been an even more obvious border. While that had kept all of the 4-legged kind away, the bipedal ones wouldn't have hesitated for a second to come running. Consequently, none were lurking close by either, or else they would have found the camp already. Finding the way back to the road had been possible, but fraught with stumbling and low cursing. Once the full cover of the trees opened up, it got a lot better. Full moon had come and gone while I'd been stewing in my cell, but it was just about to go into the last quarter, still leaving a lot of illumination, the entire sky lit up with stars. As much as I appreciated the lack of light pollution thanks to most city lights being a thing of the past, I wouldn't have minded not having to traipse through what felt like utter darkness. Thankfully, on the road, obstacles were few. No broken-down wrecks in sight, and in the little more than a month since society as we knew it had been annihilated, nature hadn't done much to reclaim what was hers. We had to step over a handful of broken branches that had ended up across the road, and in one place, dirt had buried a part of the road, but nothing that was an actual obstacle, or even made us stumble. After the first tense 5 minutes, I allowed myself to ease up a little. Still, my grip around the bat was slick with sweat, and I jumped at any sound coming from the dense forest around us. And there were a lot of sounds away from the camp. That felt like a dead zone in comparison to this. Without anyone ordering us to, we drifted into a loose kind of formation, walking 2 and 2, with Jared and Blake in the front. When Blake stopped to investigate something at the side of the road, and then proceeded to take a leak, I took his place, walking on the right side of the road while Jared stuck to the left, a good car width of space between us. My intention had been to remain silent as long as I could hold it up, but one thing kept gnawing at my mind. A rough mile from the camp, I finally broke down, incapable of keeping my trap shut any longer. I hadn't so much as cleared my throat when Jared glanced at me, as if he'd been waiting for this the entire time. Just my luck, that was probably the truth. I couldn't help but feel like I was giving him way too much fodder for whatever intel on me he was compiling and filing away for later use. Me? Totally not paranoid. Not at all. I don't know Krav Maga. Maybe not the revelation of the century, but his words to Blondie wouldn't stop bouncing around in my head. Even in the near darkness, I saw the smirk spreading across his expression.
Never said you did.
True, he hadn't. I was clearly reading too much into this.
But you know how to kill someone with a knife, and I'm pretty sure you have.
I was surprised the sound of my stomach hitting the ground wasn't audible. Even though everything inside of me was trying to keep me from doing it, I cast a sidelong glance at Jared. He was still smirking, and while I didn't get a good look at his eyes, I was certain that they were bright with glee. Sure, keep making fun of the unhinged, drug-addicted girl. Only that the way he was looking at me more closely resembled what any normal person would look like when they praised someone's accomplishments. Like, great job on that valedictorian speech. We're proud you finished running that marathon. Why didn't that really surprise me? Since the only defense I still had left was not to react, I focused on the road ahead of us instead of giving him even another nanosecond of my attention. Maybe it was just in my imagination, but I thought I heard Blake chuckle behind us. And the worst part about it all, I had no one except myself to blame.
You're not even denying it,
Jared remarked when it became obvious that I was done talking. Really, I should have swallowed that remark and never ever uttered it. Would it make any difference if I did? You already call me a liar and a thief. Why not add murderer to that? He was still smirking as he replied.
Could have been in pure self-defense as well, but thank you so much for confirming that.
Try as I might, I couldn't keep a frustrated groan down. Nobody self-defenses someone to death with 10 stab wounds, I pressed out.
Probably not.
It sounded very much like he was laughing at me now. I screwed my eyes shut in frustration, if only for a second. It was way too dark for such antics, and it helped absolutely nothing to vent my frustration. Normal people wouldn't be making fun of something like this, I remarked when I couldn't think of anything else to say. Jared actually chuckled under his breath.
See any of those anywhere around?
He actually turned his head to look at Axel and Blake walking behind us.
I don't.
Where he was right. Normal people also wouldn't use one of their own to provoke. I cut off there when I realized just how far his deception, or whatever that had been, went. You fucking asshole! You used me as bait again! I didn't need to see his expression to know it was a smug one.
You were the one who didn't take your bat, he observed. And you so perfectly ended that idiot's actions before they could even begin.
That he didn't even deny it somehow made it worse. How the fuck did you— No, I don't even want to know. He snorted.
Did you actually miss how that idiot has been leering at you since he realized you were with us? Right after the Colonel's speech at the Enclave, since that's going to be your next question. And you're welcome.
I had missed that, but I'd rather die than admit so. For what?
For making you look lethal rather than a stumbling victim,
he said, enunciating every syllable perfectly, clearly loving every second of it. Damn. Arguing with him wasn't fun when he turned things around on me as if he'd actually been supporting me. Why even go so far? And why do you constantly have to use me?
Blake makes a terrible wilting flower,
Axel suggested from the cheap seats. I ignored him, instead waiting for Jared to answer. His friend's comment made his grin widen into shit-eating territory.
Because life's too fucking short to be bored?
When I didn't react to that, he went on.
Because Mike's plan is solid, but by far not ambitious enough. I'm not risking my neck for a stack of MRE boxes. The plan that his son and shithead of a friend had is fucking stupid. I'm not getting killed for someone's illusions of grandeur. So I needed a reason why we'd go with Mike's idea, but get to do so without the dead weight.
He cast another sidelong glance at me.
Bet it came with the added benefit of peeling yet one more layer off whatever you're so damn careful to keep hiding from the world was simply an added bonus.
I hated it that he made sense even when I didn't agree with him, but had to agree that his actions were probably for the best. Why do you keep being so fucking obsessed with me? He shrugged as if it was all the same to him.
Why do you keep letting me under your skin? Maybe I'd get bored and stop if you stopped caring.
We stared at each other for 5 seconds straight. That was as long as I allowed myself to let my guard down. Something splintered in the forest off to my right, immediately making my attention jerk away from the asshole. With bated breath, I waited. But no zombie came for us to give me a convenient out of this farce of a conversation. Yet it had been enough to break the tension, and finally allowed my brain to catch up with my mouth. Shit, but he was absolutely infuriatingly annoying. The sigh Blake uttered a few minutes later was shy of disappointed. Clearly, we had robbed him of his nighttime entertainment, and he was none too happy about that. Axel was wise enough not to say anything, but then what else was new? In a way, I could make even less sense of his behavior. With Jared, his motives seemed mostly obvious, but Axel zigzagged between borderline fatherly supportive and letting that idiot do whatever he wanted to, as long as it kept him off Axel's hands. Then again, Jared hadn't, yet, uttered the single sentence that I didn't want to hear, so I might as well see that as a victory. As if thinking along those lines had jinxed it, Jared picked up the threads of our conversation one last time.
You do realize that none of us are judging you for what you did or didn't do in the past.
I didn't respond and kept my eyes firmly on the road ahead.
Unlike those you call your friends,
Jared pointed out. Nope, not going to react.
Who are legit afraid of you. Who don't even bother speaking up for you when someone else signs your death warrant.
Don't rise to the bait. Don't you fucking dare.
Some fear can command respect, but that's not what's happening. You know that, right? They just want you gone. And if you don't simply die because of the odds stacked against you, sooner or later someone will start considering if they need to help it along.
What I wanted to do was throw myself at him and smash his teeth in with my bat. But I'd already had my chance to do that once and massively bungled it. I wasn't going to do that to myself again. Plus, there was that small detail about needing the three of them to survive out here. And with him down for the count and me badly injured, my chances weren't looking good. So I did none of that. But I really fucking wanted to. Instead, I stopped in my tracks and took 10 deep, calming breaths that didn't really calm me at all, but kept me from going for his throat. Jared took another 3 steps before he noticed my absence beside him, glancing back over his shoulder at me.
You know I'm right,
he said, not even that much gloating in his voice, because he knew that it wasn't required.
So why keep lying to yourself and pretend like you don't know I'm right?
Kaz is my friend. He'd never do anything that would get me killed. I was surprised at the vehemence of my outburst, and that I stopped at his name only. That wasn't fair. Problem was, my conviction was seriously flagging when I thought about the others. Jared paused for a second.
Right. The floofball. I'll give you that one. It will end up getting him killed, and it will be his blood on your hands. You really want to risk that? That's cold, even for someone like me.
His words should likely have given me pause, but the opposite was the case. Nobody gives a fuck about your opinion, so why don't you keep it to yourself? I was surprised that actually worked, and not just for a minute or two. Of course, that sent my thoughts into a tailspin about why exactly he was satisfied to leave it at that. He couldn't be right. I refused to even consider that option. It was one thing that I'd spent the entire morning griping to myself about the men in my life and their obsession with getting me killed. Yes, I was still incredibly sore about how the Colonel and his flunkies had treated me, but I hadn't forgotten the impact of the realization of how desperate everyone at the Enclave had gotten in the last weeks, since I'd joined them. While I would have appreciated someone explaining things to me like that, me not having dependents and me having proven that I could survive out there, hence it made the most sense to send me on this mission, not someone who had 3 kids, a wife, and would likely get himself killed. I didn't need it. And Osprey had elevated himself to the status of an enigma I wasn't sure I even wanted to uncover. My sincere hope was that once we got back, things would have blown over and we could try moving on with a clean slate. As for how afraid Dharma, Liam, and Corey had been of me, that would change over time as well, I was sure. No fucking way did I believe a word of Jared's accusations. The next 30 minutes or so went by with me partly distracted, all locked up in my ruminations, and nothing much happening. Then the wind carried the first note of decay to us, making us stop in our tracks, all senseless, idiotic arguing with myself suddenly forgotten, or at least pushed to the very back of my mind for the time being. Holding my breath, I listened. But except for the usual sounds of the forest at night, it was quiet. Not deathly quiet, just quiet. Jared gave it another 10 seconds before he started forward again, now walking more slowly, his head swiveling from side to side. When I tried to follow, he signaled me to stop, only gesturing me to follow when he was a good 30 yards ahead. We went in single file from there on out, picking our way more carefully. I never found out the source of the stench, but it didn't matter. As we approached a small intersection up ahead, I realized that the sky above the trees had started to, if not lighten, then become more visible than before. The day was dawning, early and cool. It was only then that I realized that it must have been June 21, the longest day and shortest night of the year. Exactly the day we'd chosen when we'd need to be careful as long as it was light. I really fucking hoped that we hadn't already doomed ourselves. Still, no zombies out and about as we reached the intersection. Jared paused for a moment, looking every which way before he turned left, heading what I presumed was south. This road was even smaller, lacking markings down the middle of the lanes. Ahead, the terrain flattened somewhat and the trees receded, and judging from the tunnel-like feel of the stretch we were on right now, I guessed there was some open grassland coming. We reached the edge of the tree line maybe 15 minutes later. Dawn was definitely approaching, making my skin crawl. Too fresh were the memories from yesterday morning, full of zombies hiding between the trees and in the high grass, after spending a night in that stiflingly hot barn after Jared took care of all the bruises and cuts I'd sustained earlier. I knew it was only in my imagination, but I thought I could feel them come awake all around us, hungry eyes suddenly watching. It wasn't just grass, but also a small, stretched-out town ahead of us, and the interstate running right through it. Pausing at the edge of the forest, Jared scanned the terrain ahead of us, the rest of us doing the same. Nothing moved, everything still deceptively quiet. The road gently curved as it hugged the forest, then ambled toward the houses. We were maybe 1.5 miles away from where it must have crossed the highway at the other end of town. Most of that stretch was visible from here, looking clear. Instead of following the road, Jared set out straight through the wheat field bordering the forest. Not exactly running, but walking at a quick pace, much faster than we'd been going since we'd left the camp. I had a hard time keeping up with him, and that was without paying as much attention to our surroundings as I wanted to, and maybe should have. We were halfway across the field when I realized what his intention was. Cutting right through the field, and the stretch of grass that followed, meant we would reach the interstate in 1/3 of the time it would have taken us if we'd stayed on the road. The next patch of forest on the other side of the highway was much closer here as well, meaning that overall we would be spending less time in the open. Which was a good thing. because the sky was already turning into the light gray just before true dawn, colors around us slowly becoming visible. We were racing against time, I realized, when Jared increased his speed yet again, forcing me to break out into a run to keep up. My lungs complained, but did what they were supposed to do for now. A noticeable improvement, but not something I wanted to stake my life on. I knew things were about to get much worse when Jared slowed down, glancing back at me as he waited for me to catch up to him. Silently, he gestured ahead, at the stretch of the interstate just ahead of the first houses and the forest beyond. Then he clapped me on the shoulder and gave me a shove forward, an unmistakable order to run. And run I did, my fingers around my bat in my right hand, holding on tight. I looked back only once, to verify that the guys were following me, but at a much slower rate. At least this time around, I had expected it. I really should pick up better running shoes. Zooming almost blindly through a field at pre-dawn was not a good idea. It took me less than 20 seconds to stumble for the first time, and a minute until I almost fell down. Then I did fall, when my ankle twisted in a hidden groove. I went down hard, and it hurt like hell. But I managed to find my bat again and get up before Blake got anywhere close. Invisible eyes were following me, invisible hands reaching for me. But since nothing physically touched me, I simply bolted up and ran right on. Ahead at the other end of the field, I spied a small access road, and as I followed where it led, I saw that a good 100 yards to my right, it crossed another, leading straight toward the highway. That would bring me within shouting distance of the closest house, and was decidedly closer to the town, as Jared had indicated. I spent the 20 seconds it took me to stumble out of the field and onto hard-packed dirt, trying to decide what to do. I almost laughed when I realized that the deciding voice in my head chanted something very close to WWTAD, what would the asshole do? Not simply because Jared was a constant annoyance to me, but because he was usually right. I didn't have Kaz to consider, or Dharma's finer sensibilities, or what Osprey would think of me in my decision. I didn't even have to consider what was best for my companions, since all of them had much better cards where survival was concerned than me. I was down to doing exactly what was best for me and my continuing survival. That was oddly freeing. Damn, the shit your brain comes up with when you are scared out of your fucking mind and very likely starving yourself of oxygen, or getting manipulated by someone who really knows his shit. But now was not the time to dwell on that. My head whipped from side to side as my feet hit the asphalt, doing one last check that the road was clear. There was something lying there that I would have to pass that looked very much like torn-apart rags, but it was mostly flat and already spread out, picked apart by not just one but several kinds of scavengers, without a doubt. No movement at above knee level, and the first actual cluster of houses I was aiming for was farther from the road than I was on the other side. Even if something came running from there toward me, I would reach the intersection first. With the ground now even and fully visible, I took off, running full out toward the intersection. I wasn't even a quarter of the way there when something directly ahead of me moved. Several figures stumbled onto the road, coming from behind the first house. A single ear-piercing scream went up, coming from the group now taking aim at me. I couldn't see them well enough yet, but that didn't sound like the slow, timid ones. Not at all. Everything inside of me screamed to whip around and run in the other direction, but I was sure that I had my timing right. I reached the halfway point to the intersection and ran right past the rags on the ground as several more guttural voices picked up the scream, some from between the houses, but 2 or 3 also coming from the field and the grass on the other side of the road. Fuck! I hadn't considered that some were already out there, lying in wait. I was close enough to the group now to count them. 5 altogether. 3 large, beefier ones, probably male, and 2 slighter ones, probably female, The tallest of the males was in the lead, now opening his mouth to scream, only that nothing came out. Running toward them was absolutely terrifying, and possibly one of the stupidest things I'd ever done in my life. As soon as I was close to the intersection, I cut to the left, risking 5 quick paces through the grass to buy myself an extra second or two. I still had 30 or so yards on the group, which was laughably nothing. If running toward them had been bad, running away from them was worse, because now I couldn't check on their progress anymore. Over my loud panting for air, I could hardly hear their feet slapping the asphalt, and they didn't do me the favor of giving me any more audible clues about their whereabouts, and looking back to gauge the distance to them was not an option. The road I had turned onto was leading straight to the interstate, and it was far from empty of cars and farming equipment, but that also meant possible hiding spaces for a lot more. Seeing the closest vehicle loom before me, a blue minivan with stickers all across the back window, I couldn't help but think back to my unlucky choice of hiding in the trunk of that car. No more vehicles for me, thank you. Now, all I could do was hope that the zombies were harboring a similar distaste for them. I hadn't forgotten that one answering scream coming from the grass, and so far I hadn't caught a glimpse of its origin. More screams went up from farther out, toward the other road, the one that I thought Jared had gestured me to take. My head whipped in that direction without much thought, but in the gloom across the distance, I could hardly see anything except for something moving. Standing still, fighting, it appeared, less like running. I forced my attention back onto the road ahead just in time as I whipped past the minivan, that I couldn't look inside because the windows had been painted over from the inside, with blood, as something viciously tore apart what had been locked in the van. Hopefully they'd died quickly. Maybe they hadn't even been alive anymore. Maybe they had been the ones to do the tearing. I was insanely glad that I didn't have the capacity to consider all the many scenarios in detail right now. Just as I was passing the front window, something slammed against it from the inside, making me yelp and stumble, a fresh stab of fright zooming through my body. Fucking hell! My body was still moving forward as I inadvertently twisted, trying to catch a look at what that had been. And more important yet, was it locked inside or about to come jumping after me? It was that exact motion that made me register a blur at the very edge of my field of vision, coming at me from my left out of the grass. Instinct took over, making me stagger and weave to the side. Something substantial went past me, close enough that I felt the air currents, but not well aiming enough to grab me. Fresh panic gave me extra energy for a dash of speed. My lungs were burning, a stabbing pain starting up in my side from bad breathing. My calves hurt and my thighs were tight, but still I forced myself to gain speed. Only seconds later, I heard the unmistakable thumps of bodies colliding behind me, and someone getting thrown against the side of the van. I made my focus stay straight ahead, as I forced my body to give me just a little more speed, sending me toward a tractor partly blocking the road and the interstate behind it. Every step hurt. Every breath was flaming agony. Somehow, I managed to keep going, pushing myself to beyond what felt physically doable. I was close to the interstate now, close enough to tell that it was full of cars, but not bumper to bumper. Nothing moved there yet that I could tell, until a single figure reared up from behind an overturned pickup truck, stepping dramatically in my way. For just a moment, I thought it was someone still human. From what I'd seen the zombies do, standing still usually wasn't their jam. They very much acted according to Newton's first law of motion. Once up and running, they only stopped when something made them, usually food or death. The figure was hard to pinpoint in the gloom. Probably a teenage boy or a tall, slender woman, but didn't look hurt or particularly disheveled, just dirty, as was the case for all of us. My mind very much wanted to cling to hope that against all odds I'd stumbled onto a survivor, but something wasn't right. Least of all the fact that I had an undefined mob coming up behind me, which should have made anyone sensible duck out of sight rather than rear up. The bat in my hand, so far a giant nuisance to keep carrying, made me feel just a tiny bit reassured. For a split second, I tried to decide what to do. Cut to the right and hope I could simply pass by, a downed motorcycle and wrecked car between us? Or should I risk wasting the moments it would take me to fight and pray that the undead behind me didn't catch up to me in the meantime? Knowing exactly how close they were to me would have helped, or would lock me into the wrong decision. I went with option 1 and zigged to the right, half hoping that my tail would barrel straight ahead instead and get caught up in another scuffle, and maybe even lose interest in me. What I hadn't counted on was for the figure to suddenly vault up onto the back of the car and across it, coming down right on me as I tried to pass on the other side. I partly saw it happening, but was too slow to fully evade. All I could do was brace for the impact, fighting to keep my footing. It was a teenage boy, I realized as it grabbed me and tried to pull me to the ground. The stench of decay from up close, overpowering what might have been the typical stench of puberty before expiration. The left side of my body took the brunt, but that was okay since it kept my right arm free, including the bat. Dirty hands grabbed for my shoulder and hair, but didn't find good purchase as I stumbled to the side, but still forward, half evading his grasp. As soon as I found my balance, I blindly swung the bat, hitting something that gave a loud, wet crunch. His grip on me lessened. Immediately, I twisted, doing my best to get away. I let the same motion carry through my body and along to the bat, letting it gather momentum before I twisted around sharply, aiming for the head. I hit his jaw and cheek square on, hard enough for blood to spray. On me, of course, because where else would it have landed? Sending the entire body spinning. The motion had turned me around so that beyond my target, I saw 10 more zombies closing in on us, the group having picked up an entourage. My mind screamed at me to finish off the zombie, but instinct gave me an even better idea. Twisting on my right foot, I pivoted and kicked the boy zombie, sending his now uncoordinated body stumbling right in the other's path. As soon as I had both feet back on the ground, I whipped around and sprinted on, not allowing myself to see if my plan worked. 10 seconds later, I slid across the hood of a small car and landed on the interstate, barging right across the clogged-up lanes toward the green strip in the middle. Howls and growls went up all around me, but nothing hit me before I made it onto the grass, and then across to the lanes leading in the other direction. Before me, 3 cars had crashed into each other, creating a giant knot of twisted metal. The smart thing would have been to veer around it, but my brain wasn't planning too well right now. Instead, I threw myself onto the low platform created by one crushed trunk and the hood forever embedded in it, scrambling for purchase as I somehow pushed myself across. A roll, and my feet came down first on the other side, where I staggered into the back of an SUV, too uncoordinated to avoid it. That slowed me down, but also let my body regain its balance. Pretty much running blindly now, I pushed past the back of the car and into the strip of grass where the lane ended, the forest looming up ahead. One last burst of speed, and darkness enveloped me. Relative darkness, since the world was brightening quickly now, but after being out in the open for half an hour, my eyes were no longer accustomed to picking out low-light details. I could still make out the trunks of the trees to avoid careening into them, but almost fell over several roots before I was far enough away from the light for my vision to adjust. I wasn't alone in the forest. That was immediately obvious. The air was heavy with the scent of decay, and not all of that could be coming from the interstate. But nothing howled, screamed, or came right for me, so I pushed on for another minute. Then I saw it loom before me, the perfect tree to climb. A huge oak had survived a smaller but still substantial beech falling against it. There were a lot of dead branches scratching my face as I clambered up the beech and then onto the second lowest oak bough, staying close to the trunk. Only up there did I allow myself to take a few calming breaths as I leaned against the rough wood, my bat now looped through the straps of my pack next to the axe for better climbing. It took a good minute for the rustling all around me to die down so I could strain my ears and listen to what was going on beyond the trees. There was fighting, all right, but I couldn't tell if it was just their random feeding frenzy or whether my companions were getting torn limb from limb. While I heard screams, none of them sounded human or like someone's dying agony. I also didn't hear shots. It all sounded close, but not too close, possibly even on the other side of the highway. And then, slowly but surely, the commotion died down. I had to admit, that wasn't something I'd expected to happen. Maybe eventually, once the heat of the day chased them to seek shelter from the sun, likely well sated on those less fortunate ones, be it human or not. But I couldn't have been up in my tree for more than 10 minutes, my breath still not quite calm, my body aching all over, nerves jittery as hell. I even considered that I was just imagining things, or that my hearing had gone out again, the stress undoing what 2 days of healing had restored. But then I heard it. The unmistakable sound of engines. Car engines. Dull roars interspersed with a squeal of brakes and a screech of metal. That couldn't be it. But it was, I realized as they drew closer and closer. And then the screams and howls rose anew, soon drowning out the discharge of several guns of multiple calibers. I couldn't see anything, but I didn't need to. A veritable slaughter was going on out there, and it took the zombies less than 5 minutes until the last car had stalled out, only the low chugging of a single engine remaining. A sharp whistle coming from up close made my head whip around. I found Jared standing close to the exposed roots of the beach, staring up at me with annoyance. I pushed away the anger at myself for being glad to see him still alive. As I made my way back down to the ground, after checking that the forest was still mostly quiet, I caught sight of Axel and Blake drawing closer from somewhere further away from the town. Like me, all 3 of them were a little the worse for wear, extra layers of dirt and gore splattering various gear and body parts. I half expected Jared to berate me for not following his plan, badly communicated as it had been. But he just scrutinized me as if to reassure himself that none of my parts were missing. I flashed him a quick grin and a thumbs up as I unslung my pack to get my bat ready once more. When I straightened, he was suddenly right there, reaching for my face. I froze, caught up in a wave of bewilderment as he touched my left cheek and wiped something off. Zombie gore. Fucking zombie gore from the teenage boy. A shudder ran through me that had nothing whatsoever to do with reactions to semi-intimate touches and everything to do with deep-seated revulsion. A hint of his usual smirk crossed Jared's face, but before I could react, he had already moved around me and was wading deeper into the forest, of course, stepping over each and every hidden root without falling over it, not even once. I gave myself a hard shake, made sure that my pack was fastened securely, and then fell in line behind him, angling for the deer trail he'd just found. So much for only moving at night. But so far, except for the odd rustling and motion in the distance, the forest remained quiet, so there was no reason for us not to push on. Particularly not since I presumed that was Noah and his gang in the cars, committing collective suicide by idiotic plan. I didn't even feel like complaining about Jared having been right about his assessment of that. Hell, maybe we could even retrieve what was left of their weapons and gear on the way back, if we survived that long and happened to take the same route again. Time would tell, and I had a feeling that it would be one awfully long, tedious, agonizing trip until that happened. Or I died, in which case I no longer had to worry about that. Silver linings everywhere. Chapter 14. After how we'd made it across the interstate, hiking through the mountains was downright boring, but tedious. Because yes, indeed, we were hiking, and those were definitely mountains. The way from the camp to the town had been mostly along even elevation or downward, but I'd somehow ignored the fact that we were 2 valleys away from Asheville, and someone, somewhere along the line, would have to climb up those hills. It got even worse when, 2 hours after we'd set out again, we took a break and I made the mistake of asking Jared how much longer he thought it would take us, and how far we had to go.
Just over 30 miles from the interstate, 25 if the forest remains clear and we can cut through parts of it.
Zeke had mentioned all that before, but it hadn't fully sunk in until now, particularly the part including mountains. I was surprised my jaw didn't unhinge itself from how it dropped. 30 miles? You expect me to hike a fucking marathon? Twice? And then go toe-to-toe with the undead? Jared just grinned around his cancer stick, the only one I'd seen him smoke since the camp.
Don't forget that on the way back, we'll hopefully be carrying full packs.
This was getting better and better. And all that for what used to be an easy 20-minute drive. Fucking hell. Has anyone considered us using bikes? I suggested as we went on and crossed the single road through the forest yet again, pausing to check whether anything was moving there. Like bicycles, I mean. They're whisper quiet, and we wouldn't have to lug our packs. Jared stopped, his sole focus on me rather than on our environment.
Still means you have to pedal up the almost 3,000 feet of elevation that this route comes with. Not sure that's any easier than walking.
I was sorely tempted to silently voice that number, but then thought better of it. I was pretty sure I couldn't hide my despair. And that's really the easiest route you could find? That he clearly knew where he was leading us was obvious. We'd switched from one hiking trail to the next, and then a third in the past 2 hours, now following one that was clearly marked with blazes. Jared hadn't had to look for the trail even once.
The easiest? No,
he admitted.
But I'd very much like to get out of this alive to enjoy the spoils of our labor, so excuse me if I chose the way most conducive to that.
His gaze turned judgmental.
If you can't keep up, feel free to sit down at the side of the road and wait for someone to come by and take you along. We'll be back in 3 to 4 days.
As I said, fucking hell. I wordlessly closed my mouth, only to open it after the next step because I needed more fucking air to breathe, and slogged on behind him, praying that they wouldn't simply leave me behind when my stamina inevitably ran out. Just a month ago, I'd woken up in the damn triage tent, and now I had to go hiking through the Appalachians in June? Surviving really wasn't all that amazing right now. The upside to hiking through the wilderness was that there really were no undead here. Close to the interstate, at the bottom of the wide valley, where it was even and nice and you didn't have to fight every step uphill, there had been plenty of lurkers hiding around. But after 20 minutes or so, they'd thinned out to the point of completely disappearing. From time to time, I still caught a whiff of decay or fecal matter, but that was usually when our trail got close to or crossed the road. Some must have followed it up even into the mountains, but those were few and far in between. That in turn made me wonder, if we'd never tried to set out across the meadows and fields when we'd tried to get back from the militia HQ to the Enclave, would we have been ambushed? Would we even have known how bad it was out in the open? How many people would have died by now if we'd resumed the previous scavenging pattern? That we'd even made it to the militia HQ had been fortunate. Or not, considering how hard getting back had been. I'd never quite gotten the numbers of how many people had died, but at least one of the cars had ended up wrecked, everyone inside killed by the undead. And now here we were, trekking through the forest. For a while, I managed to keep my ire mostly contained and my body moving. But by mid-morning, what was left of my reserves was spent. Lack of food today and almost no rest last night taking its toll. We had some food with us, for today at least, but I didn't dare touch any of it since I was afraid that I'd just barf it all up from exhaustion once we set out again. And quite frankly, it was too hot for this fucking shit. The entire woods around us, one stifling green hell now. I was ready to lay down the law of the land and demand rest when Jared, way more ahead than he'd been hours ago, stopped, waiting for the rest of us to catch up. Blake had gotten really quiet shortly after the slope turned steep, and with Axel, I was pretty sure he stayed with me for support mostly. That Jared was waiting for us now could only mean one thing. Something was about to change. I was about to ask him what was going on when I noticed a signpost next to him, advertising in bright, cheerful font that a resort was close by. 2 miles, or 30 minutes of hiking, the sign promised. I stared at it for a second, my tired thoughts sluggish and trying to decide whether this was a good thing or not.
"Hard part's almost over,"
Jared said while I was still playing guessing games.
"From here on out, it's mostly even or downhill. My guess is that we'll find some resistance at the lodge, but we should be able to clear it out."
And if not? I felt that was a valid question. He smirked.
"Then we're likely dead and won't give a shit either way."
He had a point there. Walking downhill wasn't much better than uphill. I was starting to wonder if my misery would ever come to an end when I noticed that ahead the forest was starting to lighten, not just with the absence of trees, but bright sunshine cutting through the last of them. I waited for one of the guys to speak up, but if anything, Blake looked eager to get out there and smash in some heads. "Can we rest up for a few minutes? If things go as usual, I'll need to run, and right now all I can do is cramp and moan." I fully expected Jared to balk, but instead he nodded at a fallen tree not far from the trail, already shirking his pack to drop it there.
"Stay here. Blake and I will do a quick recon trip."
He gave me a humorless smile.
"If we're not back in 30, feel free to scavenge what you need from our things and scurry back to your favorite mine empty-handed."
Good thing that the tree was in direct line of sight to where Jared ended up exiting the forest. That way I could spend an entire 5 minutes glaring at his back. No reprimand came from Axel as he sat down next to me, but it was obvious that he was sick of our shit. That was okay. So was I. Except that I didn't seem to be capable of stopping. This was getting worse and worse. What thankfully didn't was the outlook on how noon was shaping up to be. Jared and Blake returned relatively soon, way before I dared root through his pack to steal a candy bar just to spite him.
"The lodge is overrun,"
Jared told us as he sat down on the tree next to Axel, getting out a water bottle from his pack.
"Looks like they holed up there for a last stand but ran out of ammo. My guess is the zombies that remained standing have been staying there, feasting on the remains of the dead. Shouldn't be too hard to kill them, unless there are smart ones hiding inside the buildings, which is possible since doors are open all over. We'll soon find out."
"Why don't we just sneak by?" Jared gave me a long-suffering look, then snorted when he realized that I was serious.
"Because I'd really like to sleep in a real bed for a couple of hours,"
he teased before getting serious.
"It's a good halfway point between the camp and the city. It's a small resort, 30 rooms from what it looks like. Couple of cars left behind, so we can likely get at least one, if not two, working for the way back. It's shelter out of the way of most obstacles, and they probably have a pantry that's at least partly stocked. Even if the city's a bust, we can grab what we can here and return to be celebrated as heroes. We need a forward base to rally at again if we get separated, and this is the next best thing I could come up with on short notice. There might even be a hot tub, but I doubt they have any electricity up here to heat it up. Too bad, but you can take a quick dunk if you want to."
That actually didn't sound too bad. But with my luck, at least 3 dead had started to rot away in there, or a band of rabid raccoons had taken over. But the idea of locking myself in a room and sleeping in a real bed until evening sounded really nice. Nicer than anything I'd expected to find on this trip. I immediately didn't trust the very idea of it. "Then let's do this," I said with more enthusiasm than I felt. That earned me a weird look from Jared, as if he was disappointed that I didn't protest more so he could keep making fun of me. That idea made me crack a smile. He cocked his head to the side, his eyes narrowing. My smile broadened. We must have looked like two demented Rottweilers sneering at each other. I could see why Axel was so sick of our shit. Looking away first, because that was one fight I knew I would never win against Jared, I considered my pack, then grabbed the axe. The bat would have been 10 times easier to handle, but I had a feeling that the potential resistance Jared was talking about was a very real one and would require appropriate tools. And I could always switch to the bat once the axe got too heavy and I had to leave it somewhere. But the pack I took along with me, just to make sure I wouldn't end up stranded in the middle of nowhere, wounded, without provisions. Again. Any joking going on found a quick end as we approached the clearing with the lodge, as did any verbal communication. Nobody told me to, but I decided to stick with Jared. Less so because he'd promised to keep me safe, but simply because he looked like the saner choice compared to Blake, who clearly didn't need meth to go all berserk on the undead. As much as I liked Axel, he had a good 20 years on Jared, and in a physical fight, I'd much rather stick with the younger, stronger guy. Call me prejudiced, but this was about my very survival, and since nobody else would take care of that. The lodge, more of a lodge with a capital L according to the signs, wasn't just one building, although the largest main house could definitely be called such. There were also 6 smaller versions of it clustered around a central open space, more aptly referred to as cabins, probably. The expansive parking lot was off to the side, partly hidden from our view by 2 of the cabins. It was a place of massive slaughter, so I didn't mind too much not seeing every inch of it the moment I stepped out from between the trees. A handful of the vehicles left there looked like they'd belonged to guests, now all burnt-out hulls. Several more were haphazardly strewn all across the lot, making me think of a makeshift barricade. For what, I wasn't sure, since there was little rhyme or reason to their positions. One possible explanation for that was that some of those vehicles had smashed into the others and had partially broken up the barricade. In the end, none of that mattered. I had a feeling that everyone who'd been in any of the cars had either died by gunshots, fire, or gotten torn apart. Some had survived, if you could call it that. Besides the burnt-out wrecks, plenty of carnage had happened all across the parking lot, and even now, 3 hunched-over figures were busy gorging themselves on the leftovers. All of them looked smaller and scrawny, making me guess that they might be stragglers from the interstate who had happened to find themselves here and were now getting their first food in days, if not weeks. Judging from the stench and the thick clouds of flies buzzing around them, there was still plenty on that macabre buffet. More carnage had happened at the previously barricaded and partly broken down main entrance to the lot, splintered glass and torn apart body parts everywhere. Exactly how many people had died here? From what was left, I quickly raised my estimate from 20 or 30 to 100 easily. There weren't anywhere near enough cars around to carry that many. While the parking lot and the front of the lodge were grisly sights, none of that was new. I'd seen enough of that happen of late to easily judge that this must have happened a week ago at least. Everything dried up and less fresh, for lack of a better word. That impression was strengthened as I passed the first lump of bloody rags. None of the flesh was easily recognizable as such, looking more like dried parchment and beef jerky than human remains. It occurred to me that the maggots had already done their thing and were buzzing around as the abundant flies that were coming way too close to me for comfort, and that wasn't even taking into account where they had come from. It was much easier to focus on the zombies than the implications. That much was for sure. The stench made my gorge rise, not even the scarf I hastily wound across my neck and lower part of my face helping to keep it away from me. This was going to be gory business, so might as well cover up, I reasoned, since I'd already gotten gore on my face once today. I could have let the guys handle the zombies, but I didn't. Blake went right in, if without a battle cry, thankfully, going for the closest undead, who only looked up when he heard Blake's boots crunch on gravel. Jared and I took care of the other two, who were just as sluggish and slow as the first one. Yes, the axe was damn heavy, and part of my mind still balked at the very idea of attacking anything, but the doubts I'd felt before about killing the undead were gone. Not completely, and it was still horrible business as I hacked away at the male zombie's head, but it was easier than it had been at the militia HQ. Apparently, having 2 more days to mentally distance myself from the trussed-up zombie sex dolls helped dehumanize them again. Fuck, but this was one screwed-up world we were living in. I didn't allow my mind to go on a bender down that lane. Securing the property came first. Rolling in trauma was optional later. We hadn't made a lot of noise, but that had been more than enough to draw attention. As I looked up after making sure the zombie was dead for good, I saw 4 more coming across the rolling grass from the other side of the clearing, roughly where the road toward Asheville disappeared between the trees. Taking a quick look around, I saw at least 7 running from the direction we had been coming from. So much for the woods being empty. I found myself stepping closer to the car barricade, mostly to keep my back free. Axel appeared by my side, a more substantial version of my axe in hand. Blake went for one group of newcomers, while Jared went for the other, making some of them slow down or even back up by approaching alone. That mostly meant the undead did their best to get around them as they engaged, so they could come running toward us. Then the first screeching zombie came vaulting out from between the trees, coming straight for us. Yes, it was a meaty, more aggressive one, and it came with an entourage. So much for clearing up the lodge within 30 minutes and going to sleep. Panic gripped me, but I did my best to stand my ground and ready myself. Just because we were suddenly outnumbered 1 to 4, no, make that 5, didn't mean we were doomed. And we weren't. The cautious ones immediately backed up as I brandished my axe at them, leaving room for the aggressive one to hurl himself straight at Axel. I got the 2 coming right after him, which wasn't much of a relief. But while they attacked, they didn't do so blindly. With rising unease, I realized they seemed to know exactly what a weapon was, and that the business end of it wasn't good for them. Still, they weren't good at ducking, and they had no tools to parry or defend themselves with. But they could still barrel right into me or jump me, and as soon as I lost my footing, things got ugly, mostly because Blake came swinging from above, smashing in heads and any other harder parts that his sledgehammer could find, spraying blood and gore everywhere, including my face. I really needed to find myself a pair of goggles, maybe at a dirt bike supply store or something. Fucking hell. As soon as the zombie previously perched above me went slack, I kicked it off and rolled back to my feet, cautious to stay out of Blake's action radius. I hadn't planned to, but somehow I ended up with my back toward him, moving along with him as he plowed through the entourage still streaming from the forest. He did the primary smashing, and I hacked at everything that was still moving, allowing him to move on quickly. That went well for 5 minutes. Then I was too out of breath to keep swinging my axe, and my arms were killing me. So back to the bat it was, which was only so much of a relief and by far not as efficient, but I only needed to finish off 2 more zombies. An uneasy quiet settled over the clearing. The 4 of us, the only ones left standing. As I looked around, trying and partly failing to pull enough ragged breaths into my body to fight hypoxia, I counted at least 23 freshly killed bodies on the ground, including the 3 that had started our attack. From what I could tell, nobody was injured beyond a couple scrapes and bruises. although Blake did look alarmingly red in the face as he kept panting next to me. We shared an agonized look before we turned toward the lodge itself. Jared was already crunching through the glass and bones, investigating the entrance. After the score of undead coming unexpectedly from the woods, I'd expected the foyer to be brimming with more of the same, but we found it empty and deserted. And completely trashed, of course, but I didn't give a shit about that. Something small scurried away. Rats, probably, but that was it. So we started our circuit through the building. First the reception area and the dining room, followed by the kitchen, pantry, and laundry room, before we checked the staircase and hallways leading away from the central hub. It wasn't empty, but altogether we only found 5 undead hiding inside, and I had to kill none of them. Half of the rooms were untouched, the end of the entire upper south wing among them. The hot tub was a bust, though, just as I'd predicted. After the slaughter in the parking lot, the building was absolutely anticlimactic, and I was fucking ecstatic about that. As I kept glancing back outside, half expecting an entire mob to materialize, I only caught 2 undead weaving in and out of the trees, playing a macabre waiting game. When I mentioned them to Jared, he considered, then turned to Blake and me.
Grab some of the corpses, the more substantial ones if you can find them. Drag them over there, he pointed to the road, and leave them. Let them gorge themselves if that keeps them away from the house.
The point he indicated was conveniently in view of the deserted but intact wing, right where we could have shot them like fish in a barrel if we'd wanted to waste the ammunition and ring the dinner bell for the entire county. What was it with people and sending me to lug around the dead? Dragging the corpses around actually took longer than the fight had, but I did my best to swallow any and all complaints, particularly since Blake did most of the dragging and was nice enough to further hack apart some of the corpses so I could more easily carry them. After that, I absolutely didn't need anything to eat, thank you very much, but a bleach bath would have been nice. Jared and Axel hadn't been lazy in the meantime, besides playing occasional lookouts, although nothing came out of the forest while we were out there. When Blake and I were done with our macabre stack, we found a huge tub filled with soapy water, some buckets on the side, and stacks of towels ready for cleanup. Someone, Axel, I presumed, because Jared was too much of a jerk to be that considerate, had also dragged a pink suitcase into the foyer. At first, I wanted to balk at the thing, but then I realized that it was a treasure trove, an entire bag full of women's hiking clothes, including sports bras. Even if we didn't find a single box of ammo anywhere, this almost made it worth coming along. What was lacking from the lodge was electricity, hence no AC. Not wanting to be a prissy princess, and quite frankly, also not wanting to get jumped by a straggler, I didn't stray too far with my bucket filled with soapy water, but instead stepped into the small employee room behind the reception area. My pants and jacket were salvageable, but with 2 new sets to spare now, I dumped them on the reception desk to maybe clean up later. I hesitated for a moment, listening to the guys joke around as they cleaned up. Then I did the same, stripping down to my underwear, then even naked as I quickly donned my fresh clothes. As far as I could tell, nobody tried to peek, but I didn't find it in me to care much about that anymore. We met up again in the middle of the foyer, all 4 cleaner than we had been in a while, and dressed like a hipster hiking group. I burst out laughing as soon as I saw Blake wearing blue and pink hiking shorts with his black combat boots.
I'm not going out dressed like that, he protested, but it's more comfortable for now.
Whatever floats your boat, I offered between wheezes. I think I saw a pink ball cap in my bag. Would go perfectly with that. Not even his growl was enough to shut me up. After another quick, paranoid check outside, the corpse stack was still undisturbed, but I caught a glimpse of at least one of the remaining lurkers, I thought. We went to raid the pantry. Of course, we didn't find anything fresh, but I was very happy with huge cans full of cold soups, sauces, and pesto, next to cereals, nuts, and spices. The latter not for now, but to grab some and bring along for Marion. Jared gave me a strange look when I mentioned that, but refrained from mocking me. That was weird.
Did anyone check the freezer?
Blake asked after snarfing down the second can of tuna. I gave him a condescending look. And find what exactly? That must have been shut off for weeks. Nothing in there is edible anymore. He looked truly disappointed at my lack of enthusiasm and went to open up the big heavy door. Asshole. I had just enough time to grab a dish towel to hold over my nose and mouth before he got it open, expecting to get slapped in the face by a ton of rotting meat. Nothing of the sort happened. All I smelled was slightly stale cotton. Blake remained standing in the doorway, staring, transfixed.
Guys?
Jared and Axel had retreated, expecting a similar fallout as I had. Now the three of us slowly stepped up to Blake to catch a look around his bulk. The meat locker wasn't empty. It also wasn't filled with zombies on meat hooks, as I'd partly suspected, because apparently my mind was getting creative. It was stacked to the ceiling with boxes of various sizes, most labeled with black or white stenciled script. While I was still staring, Jared pushed past Blake and got one of the boxes open, only to pull a shotgun out, one amongst many, judging from the clattering sounds it made. Shit, I heard myself mutter when I realized what we'd found. Is that someone's weapon stash?
Looks like it,
Jared muttered as he put the shotgun back and stepped deeper into the room. That was all anyone said for the next 5 minutes. The feeling spreading through me was absolutely surreal. Had we been hoping to find something? Anything, really? Of course. That was why we had come here. We'd found some weapons outside in the carnage, but nothing more useful than our bats, axes, and hammers. I'd presumed that had been the case because the defenders of this place hadn't had more. Nope. Apparently, someone had survived, had gone through the corpses and had collected the weapons, partly cleaned them, and dumped them in the corner next to the huge containers holding pristine ones. None of this made any sense. If they'd had a veritable arsenal that could arm 50 to 100 people, why hadn't they used it in their last stand? The answer was obvious. Whoever had dumped the boxes here had done so after the massacre outside had happened. I presume someone will want that back. Obviously, but still a valid point, I figured. Jared considered for a second.
Makes sense that this was what Noah wanted to fetch on the way back.
I couldn't help but stare at him. Don't you think they would have mentioned it if they'd known there was all this stashed here?
Not if they were afraid we'd raid it first and lug it off without sharing any with them,
Axel pointed out. Why not get it themselves? It wasn't that hard to cross the interstate. Why not bring their 20 people on foot and everyone gets to carry their share? Jared still had a pensive look on his face.
That's exactly what I'm asking myself, he admitted.
Maybe someone survived and told them about this, but they couldn't verify it yet? I suggested. Jared shook his head.
Even hearing a rumor like that would be enough for any of us to go hunt for it without breathing a word to someone else.
I shrugged. And yet, he nodded.
Makes no sense either way. Unless they're a bunch of shitheads, which for Noah and Zeke is 100% true. But Mike wouldn't be that stupid.
That we know. Maybe he just pretended to be reasonable. Jared thought about that some more, but had no conclusive answer himself. Instead, he turned to Axel.
Are any of the cars still usable? Anything in a garage or outhouse around?
Axel shook his head.
No, but with some, I was wondering why they looked torched rather than part of an accident.
I couldn't help but frown. So you mean someone deliberately burned them to the ground so we can't just up and leave with the cash?
Something like that,
Jared mused. Exactly how paranoid do we need to be about this? Rather than answer, Jared started rooting through the remaining boxes, checking every single one of them.
Split up in types of firearms, but not uniform. This is not picked up straight from an army surplus store, but someone took care to clean and sort them, ready to use if needed.
So, what do we do now? I got a sidelong glance from him while he reached into the closest box and pulled out a carbine.
Grab some ourselves and get some sleep. We're exhausted and it's blazing hot out there. I doubt whoever left this will drop by in an hour from now to collect it. Once it gets cooler, we decide what to do.
That was one of the most reasonable things I'd heard him say. Ever. Color me surprised. Jared seemed almost taken aback that no protest came from me, but took it in stride. We all grabbed our share, at least one larger firearm and a handgun. Blake had to overdo it, of course, and grabbed a carbine and an assault rifle. To better cuddle with, I presumed. On the way out, Blake and Jared went the extra step and dragged in some of the destroyed tables and chairs from the dining room, staging them in a way that made it look like someone had taken refuge behind them before taking off, and conveniently barricading the meat locker that way. Then we were off to the south wing to get some rest. I spent the minute it took us to get there debating with myself what I should do now. Paranoia was one thing, giving offense because of obvious lack of trust another. I still hadn't quite decided what to do when Jared uncannily gave voice to my thoughts.
You are aware that if any of us, let alone all three, wanted to rape you, you'd already be bruised up and dripping with cum.
This once, Blake showed an ounce of self-preservation and didn't snicker, but I caught his grin before he wiped it off his face. Instead of glaring at him, I turned to Jared. Exactly what went wrong in your childhood that you can't act like a reasonable human being for 5 consecutive minutes? His dismissive shrug was almost comical.
Because I don't give a shit about any of that?
Without another word, I walked into the room opposite the one Axel had already stepped into and Jared was on the threshold of, and followed them, dragging the queen-sized mattress from one of the beds in with me. The assholes had closed the door on me in the meantime, making my maneuver twice as hard as it already was, with my body screaming with exhaustion and my mind livid with all the vitriol I wanted to spew in the asshole's face. But of course I refrained because I really didn't want to deal with the answers. At least Axel got up from the sofa again to close the door behind me once more, while the other two watched me drag the mattress over to where I wedged it between the bed and wall, away from the window. Let them die first if anyone shot through the window from the parking lot. It was too hot for blankets, and I was too tired to bother with going back for a pillow. That much discomfort I was happy to pay for with my pride. 2 fluffy pillows coming down off the bed hit my torso in quick succession, followed by Jared's disembodied,
"You're welcome."
Gritting my teeth, I refused to thank him as I rolled up next to my pack and carbine and prayed for deliverance. Not from the zombies, or possibly returning looters, all of which would have made sense, but from this fucking asshole that kept plaguing my every waking moment. I was out cold long before I was done grumbling to myself. Chapter 15. None of us slept for long, or particularly deep, but even just lying there on my mattress, not having to move a muscle for hours, helped my body recover something resembling strength and stamina once more. Not a full recharge, of course, and it still left me with a handful of new blisters on my feet and an aching back from the pack, but it was an improvement from when Jared had pelted me with the pillows. By 6 in the afternoon, it was still insanely hot, inside and out, but Jared nevertheless kicked us out of our refuge. No one complained. Blake ditched his shorts, which was such a shame. We ate some more snacks, refilled our water bottles, and then got ready once more. The lurkers had gotten busy in the meantime. Not only had they dismantled our stack of corpses, but they'd also dragged a substantial amount of the remaining ones away, presumably to wherever they were hiding now. That still left a lot of fresh gore stinking to the high heavens as we left the lodge behind to go hunt down at least one working vehicle, preferably two. The easiest way would have been to follow the road, but as soon as we got close to the trees again, Jared cut across to where the hiking trail that we'd been following down to the lodge resumed. It took a good mile into the forest until the normal sounds of birds and critters resumed that had been scared away by the carnage. We didn't see a single one of the lurkers, but I was no longer fooled. They were out there. I kept that in mind when I had to step behind a tree to take a leak, selecting the literal tree next to the trail. Fuck privacy. I was not going to get jumped by one of the undead with my pants tangled around my ankles. Even walking mostly on even ground or slightly downhill, it was rough going. My entire body hurt. Worst of all, my legs and the soles of my feet. Even if we didn't have to walk the full 25 fucking miles to Asheville, this was the longest I had to keep going without a longer break since I'd woken up in the triage tent. And there had been the matter of the fight as well. I felt my attention slipping every so often, even though I tried to stay sharp. At first, I jumped at every unexpected sound, fear chasing away exhaustion. But after a while, that lost a lot of its effect. While nobody complained, I could tell that the others were tired as well, even Jared. It was early evening when we finally got close to the town we had been aiming for. In the forest, it was already gloomy enough to make walking on the trail hard, if not impossible. I absolutely didn't feel up to a fight, and if I had to run more than 5 to 10 minutes, I doubted I'd be able to. This was not working out the way it should have, considering that Jared's plan had been to hit Asheville itself tonight. But rather than proceed to the town, Jared halted when our trail crossed another. I was honestly too tired to care, using the moment to sit down on a convenient boulder while Jared studied the map next to the signposts. I knew I shouldn't have been this disinterested, but I was pretty sure that if I got lost in these woods, I'd end up dead before sunrise anyway. I really didn't like it when Jared looked uphill at the crossing trail and then set out in that direction. When I didn't immediately and with enthusiasm shoot to my feet, he halted and glanced back at me.
"No guarantee that we come back down the mountain this way," he jeered. "Or that the lurkers won't try their luck if it's just you on your own."
Normally, I would have griped that I hadn't even suggested staying behind to be picked up later, but since it made little sense to waste even a single breath on him, I simply lumbered to my feet and trudged after him. Uphill. For what felt like forever, on what I wondered more and more if it wasn't a senseless detour. The sun was already setting behind mountains far to the west as we stepped out of the cover of the trees and onto some kind of overlook. The view was without a doubt stunning, the sky lit up in a million shades of red, orange, and magenta. I could see why this was such a popular hiking and vacation destination. What I couldn't see was why Jared had dragged us up here to the literal middle of nowhere. We could have looked at mountains pretty much every which way we turned. That was when I noticed what else there was to see. Far less spectacular than the scenery. The city of Asheville itself. It took me a few seconds to make sense of it, and not just because I was beyond tired, and blinded by the figurative beauty spread out before us, and the literal sun still sending its last rays our way. Besides the massive buildings, higher in the city center, of course, what I could make out were the streets around them, most of all the highways going through and around parts of the city. What weirded me out was that Mike had been right. There were some lights on down there, although not as many as I'd expected after his statement. Not that I had 100% believed it to be true to start with. It seemed to be mostly street lights rather than building illuminations from what I could tell. We were far enough away that except for specks in the near-complete darkness of the valley, I couldn't make out much. Jared shirked his pack and got out the binoculars, staring down at the city. And then he kept on staring, far longer than was warranted, I felt. See anything interesting? Like one of the other groups? I asked, doubting that was the case. We'd been by far the first to have set out. Maybe some of them were still in camp, having decided to stick with the go-by-night-only plan. Jared wordlessly handed the binoculars to me after another 20 seconds. Annoyed, I adjusted the focus and then did a lot of staring myself. I couldn't make out many details, but that was far from necessary. Even with magnification, we were too far away for that. It took my eyes a few moments to catch on to what looked like some kind of wave pattern motion all through the streets, like gentle surf lapping at the shore. Then, my brain needed even longer to process what I was seeing. People. The entire city was filled to the brim with people. I didn't need to be close enough to see details to know that none of them were still alive. It wasn't like the town we'd accidentally ended up in when we'd fled from the power plant. They weren't jammed in like sardines, herded and fenced in like cattle. From what I could tell, most didn't just stand around and gaze at the street lamps, although I did notice clusters of them close to the lights. Damn, but I hated to be right sometimes. What was mind-numbingly baffling was the sheer number of them. From what I remembered hearing, Asheville had had just under 100,000 inhabitants. Those down there were several times that number easily. I had no fucking clue what 500,000 people looked like, but that felt about right. Where the fuck had so many people come from? Around here in the mountains? That looked more like the streets of NYC on New Year's Eve than a larger city in North Carolina. Technically speaking, the entire metro area around here could, of course, have accounted for them, but why were they clustered together like this? Was it the lights? Or the fact that greater numbers always meant someone was weaker than them and they could consequently hunt them down and eat them? Was this where the zombies that had killed Xander had ended up, following the interstate west? My mind tried to skip into map view. Yes, that made sense. I didn't know the interstate well, since it passed by Charlotte far to the north, but then I remembered that the other major cities all lay along its route. Raleigh, Greensboro, Durham, Winston-Salem, and probably even Wilmington to the southeast. I had no clue what cities it passed across the border in Tennessee, but it might just as well have been the big ones like Memphis, Knoxville, and Nashville. Or all three. That explained the mobs we'd been dealing with for the past 2 weeks. Shit. That was why they had bombed the interstate close to where we'd crossed it. They'd tried to cut off some of the access, only to divert the undead into the surrounding countryside, which just so happened to be our backyard. How we'd crossed it, twice more without getting eaten, was beyond me. Luck didn't seem to cut it.
Nobody's going down there anytime soon, Blake remarked wryly when I finally gave up the binoculars and handed them to him.
Nope, Jared agreed.
And if they don't do any recon, they'll die, just like Zeke and Noah this morning.
Did you actually see them die? I asked, still distracted. I mean, I heard the cars and the shots, but...
No way they didn't die being so stupid,
Jared harped. I slowly turned my head and looked at him. Even without being able to see the zombie masses below, they still transfixed me. You do realize that our plan with the weapons cache is theirs in reverse, right? Unless I've missed something and that has changed? That down below sure was plenty of reason to alter any and all plans that had ever existed before that discovery. Jared's answer came after less than 10 seconds of consideration.
Only change is we take 4 cars instead of 1 or 2, and we wait until at least 2 hours after full dark to cross the interstate, maybe 3. We likely won't be back there much before that anyway, if we cram them full of as much food as we can load into them without overtaxing the engines." He smirked. "And pray, if you're the kind to believe in that."
I'd been afraid he'd say something like this. Considering what I'd seen down there, I wasn't really comfortable staying in the region much longer. Exhaustion be damned. That the Enclave wasn't that much farther away from another stretch of the same highway was true, but at least there, the mob had spread out already. Or mobs, as I started to suspect, which did not bode well for the future. But that was literally tomorrow's problem. First, we had to find working cars, and then we had to make it either back to the camp or straight home. And then I would start to worry about what was going to happen days or weeks down the road. I couldn't help but think back to the firebombing that had happened with Charlotte. If they'd done the same to all the other larger cities, this down there likely wouldn't have happened. Or maybe there would just be a couple fewer zombies and some more lightly crisped over. I'd never thought I'd think that, but whoever it had been who'd voiced that opinion to me before had been right. After Axel had his fill staring at the overrun city, Jared packed away the binoculars and we started back down the trail, heading toward the small town in the woods. The going was slow now that darkness enveloped us quickly, but nobody asked to use a flashlight. 2 hours later, we stopped as our trail came close to the road leading back up to the lodge just outside of town. The town limits themselves were further out in the open, but since a few of the houses went right up to the forest on small side streets, we aimed for a cluster of those. As far as I could tell, nothing was moving out there, possible lurkers notwithstanding. The air smelled moderately fresh and clean, and nighttime critters were out aplenty, just as if they weren't aware of the fact that at the end of this valley, certain death times 1,000,000 roamed. To be that oblivious again. It took us less than 20 minutes to find 4 suitable cars, including keys, no hot wiring required. We had to kill 8 more zombies for them, but while that made me rather paranoid about more lurkers, it was almost too easy. The entire town seemed mostly deserted, and if not for Asheville 10 miles away, it would have made a great place to clean up and fortify as a new place to live for easily half the people in the Enclave. Suddenly, that stronghold of a mine didn't sound so bad anymore, which I found kind of hilarious after my week spent griping about its many not-so-ideal aspects. Perspective and all that. Now the only problem was to get Blake to shut up about my choice of a getaway vehicle. A newish, smallish SUV that looked like half the size of the behemoth of a truck that he'd selected, both still parked next to each other in the same carport.
"Why do you have to be such a girl?" he complained. "That thing is tiny."
"It's literally 4/5 the size of the car we drove to Mike's camp," I pointed out. "Plus, it has 4-wheel drive and is very agile. Also has brand new tires with great grip." None of that was true for his vehicle. The only upside I saw was more storage, particularly with the closed cabin. It was also a semi-antique piece of scrap metal on semi-bald wheels. If I had to guess, the husband's first car that he couldn't stand to get rid of yet, while his wife had opted for the practical, family-friendly solution that also did great when they got snowed in during winter storms. And yes, I'd had to swallow twice when I'd ripped out the booster seats that had still been belted into the back row.
"Children, please, play nice,"
Jared teased as he came back to us from where he and Axel had been checking the cars on the other side of the road. It looked like they'd settled on 2 limousines. Not my first choice, but then they were right there, were hopefully ready to start, and we wouldn't be delayed any further. While nobody had said so outright, I could tell that all of us were nervous about the impending zombie incursion down the small country road into the town that was inevitably about to happen now that we were here and were aware of the masses gathered in Asheville. Even if there wasn't a single indication that was about to happen. "Only if you give us some candy, Daddy." I didn't know what devil was riding me hard to make me say that. Exhaustion and fear sure didn't cut it. Blake burst out laughing, although he tried hard to suppress it instantly. Just because we hadn't gotten attacked yet didn't mean we could just make enough noise to raise the dead. Pun intended. Jared gave me a truly unreadable look, the light of the single flashlight he was carrying not helping.
You and me, we are going to have a long conversation when we're out of immediate danger,
he said, or rather promised, as my fucked up mind would interpret it. Nope, we so were not going to do that. I was tempted to snark back something like, over my dead body, but wisely refrained. I had a feeling we were well past necrophilia jokes at this point, and if I gave him that kind of ammunition, he was so going to use that against me. Right, nerves. Survival first, everything else later. All 4 cars started up immediately. I was quite happy to see that the gas gauge of mine was almost completely full. Typical prepared manager of the family car. I heard Blake curse in his behemoth, but he didn't turn it off again, making me guess we'd have to sacrifice at least one of the canisters for his tank that we'd siphoned off beforehand. Yes, Jared had come prepared, making me guess that he'd planned all along to only walk part of the trek he'd forced us through already. Good man. When he wasn't being an asshole. All 3% of the time. We briefly debated what to do about the car lights. The moon still hadn't risen, leaving the night relatively dark. After the quick flash of blindness induced by getting into the car before I'd started it, and killed the lights as far as I'd been able to do that, I realized it was at least possible to follow the road, so that was exactly what I did. At first, I'd balked at Jared's suggestion that I should go first, but eventually saw reason. My car had the lowest horsepower per weight ratio, and while I doubted that would be an issue, even loaded to the maximum with loot, he disagreed. I was very satisfied with how my car easily took the slight incline needed to get onto the main road after rolling down the hill to get there. Not a single lurker jumping in my way, that I could see. And since I hit nothing, I was 99% sure the road was clear. From there, I sent the car along the road at an easy 30 miles per hour. Slow enough that I hoped I wouldn't have any issues seeing obstacles or switchbacks up ahead, or rev the engine to a point that it became the sole focus of every single undead in the state. There were simply too many around, as we now knew. Just thinking of the masses made goosebumps break out all across my body, a visceral shiver almost jerking my hands on the steering wheel into disaster. I drove with the front windows rolled down completely to let in an illusion of cool air, and maybe pick up on issues before I literally slammed into them. Behind me, I could just make out Jared's car coming after mine, only loud compared to the utter silence of the night around us. We didn't run into any grave obstacles on the way back to the lodge. In 2 places, the road was caked with enough mud that I was glad I'd chosen a car made for rougher terrain, and I had to drive over a couple of tree branches that I only noticed after it was too late, making me slow down further. Nothing except for the paint job of the car got damaged, though, and I had a feeling that would get much, much worse before we were done here. Between the late sunset, the time it took us to walk to the village, and our slow driving, it was after 1 a.m. when I rolled out into the clearing the lodge sat on. I immediately slowed down to avoid slamming into our corpse heap, but I needn't have bothered. Nothing except for dark stains on the road was left of it. The lurkers had been quite busy. As I ambled onto the parking lot, I could still smell the blood from our earlier carnage, and the car rocked and crunched its way through quite the gruesome tableau that I wasn't too heartbroken not having to see now. I did a quick loop and then backed the car up toward the main entrance just as planned. This way, we'd cut the distance to the cars to a minimum, and if we had to make a quick getaway, at least I wouldn't have to reverse then. Before shutting off the engine, I closed up the windows once more on a paranoid hunch. The last thing I needed was for an enterprising lurker to climb in unnoticed through a window and then scare the living shit out of me once I got back behind the wheel. I considered taking the keys with me, but fumbling with them in the dark while running scared from something didn't sound like a smart move. Besides, the car didn't have locks, technically, but was all push buttons and key fob action. When I got out, Jared was parking his ego-mobile next to me, and Blake came rolling out of the forest. While he waited, I climbed into the back row of my car and started pulling off the cargo net currently in place toward the trunk, probably to keep the family dog from jumping into the back row with the kids. With only a flashlight held awkwardly between my teeth, I did my best to somehow fix it behind the front row seats to avoid something from the back decapitating me at the first hard brake. Done with that, I pushed the back row into the trunk to maximize the space available. By then, Axel had arrived, and we were ready to grab our loot and run. We weren't exactly in a hurry, so it made sense to quickly clear the entire building one last time to make sure that no stragglers or lurkers were lying in wait for us. We found none, but my nerves were still shot by the time we returned to the kitchen to start packing. I didn't complain when Jared pretty much ordered me on ammo box distribution duty, while the guys took turns dragging the heavy weapons crates outside. Could I have helped? Yes, but I would have slowed them down. And after the abuse my body had received in the past 22 hours, I was more than ready to do the light lifting instead. I was done way ahead of them, so I turned to the pantry next, taking quick stock before I started stacking the most useful items in boxes on the kitchen counters for easy grabbing. Done, the guys immediately picked up what I'd already set aside, shoveling everything into the cars where there was room. The lodge had been a good idea in one aspect I hadn't considered before: industrial-sized containers. No, I didn't have to lug around the 60-pound bag of rice. Happy to leave that to Blake. I returned one last time to the kitchen after throwing random canisters of spices into the cars, but Jared held me up at the entrance.
"We're done here."
It was as easy as that. I gave a quick nod and whipped around, running back to my car. In the sky above us, the moon had risen, a tiny sliver smaller than the night before. As physically tiring as dragging around loot had been, my mind was wide awake, fear licking away in the background. There was hoping that even one of us would make it back alive, let alone all four. I really fucking prayed that it would be me, even if I had no reason why that should be the case. Over the stench of the parking lot, it was impossible to judge if anything was moving out there. I still halted next to the driver's door and listened for a moment. It was too quiet again, but that could have been due to all the noise we'd been making. We'd tried to be as quiet as possible, but the odd cursing had been unavoidable, and the loot itself had made plenty of noise as well.
"You know what to do?"
At Jared's question coming from behind me, I briefly tensed, but then forced myself to nod with confidence that I didn't quite feel. Follow the road until the intersection, then drive downhill to the interstate, cross wherever I can make it, race back up into the woods, try to find my way back to the camp. Failing that, keep going toward the Enclave and hope I don't accidentally end up in Tennessee. Sleep some, and then keep driving toward the Enclave. Sooner or later, I'll find a sign pointing out a town I know, get back home, get drunk and celebrate that you tragically died, but miraculously someone else managed to drive your car to safety. Maybe even shed a single tear. Cutting onions may be required for that. Even in the dark, I could see the grin that briefly appeared on his expression.
"I'm so going to make you eat those words,"
he playfully threatened. "A girl can dream," I offered with a dramatic sigh, and swung myself behind the wheel, my palms sweaty as hell. I waited until I heard all 3 doors slam into the locks. Then I snapped my seatbelt into place and started my car. I was well aware that I would never feel ready for this, so I might as well get going now. No time like the present to drive head-on into mortal danger. Chapter 16. Driving by moonlight, even with the canopy of the trees above the road obscuring some of it, of course, was much easier. I still didn't dare go over 25, sometimes even as slow as 20 miles per hour, particularly once I got to the parts going downhill. Just this morning, it had taken us fucking forever to drag our sorry selves up these hills, and now I was doing little more than tap my foot on the brake every couple of seconds. It was tantalizingly easy to lull myself into a false sense of complacency, or believe that I was all alone in the world. We hadn't been stupid. Axel had disconnected all lights in the cars back at the lodge, so even when I heard my tires squeal and felt light G-forces push against my body, no red brake lights lit up my world. I didn't dare roll down the windows, but still kept the driver's side cracked, simply to keep my paranoia at bay. Unlike on the other side of the mountain, there were more obstacles on the road here, although it was a much smaller road. Most of them had started out as human-shaped. At least one let out some kind of sound as I went over it, giving me the creeps. No, now was not the time to reflect on what exactly it took for the zombies to die, as in how much dismemberment could they take and still remain sentient. Lost in thought, I almost wrapped the car around a tree that stood too close to the road in a particularly nasty switchback, reminding myself that the undead weren't the only danger to my life. Damn, but the car had turned unwieldy, without a doubt carrying twice the extra load as it had been registered. Maybe Blake had had a point with his high-powered gas guzzler. Now it was too late for such considerations. And really the worst would be finding room to squeeze through the clogged-up interstate. A few pounds too many or horsepowers too few wouldn't be the death of me. Or so I really, really hoped. Even before the forest started to thin, I caught a few glimpses at the valley below. It looked very quiet, very peaceful, very much not filled to the brim with zombies, which I really hoped that it wasn't. If only there were fewer of them than had come after us in the morning. If only we'd found some snazzy electric cars that were whisper silent instead of chugging along happily. If only the fucking zombie apocalypse hadn't happened and all I had to worry about was being an underpaid intern and what extra classes I could pack into my schedule next semester. The surrealness of that last thought tore me out of my reverie. Shit. But college life felt 1,000,000 years ago, not 6 weeks. How quickly things could regress. That was as far as my thoughts got. Suddenly, something was looming ahead of me, making me jump in my seat and almost jerk the wheel to the side to send my car off the road and possibly right into a boulder. Except that instinct made me tighten my grip and step on the accelerator rather than the brakes. I had a second to wince as my car plowed right into the zombie. Too short to catch more than a glimpse of it. I couldn't even tell whether it had once been female or male, one of the substantial ones or an emaciated lurker. By the time my mind tried to puzzle all this out, I had already gone over it, the road behind me too dark to even make out the lump I'd created. The force of impact sure shook me awake to full alertness. No more daydreaming, I told myself. From here on out, I needed my wits about me. Damn, we really should have brought some cans of energy drinks. Or I should have swallowed my pride and asked Jared, nicely, if he still had some of his stash left over. I was pretty sure that was the case, and I doubted he would have been hard to convince to part with it if I sold it right. Shit, flashing him my boobs would likely have been enough. Or saying pretty please. It wasn't like that would have been the worst I'd ever done to score some. Although probably the hardest. Oh, how messed up life could get when you had some self-respect left. Right. Focus. Without lights on, it was impossible to tell if I was simply being paranoid or if the shadows I saw by the side of the road were real. More than once, I caught the scent of death in the air, but I was likely well past the cause for it by the time it registered in my brain. And then the trees fell away, and after one more soft bend in the road, it evened out, the interstate half a mile ahead. I wasn't sure where exactly relative to our dash in the morning I was, but it didn't really matter. I could make out some buildings on the other side of the highway and plenty of cars in my way. My pulse spiked as fresh adrenaline shot into my veins. but I forced my breathing to remain low as I slowed the car down to little more than a crawl. Sure, that gave them more time to wake up and hone in on me, but my biggest issue was getting stuck somewhere. The car could take some abuse from a single undead, or even a bunch of them at once. I made sure that all windows were shut and the central lock was engaged. It would take a whole lot more than a bunch of zombies to tear me out of this tin can. Unless, of course, I totaled the car and maybe even opened it up for them, or one of the guns I was transporting was loaded, and on impact it fired, hitting me square in the back of my head and making my brain go splat. I almost welcomed the zombie that came running for me from a bunch of hedges off to the right. It was too slow, disappearing from view yards before it even got close to the road. But there were more coming behind it, their howls audible even with the car sealed up. Somewhere in the dark beyond the interstate, a voice answered. Then several more, up and down the valley. Looked like the hunt was on. Exhaling slowly, I forced myself to keep going, concentrating mostly on what was directly ahead of me. 300 yards, 250, I didn't see what hit the car, but suddenly something slammed into my right back corner. Not enough to make me jerk the wheel, but enough that it gave a metallic crunch, followed by something unmistakably pounding on the roof, scaring me enough that I almost sent the car into the ditch next to the road. Fucking hell! I sent the car into a quick swerve left and right, then stepped on the brakes hard, hoping to dislodge the zombie. I didn't see it fall off the car, but I could have easily missed it. But I didn't. I noticed a moment later when a heavy thump came down directly above me, scaring the crap out of me all over again. I braked hard enough to bring the car to a complete standstill. The pounding continued, becoming decidedly more hostile. I considered for only a moment. Then I stepped hard on the accelerator, making the car shoot forward, and plowed right into 3 zombies suddenly right there. The jolt and accompanying deceleration was hard enough that I bit my tongue, but at least I saw the damn zombie roll off the roof and over the hood to then disappear underneath the car with the rest of them. The resulting rocking as I went over it was most satisfying. But my little maneuver had cost me. Most of all, increased attention. The interstate was right there, and I was going way too fast. Not that it mattered much, since the cars were almost bumper to bumper here, with no chance of getting through. I wrenched the wheel hard to the right as soon as the strip of grass next to the lanes opened up, sending the car off the road. The entire vehicle around me shuddered awfully, a mechanical whine coming from somewhere below me. But then it evened out, doing pretty well as it plowed through the dirt. As it should, being made for off-road use, even if I doubted it had ever seen so much as a dirt trek. I was aware that I was going too fast to use any open spaces if I found them here, and was likely making too much noise as well. But I found myself reluctant to slow down. Behind me, I caught a brief glimpse of the moonlight flashing brightly on the next car. Jared had almost caught up with me. Since he made no move to slow down either, I decided that fleeing forward was the better part of valor, for now. Maybe it was a bit suicidal, but I accelerated even more, plowing down the grass strip at a good 50 miles per hour. Not that I had attention to spare to check. The inevitable happened sooner than I'd expected. I went over something I hadn't seen. Not hard, between luggage and body parts likely strewn all over everything here. The resulting jolt hard enough to hurt my wrists. Stupid instinct made my hands jerk back, and the car flew ahead uncontrolled, skidding to the side. I had a moment to wonder why the interstate was suddenly off to the side and the woods up ahead. Then the left back quadrant of the car slammed into something, hard. I lost control, including of my senses. The car spun like crazy, vertigo adding even more confusion. It went on forever, probably 5 seconds or so, until an even harder jolt hit the middle of the car on the other side, forcing it to a sudden stop. My body was thrown into the seatbelt, my wrists slamming uselessly into the wheel and dashboard. Agony exploded all through my body, including my face as the fucking airbag deployed. I was absolutely stupefied, the pain rocking my body the only thing I could concentrate on. Then a hard thump hit the side of the car, right on my window. Fighting to slap away the airbag, I turned my head, only to come face to face with a snarling zombie. Thankfully, with the intact window pane still between us. Way to get shaken out of momentary stupor. Ignoring that thing was hard, but I had more pressing issues to deal with. The airbag was thankfully already deflating, but by far not quickly enough. Annoyed, I reached down to my thigh, working the damn knife free of its sheath. A quick stab, and the white balloon in my face wasn't so much of an issue anymore. I tried to tear it off, but when it wouldn't give, I simply cut through the thick plastic, leaving the center of the steering wheel a destroyed, gaping something. The zombie kept on screaming and pounding against my window, which was insanely annoying. I considered for a moment if I should dive for one of the guns I'd dropped into the footwell of the passenger seat, but my torso was hurting somewhat awfully, and I was still gasping for breath after most of the air in my lungs had gotten expelled on impact. My brain finally kicked into gear, making me look around the interior of the car frantically. As far as I could see, all windows had remained intact, including the windshield. My left elbow hit the door hard as I twisted, making me realize that it had gotten badly dented. I'd likely hit a tree sideways, I realized. That must have brought my spinning car to a halt. Blinking furiously, I craned my neck as I looked outside, trying to get my bearings. The forest was everywhere, but right in front of me it was mostly underbrush. The engine was still running, if with a decidedly bad whine to it. I had no idea how much time my little accident had cost me, but the others must have all driven past me in the meantime. And knowing Jared, he wouldn't even slow down except to assure he didn't get totaled in turn. Fucking asshole. But this once, I had nobody to blame but myself. Gnashing my teeth and inhaling sharply when my right wrist hurt more than expected, I threw the car in reverse and stepped down hard on the accelerator, hoping that it would manage to drag itself out of the ditch it had ended up in, because I was decidedly still getting pushed into the damn belt, my entire world tilted weirdly downward. The entire car shuddered, different parts whining in ways that they shouldn't have. But after 3 dread-filled seconds, the tires finally caught hard dirt, and the vehicle lumbered backward. The zombie previously pounding on my window hopped onto the hood, thankfully stupid enough to start banging on the metal now rather than the glass. It still annoyed me, but I had bigger problems right now. I tried to get a better view of my surroundings, but my neck and shoulders screamed with pain as soon as I tried twisting them, putting a quick end to that maneuver. Fuck. I slowed the car down and started steering to the side, turning the back toward where the front had been facing before. The interstate came back into view, a surprising distance away. I thought I could just make out the ruts my crazy spin had left behind. There was movement all over, as zombies were crawling over and between the wrecks. What I didn't see were 3 moving cars, but no surprise there. I braked, mostly to check if everything was still working. It was, and the resulting gentle jolt hurt all over, making me curse under my breath. Swallowing thickly, I threw the car into drive, bracing for more of the same. That happened all right, but what was lacking was a good bit of speed I'd expected. The car was still accelerating, but not at what it should have. Fuck. Looked like I'd broken something more vital than the dent in the door. Despair clawed at the back of my throat, but I quickly shoved it away just as I pushed my foot down hard on the pedal. Since that was one of the few places in my body that didn't hurt, it worked. And finally, the car started gaining speed, if with audible protest. Every jolt going over every rut and hole hurt, but not enough to make me want to give up. I couldn't go fast, so slow it was, but I was still going. That was all that counted. A quick swerve left and right killed my wrists, but it was worth it to get the fucking undead asshole out of my field of vision. Much better. I thought about getting closer to the interstate again, but that stretch was swarming with the undead now. Most of them were too stupid to realize I was still here, which was fine with me. For now, I could just rumble around in the middle of the meadow. Of course, the forest had to get closer to the highway up ahead. I cursed again, mostly because hitting the steering wheel was not an option. As soon as I got within shouting distance, the zombies became aware of me. In an uncannily coordinated rush, they jumped into motion and surged toward me, swarming the car. I tried my best to floor the accelerator, but the vehicle refused to speed up beyond what felt like a crawl. It was still enough to push down and rock over the first undead that reached me, but if this kept going like this, and why the fuck were there so many of them around here? An epiphany zoomed through my mind. I must have reached the town we'd passed by in the morning. It made sense with the forest coming closer. That also meant that maybe a mile up ahead was where I had dashed across the interstate, leaving the tail behind, I'd gathered. There hadn't been much room between the cars there either, but I vaguely remembered seeing that another mile further east, the forever stuck traffic had lightened considerably. I could do 2 miles of this. Had to, really, unless I wanted to get buried underneath the undead masses. And sooner or later, one of them would manage to tear off enough of the car to breach it. I didn't intend to stick around to test that theory. Since it was pretty much the same now, I steered the car out of the open grass and back onto the strip next to the lanes. Immediately it gained a little speed, and the ups and downs smoothed out, making it a little easier to keep my hands on the wheel. Then again, the impacts, left side and front, increased, making me pray that all that zombie gunk wouldn't further hurt the already struggling engine. I had a feeling this car was on its final journey. Hopefully it would last until I could somehow tumble out and walk the rest of the way. The very idea of abandoning my cargo rankled, enough so to make me grit my teeth and grip the wheel harder with determination. If this damn clunker just had a manual transmission so I could shift around and maybe gain better traction on a lower gear. That was when I realized that technically, even an automatic transmission still had those settings, intended for downhill driving, but they were right there. If it was just the transmission that was broken, maybe that would make a difference. It was way too dark to see what I was doing, but I simply went for it, moving the gear shift lever up, then down, wincing when the car gave a succession of truly hideous whines, until suddenly it shot forward as soon as my toes lightly tapped the accelerator, the engine giving a high whine. Whooping loudly, I gripped the wheel again and further increased the speed, watching with glee as the looming undead all around me turned into streaks that went splat once more. The rocking was worse than in the field before, but I was ready to bear that if it meant there was an end in sight. And right there was the intersection from the morning. I couldn't be sure, but 2 of the sideways wrecks looked awfully as if some huge-ass truck had tried to plow right through between them and had succeeded, or at least in pushing them apart. It went against everything inside me to brake now that I had finally gained speed, but I nevertheless went for it, slowing the car down enough to aim for that gap in the steel curtain of bumper-to-bumper vehicles. I was immediately swarmed again, losing both my mirrors and most of the sight through the front of the car as it disappeared between zombies that jumped onto the hood. But I kept going, steering from memory. Then, by the sound of the heavy scraping along the right side of the car as it squeezed through, the car dipped as it left the lanes and rocked onto the middle strip. Not trusting what I couldn't see ahead, I wrenched the wheel to the side, leveling out parallel to the lanes, and floored it, silently cheering the whining engine on. Suddenly, light blinded me, so bright and unexpected that it seared my retinas, making my vision explode in red and blue afterimages. It came from ahead and to the left, roughly 200 feet away from the intersection. Blinking furiously, I did my best to regain my night vision, staring at the patch of darkness where I thought the origin must have been. Looked like someone hadn't quite given up on me yet. My bet was on Axel, also because he'd done the work on the lights. It made sense he'd left his own vehicle with the option to manually switch them on. I didn't see a car waiting beyond the highway so much as noted a lighter stretch where no wrecks had broken through. Immediately, I turned the car in that direction, ignoring whatever hidden obstacles I plowed over and scraped along. Just before the gap, I wrenched the wheel hard to the left, sending the vehicle into a tight, almost controlled spin, and sailed right through, the tires never losing traction. Bump, 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 and I was across the interstate, back on soft ground. Ahead, the low silhouette of a limousine shot ahead, its own engine no longer as quiet as it had been when we'd appropriated the cars a few hours ago. I fell in line right behind it, letting it lead me out of the sorghum field, I thought it was, insanely glad when painfully uneven ground turned into a paved access road. I caught sight of a handful more zombies along the way, but they all hung back, likely lurkers, ready to see what we'd left behind once we were safely out of plowing over them distance. Adrenaline still rocked me hard, making me jittery all over, but now that relief was flooding through me, the aches and pains all over my body made a swift comeback, lest I not forget my less-than-stellar driving. Or rather, exceptional, since I was still in one piece and the car was still moving, the cargo almost secured. Who cared how I ran that blockade? The only thing that counted was that we'd done the near impossible and crossed the damn interstate once again. In hindsight, it was close to barely just an inconvenience, but that was ignoring how many times I'd come very close to sudden death tonight. Obliviousness did have its perks. It wasn't long before we reached the forest, a few turns bringing us onto the same road we'd walked down pretty much 24 hours ago, I realized. 2 vehicles were waiting just inside the cover of the trees, perfectly hidden. I only noticed them when they rumbled alive and fell in behind me, our little convoy complete once again. It took me until after the intersection that would lead us toward the camp to realize that it wasn't Axel driving in front of me. Fuck. I'd never live that down now. While anger and annoyance were foremost on my mind, there was also a hefty dash of confusion. Why the fuck would the asshole risk his life for me? Or at least risk having to fight harder to secure his own continued existence? Couldn't be because of that inane promise of his. No, he must have figured the cargo was worth it. That realization made me feel better instantly, if not hurt any less. Chapter 17. It was still full dark when we reached the camp. The camp that wasn't half as abandoned as we'd expected to find it, and it took all of 5 minutes to find out why. It turned out Mike's scouts had made the same discovery we had in the early hours of the morning after we'd set out, and had warned the rest not to go traipsing into certain death. I felt bad hearing that, imagining Zeke and Noah risking their lives to catch up with us, but no. Mike explained between clenched teeth that his son had taken off before the news had reached them and altogether against his explicit orders. Nobody had heard anything from them since, so they were presumed dead, particularly as we filled in the blanks with what we'd witnessed. That left only one sensible option: retreat. Because none of us were stupid or egotistical enough to want to stay here, so close to what we knew loomed behind the mountains, they had already planned to break camp this morning, giving us a few more hours to return before declaring us dead. Just our luck that we'd inadvertently held up that schedule. I fully expected for someone to suggest that we split right here so we could go search for where Osprey and his people had hunkered down, while Mike and his remaining men went home. But the burly leader of his faction shook his head when I suggested as much.
Sure, if that's what you want, but you're more than welcome to hunker down with us until you've had a chance to rest.
His lips curled into a lopsided smile when he caught more than one suspicious glance his way.
No worries. Your half of the loot is safe with us. It's mighty generous that you share with us, seeing as you were the only ones who found anything worth dragging back home. The least we can do is offer you our hospitality for as long as you want it.
While my interest in staying with them had pretty much depleted itself on seeing what was going on in Asheville, I was more than happy to accept that invitation. The very idea of a warm meal and safe space to rest that wasn't crammed into a car seat sounded fantastic. Even better was the aspect of not having to drive my trusty but nearly destroyed car anymore. While Blake and Axel stayed with their new vehicles, Jared handed his and mine off to Mike's people before we slogged back to the larger SUV we'd come to camp with. Or rather, I dragged my sorry carcass in that direction. Jared was walking completely normal, as if the entire ordeal had happened to someone else. Asshole. Even when he wasn't trying to be one, he checked that box. Since it was inevitable that he would be trying again as soon as it was just him and me in the car, I felt that was warranted. And oh, he never disappointed.
Are you actively trying to kill yourself, or is this all part of a scheme to garner sympathy now that you keep slipping up and proving that you are in fact quite capable?
He jeered as he watched me climb oh so slowly into my seat, almost giving up on buckling the seatbelt in. Instead of answering, I flipped down the visor, checking my face in the mirror. I didn't look quite as beat up as I felt, but my nose was red and swollen from getting punched by the airbag, and traces of whiplash-induced hematomas were already blooming all around my eyes. I had a cut across my forehead, and my lower lip was swollen and bruised where I'd bitten into it hard. When, I didn't even remember, but it was quite tender to the touch. It's all a scam, I muttered while continuing to assess the damage. Peeking underneath my shirt, I saw that the bruises caused by the seatbelt were standing out dark against my sweaty, grimy skin. Gee, I was ready to win a domestic abuse beauty pageant.
It is,
he teased. Yes, and you're the only one in the world not falling for it. Satisfied?
Not while you've still got your clothes on, no.
I snorted, then snapped the visor shut and turned to face him. Really? This is doing it for you? You're a fucking weirdo, and have pretty low standards, because if all you need is to see me naked—
It's a good first step as far as prerequisites go.
You keep saying that as if you expect me to consider that as an option. Jared turned his attention from where he was still waiting for the cars in front of ours to start moving over to me, his expression again unreadable.
It's always good to be ready and prepared to jump up and smash in some skulls, but I think we'll find the extra 20 seconds it takes to get dressed.
I fake sneered back at him. I meant even considering getting naked with you. He snorted.
Isn't it a little crude to start out expecting all you need to do is pull down your pants and bend over? If that's all you want, I'm up for it, but
I couldn't help but grunt. There goes that part about all night long. The cars finally started moving, giving him something besides me to concentrate on. Not that he missed a beat, of course.
Be careful what you keep taunting me with, or I'm so going to make you pay for that.
And how, pray tell? By making sweet, sweet love to me all night long? I briefly glanced at the sky. Nights, maybe 2 more hours, maybe less. We won't be more than at Mike's compound by then. So that's 5 minutes? 10? I'm so scared. Boo-hoo. I got a derisive sidelong glance for my antics.
I have way more in my stash than your happy pills.
Is that a promise or a threat? And it's not really a threat that you're willing to die of a heart attack just to prove a point to me.
The risk of chafing is far bigger than that. For you,
he added, smirking. Why? Didn't have enough time to grab any lube with your Viagra?
I think I know well enough how to keep a woman worked up enough not to need any.
I scoffed. Not everything that's fun happens in self-lubricating territory. He didn't miss a beat, although we had to turn the car from the dirt road onto the main one.
Who's making empty promises now, huh?
Who says it's empty? I kept grinning at him until he got a chance to glance my way, doing so with a chuckle.
Yeah, that we can agree on. You're so full of shit.
I tried to keep a straight face, but that made me laugh. Not after how we got across the interstate. A muscle twitched in his cheek, but he wasn't outright laughing yet.
I'm not sure if it still counts as self-deprecating humor when it's about self-defecating.
The moment of silence we shared after that was oddly amicable and comfortable, which annoyed me to no end. No wonder Axel hates it when he's locked in a car with us, I said. We are worse than a bunch of 12-year-old boys.
I'm not responsible for your lack of class or an actual sense of humor, Jared mocked.
No, but you definitely bring out the best in me. I would have loved to say more, but my mind was pretty much blank, and with my body hurting all over, I wasn't in the mood for much more banter. I was surprised when Jared simply dropped it like that, concentrating on driving instead. It took us a good hour to amble through the small back roads until the cars in the front took a sharp turn into the forest, seemingly in the middle of nowhere, only for us to come rolling into... Is that a fucking summer camp? I asked, not quite flabbergasted, but close.
Looks like it,
Jared said, glancing around with the same kind of curiosity I felt.
Not the worst idea. Bad for fortifying and defending it, but there's separate spaces, room for easily 300 to 400 people, and they were likely well stocked for the summer already.
It was getting just light enough outside to let us see more than just the cabins and the lake beyond.
Probably not their main compound, but makes for a passable outpost.
I had to admit, I wasn't surprised that they weren't leading us to where all their family members were likely hunkered down, particularly not with us now well armed. I also wasn't sure I would have trusted them if they'd completely thrown caution to the wind. This was a good compromise, and we wouldn't be staying that long either. One of the residents signaled to us where to park, giving our now 9 vehicles plenty of space to spread out. Mike hopped out of his car and briefly talked to the guy, who promptly returned with an entire crew to help unload the 2 cargo cars we'd handed over to them. By then, we'd gathered enough of a crowd to get a better feel for the outpost. My guess was that a good 50 people were staying here, give or take. It's a little early for breakfast, but give me 10 minutes and I'll have something ready for you, a woman in her 30s promised, then did a double take when she saw me, or more likely the state I was in. Oh dear, she muttered, coming over. Is there something I can help you with? I didn't miss a beat. A new body would be awesome. If that's not an option, a bucket with warm water to clean up works too. She immediately took me under her wing, steering me toward one of the larger cabins. In passing, she hollered into another, mentioning something about coffee and eggs. Glancing back over my shoulder, I was a little disappointed not to see Jared still leaning against the car, staring after me. Maybe he'd finally accepted defeat, or realized I was by far less interesting than he'd thought. Too bad. There was already plenty of warm water ready. My guess was that Mike had radioed ahead. He seemed to have forgotten to mention that they brought a female visitor along, which sent the woman, Marcy, she introduced herself, into a fit. I'll make sure you'll have your own cabin to yourself, she promised. We have some smaller ones directly by the lake, usually reserved for the camp leaders. Give me 15 minutes and I'll have everything ready for you, including some food. She hesitated inside the door. Want me to lock you in here? Lock on the inside's not working since this is the washroom intended for the kids, so nobody disturbs you. I quickly shook my head. No, I didn't want to be fucking locked in an unfamiliar cabin in the middle of the woods, damn it. Who even needed to ask these things? No worries. I trust my people, and yours. I pointedly looked at the low bench where I'd already started to shed my things, my new handgun and the knife set aside for easy, quick access. And I know how to handle someone being stupid. Marcy's sympathetic look said she didn't believe me one bit. I couldn't help but chuckle, gesturing toward my face. That's all due to me almost totaling one of the cargo cars. Stress on almost, and that still makes me one of 4 people capable enough to venture far beyond where the others got, and we returned with more than we could have wished for. I may not look it, but I'm able to handle a tired, rowdy bunch of assholes." She still hesitated, but then left me to my devices, dropping her flashlight next to the door to leave me some illumination. Some of my words had been bravado, but I wasn't stupid. I still pushed one of the benches in front of the door. Since it opened outward, like all fire safety regulated doors do, it wasn't much of an obstacle, but at least if someone came barging in blindly, I'd get a moment of warning while they fell over the bench and face planted on the floor. My clothes were thoroughly sweated through, but otherwise cleaner than I'd gotten used to, since it was all the fresh hiking stuff from the lodge. It was still nice to get out of them and gingerly wash myself from head to toe, luxuriating just a little bit in the presence of warm water, soap, and a surprisingly efficient loofah. A real shower or bathtub would have been even better, but simply dunking myself in the lake outside would have sufficed. For once having been able to hold on to my pack, I got out a fresh change of underwear and a t-shirt, also from the lodge, before donning my pants and shoes. I quickly dunked my used clothes in some fresh soapy water and took them outside to rinse clean in the lake, after cursing myself for having to drag the useless bench out of the way once more. Marcy was back before I'd more than glanced around, quickly taking the wet clothes from me to take care of them after she led me to my cabin. It wasn't much, barely more than 4 walls, a roof, and enough space for a bed, but it smelled clean and like freshly laundered linens, which was something I hadn't expected to come across any time soon, if ever again. The single window was too small for anyone but a child to climb through, and the door had a bolt on the inside. No further complaints from me. The neighboring, equally small cabins seemed to belong to the permanent residents, judging by the presence of actual planters and curtains in the windows. I thanked Marcy profusely, promised her I'd get some breakfast as soon as I settled in, and watched her bustle off to do a way more thorough cleaning of my unmentionables. I hadn't yet done more than sag down onto the bed, fluffy but also kind of hard, not that I gave a shit about that, when someone knocked on the door. It said a lot about my level of exhaustion that I was actually surprised to find Jared standing outside in the gray morning light, a heaping bowl of scrambled eggs and a loaf of bread in his hands. His hair was wet, and he was wearing a different t-shirt from before, damp from when he must have thrown it on without bothering to fully towel himself dry. He smelled distinctly of lake, making me guess that was where he'd done his cleanup. I was sorely tempted to wrench either food item out of his hands and try to close the door in his face, but the way he was already leaning against the frame let me know that if I wanted that food for myself, it came with conditions and company. Come to think of it, he looked vaguely pissed off at the look of surprise that I hadn't been able to hide.
"Still think I'm not serious?"
He jested. "You brought food. That must be the nicest thing you ever did for me."
"I saved your fucking life,"
he pointed out, tone sharp. I grinned. "No, you hung back and blinded me to the point where I almost crashed my car again. That would have given you front row seats to my very likely demise. That's not saving someone's life."
"Probably as close to it as I ever got,"
he admitted. I wondered if he was joking. Probably not. Before this could spiral off into an actually meaningful conversation, I stepped back, if not inviting, then to give him as much space to step in as there was. "You're serious about this?" I asked, just so we were on the same page.
"I brought you food. In most cultures, that's akin to a marriage proposal."
I pointedly glanced at the door as if to make a grab for it. "Are you going to parrot every single thing I say? I can keep this up all night. Well, day, seeing as it's dawn outside." Instead of answering, Jared pushed past me, then paused, looking around for a place to put his peace offerings. I kicked the door shut, revealing the small stool in the corner where I'd left my pack. He put the bowl down and dropped the bread on top of it before he straightened again, turning to face me. With us both standing there, we almost filled up half of the available space. When he leaned casually against the door, he pretty much caged me in between his body, the bed, and the corner. Swallowing thickly, I tried my best to ignore the whisper of claustrophobia ghosting up and down my spine. It was so much easier to concentrate on his salacious smile, if for reasons unbeknownst to him. Or at least I fucking hoped he couldn't read me like an open book, or else I was going to test the theory that I had hips like a prepubescent boy and still fit through that window. While I'd been otherwise occupied, Jared had gotten something out of his pocket, now holding it up between his thumb and forefinger.
Let me guess. This is what you really want?
I wasn't dumb, just distracted. I narrowed my eyes at him, trying to come up with a good comeback, because yes, please give me wasn't cutting it, and I wasn't desperate enough to say anything close to that out loud. Not yet. His grin broadened with every second that passed as I was fighting with myself.
Then come and get it,
he taunted, and plopped the pill into his mouth. I wasn't proud to admit how quickly I jumped him, or at least grabbed his face, pressed my lips to his, stabbed my tongue into his mouth, and snatched up my reason for living through the next 12 hours. Because that was not a kiss, and there was no way he could be mistaking it for one. As soon as I felt my prize burning in my mouth, I quickly pushed back until my shoulders hit the corner, safely stashing the pill under my tongue so it would dissolve there quickly, and was secure from any snatchback attempts. To say I stared balefully at him was maybe pushing it, but I was sure that my face was a confusing mix of emotions running every which way. Jared grinned, shrugged, and popped another pill in his mouth straight out of a Tic Tac dispenser. I wasn't fooled, not for a single second. There was no minty flavor to this, and even the texture was right, for something else entirely than breath mints. But it wasn't too bad a place for his stash. Nobody would risk their life to steal someone's breath mints. Jared remained with one arm leaning, way too close, against the door, watching my face intently. Staring straight into my eyes was more like it, really.
Just to set the record straight, he said, surprisingly serious. I'm not making you have sex with me in exchange for drugs. You want some? All you need to do is ask. Anything and everything that happens between us from here on out is because we're two consenting adults who like to have fun and might be into burning the candle on both ends when the opportunity presents itself. Because we both know how fucking amazing this will feel when all the right chemical receptors fire in all the right ways. Feel free to bullshit me and everyone else come morning, I don't care. But just so we're clear, no coercion whatsoever happened.
I wondered if he'd prepared that speech because he didn't trust me not to wallow in regret tomorrow, or because he'd had bad experiences in the past. Got it, I rasped out, not quite trusting my voice. Gee, I couldn't have sounded more enthusiastic if I'd tried. That was absolutely not a reflection of what was going on inside of me. Not at all. It was just... The beginning of a frown appeared between Jared's eyebrows, but his expression evened out as he watched me relax as the first hints of tingling euphoria started whispering through my body. Oh, this was the good stuff. Not as potent as the shit he'd given me in the cage at the power plant, but that wouldn't have been the right flavor for the occasion, at least not to start out with. Just as I felt my unease mellow out, Jared moved closer, because of course he had to crowd my personal space. Although, in this situation, it kind of made sense. It still didn't have the effect on me I was sure he was going for when he reached for me, and with his index finger under my chin, raised my head so I couldn't look away from his intense gaze.
How about you let me take care of what you need?
I was sure I wasn't the first woman he'd used that line on. I was also sure that it usually worked. Maybe without the drugs, but no. I was hard-pressed not to grimace. How about you cut that crap, I suggested, going for my most sex-kitten-esque purr. It came out kind of garbled because my mind and body had very different goals right now. A lot of that involved lying back and relaxing. And maybe Jared had a point. Too bad that wasn't going to happen. Not like this. For whatever reason, he seemed to interpret that as a challenge. Because of course he would. He leaned closer still, the arm he wasn't already bracing himself with against the wall, now coming down on the other side of my head, caging me in. He was close enough that I could feel both his body heat radiating off him and the coolness of the remaining lake water as well. The way he stared into my eyes made him look like he wanted to devour me. Everything should have been clicking, except that it didn't. Because whatever else I changed, I remained me, and life had thrown me one too many curveballs to let me act normal. Suddenly sick of this shit, my own way more than his, I pressed myself harder against the wood, trying but failing to create distance between us. He must have noticed, though, because while he didn't move out of my personal space, he stretched out his arms, giving me at least enough room to breathe. Not that I was hyperventilating or anything so dramatic as that. Why don't you cut this wannabe dominant shit? Really not rocking my boat. At least my voice was steady. A wry version of his lopsided smile surfaced.
Who says it's just pretend?
Now I really wanted to throw my head back and laugh, but I was afraid that with the drugs slowly making me giddy, I wouldn't be able to stop once I started. That would only do one thing, mortally offend him. And while I normally wasn't opposed to that, I didn't want him to leave. At least not yet. We had unfinished business between us, and no time like the present to resolve it. Just not like this. I allowed myself a snort. That was pushing it, but I managed to rein in my mirth before it could run away and create chaos. The intensity of his gaze helped anchor me somehow, made me relax when usually I wanted to balk. Yeah? Well, then you'll take the consent part of that little speech of yours even more seriously than most. And let me state this as plainly as can be. I do not consent to any kind of BS controlling or overbearing behavior. I know. Supposedly that's so sexy. Just not for me. Jared's jaws snapped shut, without a doubt as he swallowed a remark he'd already been preparing, but thought better of. A sudden change ran through his body, tension leaving. He even went as far as to physically withdraw, giving me space, but he still remained close. It wasn't like there was room for anything else in the cabin.
Okay.
I was honestly surprised it was that easy. Okay? I echoed like a demented parrot. He shrugged as if it was all the same to him. It took me a moment to realize he wasn't lying.
Sure. Not your thing, no problem.
Then a devious smile returned to his lips, making it very plain that he wasn't actually backing off, just switching tracks.
So what is it then that you want me to do? Something like worship every inch of your body, deserving of the goddess you are?
That he managed to say that with a straight face was a miracle. I sure couldn't hold back the bout of laughter perfectly wrenching itself from my chest. Jared didn't even look pissed or annoyed, just amused, and he was obviously still waiting for an answer. Every inch, huh?
Some more than others, but basically, yes.
Please, for the love of everything that is holy, do not elaborate on that or I will have to kick you out of this cabin. If anything, his smile grew, probably because none of that had been a no from me. And sure, it was tempting. Only, stop screwing with me, okay?
I'm serious,
he insisted. I shook my head, snorting. No, you're not. No guy ever is. You all watch the same kind of porn and believe that 5 seconds with your head anywhere near between my legs does the trick. It's just sad. And if you think that ever worked on a woman, she was faking it because she wanted it to be over because she had a show to watch or work call to take soon. Any other man I'd ever known would have been offended by now. The only thing that changed in Jared's face was that his mouth twisted into a challenge-accepted smirk.
Until right before my jaw cracks. Got it. Any other directions I should know about?
I actually went as far as to chortle, not something I usually did. You really think you're such a great lover, huh? He shrugged, almost modest.
Why do something at all when you don't aim for true excellence?
That made me laugh in earnest, and it had quite the hitch. Shit, you're so damn full of yourself.
I am,
he admitted.
But why not let me prove to you that I have a reason for it?
Why bother? It's not even a guarantee I won't kick you out when you're done, and I'm too lazy to repay the favor. The arrogance remained in his expression, even if his tone was deceptively soft.
Let's put it this way. 1 hour of good work and I'll change your life forever. All the men that came before me, and all those that might come after, get measured against one thing only, me. And I'll damn well raise that bar sky high. And if you want to keep laughing at me, be my guest. I know that's pure ego. But yes, that does it for me. Knowing that you will always compare and you will always remember. Not that easy to leave that kind of lasting impression on someone.
The thing was, I believed him. If not the boasting, then the part about his motives. Problem was, my mind wasn't exactly full of easy-to-forget impressions. That's a tall order, I said, hating how raspy my voice got. At the same time, I was oh so tempted. Jared grunted dismissively.
I keep saying this, but it's still true. You should rethink your dating strategy and the kind of sorry excuse for the type of men you choose.
Who said anything about me choosing? Definitely the drugs talking now, because sober I would never have admitted that. I could tell from the flicker in his eyes that he understood what I'd said loud and clear. I didn't exactly expect him to run now, but at least some kind of weirded-out reaction usually happened at this point. Only that I hadn't counted on him not playing anything by the book of my expectations, low or otherwise. An almost cocky grin replaced the brooding intensity of before.
Just say yes,
he said. No, almost begged, although begging was something I was sure was absolutely alien to him.
Give me a chance to rock your world.
Leaning back against the wall, way more relaxed now, and yes, that was totally due to the drugs, I allowed myself a lazy smile. Will that make you shut up?
I can't exactly talk with my tongue up your—
Yes. I was surprised how fast he literally dropped to his knees in front of me. And apparently we weren't going to bother with the bed. Fine with me. Corners in confined spaces had one upside: plenty of room to brace. The drugs were really kicking in now, turning most of my muscles to goo, while the back of my mind exploded into fluffy clouds and rainbow-shitting unicorns chasing each other. And damn him actually being true to his boasting. Although I was a little disappointed when, a good 15 minutes in, he did let up, but only to pick me up and unceremoniously dump me on the bed, because I was having serious issues keeping myself upright. And no, not because of the drugs. He went right back to work, although I somehow lost the rest of my clothes in the process. No worries there. Didn't need them right now. Or ever extrapolating from— Well, that was unexpected. Twice. To the point where I finally took pity on him and prodded his shoulder with the toes of my weightless left leg, urging him to come up to where we were face to face again. Somehow he lost his clothes as well. Although not all, because he was grabbing his pants now, rummaging around for— You won't need that, I more heard myself murmur rather than drawl as I'd wanted to. And I'm clean, despite what you keep throwing in my face when you're being funny. So unless you're afraid you're a walking STI PSA on 2 legs, you won't need that. Jared came up from his rummaging, a slightly pensive look on his face.
And here I'd thought that you, of all people, would want to make triple sure not to end up knocked up.
I gave him a mirthless smile. Not fun to chase away the rainbows and let a thundercloud intrude, if only for a moment. I quickly pushed it away, reaching for him. He followed easily enough, climbing onto the bed and all over me. Nothing to worry about, I promised. I got that covered. On the one hand, I was disappointed he simply bought that without questioning. On the other, I was very much invested in not talking, but instead moving things along. It was for the better anyway. He held back for a second.
But maybe you'll want this.
He produced a small plastic sachet with a single pill in it.
Half of it,
he elaborated.
Because we both saw what a full dose did to you.
I pursed my lips, unconsciously licking them. I tried to hold Jared's gaze, but couldn't look away from that pill. What exactly is that shit? I've done pretty much everything on the market, but that's hard to pin down. Finally, I managed to tear my eyes away from it. Also because he'd started doing other distracting things in the meantime, like lean in and kiss and lick along the dark red and blue streak the seatbelt had left across my lower abdomen, right below my navel, and then up to where it was almost dark purple below my shoulder. He stopped just after reaching my chin, staring straight into my eyes from up close.
If I tell you, think you can produce more of it?
I gave that some thought. Okay, very little, a millisecond max. If you have the exact formula, sure. Probably even if you just tell me what it's similar to or what ingredients it's made of. I couldn't keep my own cocky grin down. I'm the real deal. Give me a sheet of paper and half an hour to figure it out, and I'll tell you my shopping list. His lips curved into a near beatific smile.
Would you want to?
That was the loaded question, wasn't it? Want? Hell yes. But we both know that the goody two-shoes at the Enclave will never let me. And after seeing that nightmare of a massive undead in Asheville, I very much want to hole up with them in their mountain fortress. Don't you? Jared considered. And kept considering, which already gave me my answer. That would have annoyed me if he hadn't already been reaching for his knife to split the pill in half.
You can have this. Under one condition,
he said. Name it. That was better than saying everything you want outright. The intensity in his gaze increased.
Callie's not the name that's printed on your birth certificate. Tell me what it's short for, and the pill's yours.
I felt a smile curve up my lips. I hadn't expected that he'd let me get away so easily with a lie. Callisto, I said, after just enough pause to see annoyance spark in his eyes, because two could play this game, and because I was feeling generous. And that's not the name on my birth certificate. It shouldn't have felt this good to see him realize that he'd played his cards wrong. There was no regret in his intense stare, though. Just a lot of promise that we weren't done yet, not by a long shot. I half expected him to try to go back on his promise, but instead he split the pill in two, picking up his half before I could get any crazy ideas. I licked mine right off the blade's edge, careful not to nick my tongue on it. The transfixed look on his face was definitely worth the risk. After that, we were done talking, and I didn't give a shit that he'd never given me his answer. Eventually, we grew hungry and devoured the food. Then we took a nap, although not a long one, since the drugs were still riding me hard and I had way better things to do than sleep. We got hungry again, and Jared ventured over to the larger cabins to forage, returning with a bunch of canned meat, more bread, and a half-full bottle of booze. Common sense dictated one should not mix their intoxicants. Since common sense could go fuck herself, I pretty much chugged the contents of that bottle, along with inhaling all the food I could get my hands on. Then we got busy again. The midday heat knocked us out for a while, but not even that was enough to keep my insatiable hunger down. And if I had bothered holding on to lucid thoughts, I would have deliberately said, fuck it. What we'd pulled off was nothing short of marvelous. The least I deserved was to have some fun. And it wasn't like I didn't find my match for everything in Jared. When we got hungry again, and I had come down from my high enough that I trusted myself not to stab someone for simply looking at me weirdly. We got dressed and together went over to join the others by the lake. There was a lot of booze making the rounds, and someone had thrown caution to the wind and was grilling meat over a makeshift grill at the fire pit. I ate a lot and drank a lot, and then I dragged Jared back to the cabin to burn some of the calories that we'd just inhaled. Somewhere between all that, someone told me they'd contacted our people and we would be meeting up with Osprey and his group tomorrow just after 10 in the morning, roughly 30 miles from here. All I cared about was that it gave me another 16 hours to sober up, and I didn't intend to sleep away much of that time. Eventually we did crash, but that was okay. Smoking 3 of Jared's special cigarettes come morning, and I was mostly feeling okay. That and strong black coffee, and I felt ready for business. Regretful that it was over, but ready. Jared watched me as I got up and started hunting down my clothes, finding them in the weirdest of places all over the cabin.
"You're awfully quiet this morning,"
he noted, sounding a little stoned himself. No wonder. For every 1 cancer stick I'd smoked, he'd done 2. Not quiet, just thinking.
"That much on your mind?"
I didn't reply. Instead, pulled on my bra.
"Like regret?"
That was the one thing that could have made me pause. I still finished pulling my underwear on before I turned to face him. No regrets. Not about anything we did. A ghost of a smile crossed his face.
"Then what else do you regret?"
Talking too much, but I wasn't going to tell him that. I'd already given him way too much ammo. No need to let him know those were platinum-plated bullets. I considered lying, or making up something close enough to the truth to make it believable, but realized that I didn't want to. As contradictory as it felt, I didn't want to lie to him. That was a first in a long, long time. It's not regret so much as preemptive disappointment, that I'm not free to do whatever I want, that I need to uphold the rules, and I fucking hate how much they chafe, and that as soon as we leave here, you'll morph back into an absolutely insufferable asshole. None of that got anywhere near to leaving a chink in his armor. Not that I'd expected otherwise.
"I can tell when you curse me out in your head, you know,"
he stated, highly amused when I grimaced.
"You always get that special look on your face. Exactly like that. You narrow your eyes and scrunch up your nose."
I turned away and picked up my shirt, briefly sniffing on it to make sure it was a fresh one. Who knew how many days I would be wearing it before I got a chance to clean up or change? Just because we were planning to be back in the Enclave just after midday didn't make it so. "Any chance you'll scale back how annoying you are?" I huffed. "You know, now that you've gotten what you aimed for." I hated how much I liked watching his mouth twist into that smirk of his.
"I've only just gotten started,"
he said, no promised, and pushed off the bed to get his own clothes. I wasn't even mad, mostly just curious. What we'd done had been fun, but in no way warranted a cryptic statement like that. Are we keeping this a secret? Not that I'm ashamed of anything, but his bright grin stopped me in my tracks. For a second, I thought he would even lean in and kiss me, but it remained at that.
"I'm well aware of how the hypocrites act that you pretend are your friends. No worries. Your secrets are safe with me."
Fuck. I hated how loaded that statement was, and the way he kept looking at me left nothing to the imagination about what exactly he was referring to. Damn drugs. But there was nothing I could do to change that now. I left it at a clipped good. What else was there to say?
"Good,"
Jared agreed. And that was that. I sure as fuck regretted walking out of the cabin in the early light of morning, forcing my mind to switch back into good Callie mode. Because she was all there was. Nothing else existed. Fucking hell. Chapter 18. I had no illusions that anyone was oblivious to what Jared and I had gotten up to, and probably aware of many more details than I would ever be comfortable with. But one thing the hangover I was rocking had going for itself, I really didn't give a shit. Since nobody bothered with talking shit where I could hear it, I was happy to pretend it didn't happen. Mike and his people expressed their token disappointment at seeing us go, but nobody put an actual effort into convincing us to stay. I could see why they wouldn't with Seneca's shithead group. Apparently, after we'd left the camp for Asheville, Blondie had continued to become everyone's least favorite asshole to keep around. Plato's guys were eager to return to the Enclave, probably thinking along the same lines as me. Mines were damn easy to board up and wait out the undead masses to pass by. Since that was what the Enclave had been doing for over 2 weeks now, and successfully, the promise of a nice compound and some outlying camps wasn't that interesting. Even so, breakfast wasn't a somber affair. Lots of raucous laughter and jokes were traded, as were promises for mutually assured assistance should we make it through the coming weeks. While we'd been resting and recuperating, Mike had sent word, and likely part of their share of the loot, to their central compound. Their leaders were apparently very pleased and quite happy to declare us their new best friends. I wasn't heartbroken when Axel and Jared switched vehicles, meaning I would be riding back to the meeting point with Axel. Jared and I hadn't traded a single insult since leaving the cabin, but also very few words. I didn't trust our newfound truce at all. He was probably as hungover as me, which was likely the reason for his uncustomarily easygoing ways this morning. He'd pretty much told me point blank that us screwing each other didn't make a difference, and in that I trusted him 100%. Now I just had to somehow manage to keep what we had going on separate from my time spent with my friends, and all would be well. Since I doubted my expulsion from the Central Enclave would be lifted anytime soon, that was likely not a problem at all. Maybe we should cut back on the drugs and booze a little, but I doubted Marion would bat an eyelash if Jared and I just so happened to disappear for a while at suspiciously synchronized times. As long as none of his previous or future conquests decided to come for me with a knife, I saw no problems with that solution. I was sure that reality would find a way to bitch-slap me out of my momentary complacency, but in theory, all I had to worry about were the undead masses that might or might not come pouring all over our home anytime soon. Our 3 cars made up the rear guard of our convoy, slowly trundling its way through the forested hills, deciding to take the same way back as we had come, since that had been mostly free of obstacles. We would be meeting up with Osprey in half an hour, provided we didn't miss their camp. Since they didn't take a radio, we couldn't reach them and let me know we didn't exactly need them. They had nothing else to do, so they weren't strictly missing. Until the plains opened up again, looting was going to get complicated, but that might make for easy guard schedules. Not the worst that could happen in the late June heat that mercilessly beat down on us all. I'd fully expected Axel to say at least something about my bender with Jared, but all that came from him was some light joking about the driving skills of the cars ahead of us, and an absent-minded remark that my bruises were by far not as bad as they'd seemed in the first light of day when we'd gotten to the lake camp. I had to agree with him on that. All day yesterday, I'd figured Jared was playing nice by not saying anything, very likely not to put a sudden and dissatisfying ending to our bender. But when I checked my face in the car this morning, it really wasn't that bad. I looked mostly tired and worn out, not like a failed panda impersonator. Most of the redness and swelling gone. The bruises from the seatbelt still bothered me, but even those were already fading, like a bad nightmare. The late morning heat was lulling me into a stupor that was hard to shake. I'd hardly gotten any sleep, and it seemed my mind was hell-bent on correcting that as soon as possible now that the chemicals that had interfered with true rest were fully metabolized. Intellectually, I was very much aware that we were still deep in zombie country, but with so many people and so many vehicles ahead of us, It was next to impossible that I'd be the first to notice anything anyway. Might as well get some rest when I could. I needn't have worried. We found Osprey and the others without issues, which wasn't hard since they were actually already parked at the side of the road that we were driving along. I felt like laughing at myself when I realized how reluctant I was to get out of the car. For whatever reason, it felt like switching sides, and I was no longer quite as happy to find myself in that position as I'd been before. That feeling got a little better when I caught Kaz and Dharma, both wincing as they caught a first look at my face, but it never fully receded. I wasn't the only one to get out of a vehicle. In fact, most of the others took the chance to take a leak or get some snacks, mostly beer. I had no idea where that supply had come from, but considering how many breweries there were in and around Asheville, maybe someone had raided a delivery truck that had never made it to its final destination. This once, I abstained, including from the cigarettes that Blake offered me in passing. I'd had my fair share of everything I could possibly want over the course of the past 30 hours. I was good, for now. Osprey eyed the column of vehicles parallel parked to his two critically.
I thought you said you were trying to get to the city. Doesn't much look like it, he griped.
I pointedly glanced back to the very end of the column, where Blake and previously Axel's cars were standing, both looking as banged up as me. That's why we hoofed it, I snarked. Only used the cars to get back to camp, which you'd know by now if you'd brought a radio. Osprey gave me a weird look while blindly reaching through the window of his car, pulling out a clunky handheld black box.
You mean like that radio?
I couldn't help but frown. Mike said... I trailed off. Do we still have that previous radio silence protocol going? I'd missed quite a lot when I'd been lying around in my cell. That much I had learned in the meantime. Didn't anyone from the Enclave call you? A few of the guys around us perked up, but nobody looked concerned. Dharma shook her head.
We only had our usual back and forth with Seneca.
She gave me a tight, mirthless grin.
Probably just his way of making us feel even more obsolete. We've done nothing but sit around and twiddle our thumbs the entire time. They didn't even let us patrol between our outposts and the forward camp to make sure the roads remain open for you. This is so much bullshit.
She was probably right. And yet, I didn't like the uneasy feeling slowly spreading across my upper back. Like a million eyes watching me, gauging how unprepared I felt. I was so tempted to get my weapons from Axel's passenger seat right now, but forced the urge down. The last thing I needed was to trash their newfound sympathy for me by playing Guns R Us poster girl right now.
So did you find something?
Osprey asked, his tone slightly sharp with exasperation. Before I could reply, Jared came waltzing into our conversation.
Did we ever?
For a moment, I was afraid he'd throw an arm over my shoulder and pull me against his side, or worse yet, slap my ass. But he remained far away from where I was standing, without actually looking like he was avoiding me. 2 cars full to the brim with weapons, ammo, and food, I explained. Probably more than we would have been able to pick up from the city if we'd ever actually made it close. We didn't. The entire city is overrun with undead. Hundreds of thousands of them, if not more. They must have migrated along the interstate or something like that. I paused, then added, and they do mostly hunt by light. Surprising them by night was the only way we managed to make it back across the interstate. By day, we would have been dead before we'd ever gotten close to the highway. Like Zeke and Noah. Which reminded me. I turned to Dharma, wondering if I should do this privately, but then decided there was no sense to it since her private issues were already common knowledge. I'm sorry to tell you that Zeke and Noah likely got killed when they tried to cross the interstate in the morning using cars. We narrowly got through on foot. She froze for a second, then blinked a few times, as if trying to battle irritation.
It's not like I wished the worst on them, but I can't say anything but good riddance.
That was colder than I'd expected her to be. Wasn't Zeke your ex or something? Dharma stared at me as if I'd gone insane. Then she suddenly started to laugh, going as far as to throw her head back. I traded glances with Osprey and Kaz. They were equally dumbfounded.
This is rich, she brayed. Oh my god, you're serious? Zeke? Ew.
Several of Seneca and Plato's men looked over to us at her outburst, but nursing their beers was still more interesting, it seemed. Mike, then, huh? I hazarded a guess. Dharma finally calmed down, her mirth now taking on a sharper note.
Are you done insulting me?
Now I was really getting confused. I thought your issues were because, well,
I fucked the wrong guy,
she offered, her tone sickly sweet. Well, yes. Her smile turned into a smirk.
No, not quite.
I couldn't tell whether her audience was making her uncomfortable. Jared, Blake, and Axel were all shamelessly eavesdropping, although I had a feeling that was only due to this being the prime and only entertainment on hand right now. Dharma pointedly glared at them, but when nobody made a move to leave, she shrugged.
Very well, then. No, I banged Zeke's mom. After she got divorced from Mike something like 10 years ago. I don't think Mike was happy about that, or the fact that she got better game than him, his son, and his son's shithead friend combined. But only Zeke and Noah made a huge deal out of it. Too bad all of that blew up exactly the day when the evacuation orders went up in Asheville. Best part was, Anna and I had already broken up, and I was just waiting for a friend of mine to come by and pick me up. So when the sirens started to wail and talk about seeking shelter turned to talk about running for the hills, I decided it was in my best interest to, well, leave and never go back. I ran into some of those shitheads once, a week later, and they made it plain that I wouldn't find shelter, food, or safety anywhere even close to them. So I said, fuck it, where's the next best bunch of assholes that are not out to rape and kill me out of sheer spite? And look who I found.
It was obvious that Osprey had previously heard that story. Corey and Liam, while looking surprised about some of the juicy details, also didn't bat an eyelash. I didn't need to check with him to know that Blake was sporting a stupid grin, likely not having heard a single word past banging his mom. Jared looked amused, but more in a benevolently bored, children way. Axel, of course, kept his thoughts to himself, only portraying polite understanding. Well, they really were shitheads, I offered up when nothing else made sense. Nobody spoke up in protest. I was sure that Jared's arguments for reaching the very same conclusion had more to do with them driving cars into masses of the undead by daylight, but now was not the time to pick apart any of that. Let the peace continue for another hour. I knew I'd jinxed that when I saw Blondie come sauntering over to us, one of his guys in tow.
No problem if you want to keep your chit-chat going on forever, but some of us really want to get back, to do our duty, you know.
Jared's stare should have made him wither and die on the spot.
Because you did anything useful since we set out. Oh, right. You almost got yourself stabbed by a girl.
Osprey and Dharma immediately looked to me, concern plain on their faces. With Dharma for me, with Osprey, it was debatable. I rolled my eyes as I crossed my arms over my chest, careful not to agitate my bruises. Long story.
Incredibly short story,
Jared interjected, correcting me.
He tried to ambush her when she had to take a leak at night. She almost stabbed him when she put him in his place. The whole camp laughed their asses off. End of story.
He turned to me, his grin as annoying and suggestive as usual.
See? Not that hard to recount simple facts.
I shot him what I hoped was a warning glare before turning back to my friends. It really was nothing, just a simple misunderstanding. Blondie looked ready to start a fight, but thought better of it when he noticed just how close Blake happened to be standing to him.
Whatever.
He spat on the ground.
Job's not done until we hand off the weapons and loot we found. That we found and brought back, Jared pointed out. but you're happy to unload and put them away if you want to do anything useful at all."
When Blondie kept staring balefully at him, Jared went as far as to make a shooing motion.
"Scoot, what are you waiting for? We'll catch up to you before you get home. Promise."
That earned him the kind of glare I usually received, but after only a moment's hesitation, Blondie and the mute guy by his side turned back to their cars. Surprisingly quickly, the other men milling around got ready to move, leaving the militia guys watching them in wonderment.
"Anything we missed?"
one of them asked Jared as he came over, offering quick nods to me and Osprey. Did it feel weird to get singled out like that? Yes, but I felt I'd earned it.
"Just assholes being assholes," Axel told him. "Isn't that our job usually?"
the guy joked, winking at me. I grinned back, patting the knife strapped to my thigh. He barked out a quick laugh before he sauntered back to the others, who were starting to pack up as well. Not a bad idea in general, I had to admit, although I wasn't sorry to see Blondie and his lapdogs leave.
"That does sound more like a not-so-short story,"
Dharma muttered, giving me a look that promised medium-level torture if I didn't spill the beans once we were back home. I mouthed a "told you" in her direction when I was sure Jared couldn't see it. No reason to outright antagonize him. There were still plenty of cars and people left. Actually, more than had broken away. They were the ones that risked getting swarmed by the undead, not the rest of us. Plus, we still had most of the loot, with only 2 crates of weapons and ammo having gotten distributed before. Really, how fucking small could one guy's ego be that he risked his life unnecessarily? I was still grumbling to myself, thankfully mostly in my head, as I turned to follow Osprey back to his car to assume my rightful place, that now felt anything but when I caught a whiff of something in the air. It wasn't decay, or else I would have called it to everyone's attention immediately. No, it was something different. Something familiar and not quite alarming, but also out of place enough that I had noticed. It was weapon oil, I realized as I reached for the handle of the car door, momentarily pausing. Osprey caught my hesitation, mirroring my position on the other side of the vehicle.
"Anything wrong?"
I shook my head, still slightly irritated. "Did you get bored and make the others field strip your weapons? Because it smells like gun oil around here." Osprey shook his head, giving me a look like I'd gone insane. I had to admit I'd never seen him do anything like that. I also vaguely remembered that when we'd left, we'd pretty much raided what was left of the Enclave's armory. It was probably nothing, I decided. Or one of the many interesting compounds I'd recently ingested was fucking with my olfactory system. Wouldn't have been the first time. From one moment to the next, the clearing next to the road and both slopes were crawling with people. Mostly men in military camouflage, heavily armed, and pointing their arsenal of rifles at us. I honestly thought I was hallucinating, even when one of them called out in a booming voice,
"Stand down or we will shoot! On your knees, hands behind your heads!"
Osprey froze, his eyes going wide. So I probably wasn't hallucinating. Fuck. This could, of course, have been a random thing, whatever this was, but I had a sinking feeling that just maybe the guys whose weapons cache we had raided had found us. Just a guess.
"Hey, easy there," Jared called back, both hands raised but still standing tall. "I'm sure we can come to a compromise." "Did I fucking stutter?"
the man in charge screamed.
"On your knees, now!"
In an almost comical show of violence, one of the soldiers close behind Jared jammed the stock of his carbine into his back, close to his kidneys, while 2 others held the muzzles of their rifles trained right at his face. Jared didn't so much as wince as he complied, somehow still pulling off the move as if he was doing them a favor, not acting literally at gunpoint. The rest of us complied, if with varying degrees of speed and alacrity. Liam stumbled as his knee caught on something. Immediately, one of the soldiers kicked his shoulder hard, sending him sprawling on the ground. The asshole wasted not a second to put his boot right at the back of his neck, clearly putting pressure on it. What the fuck was going on? Around the front of Osprey's car, I saw one of the militia guys pretend to take a knee, but then bolt up and take off toward the trees. 3 shots rang out in quick succession, 2 of the bullets hitting him, one in the upper back, one right in the back of his skull, making his face explode in a fucking mess as his lifeless body hit the ground. Those hadn't been warning shots gone awry, or the kind you'd use to possibly incapacitate someone. Those had been intentional kill shots, particularly at this distance. That told me 2 things. These assholes meant business, and they were a well-trained unit. Probably had seen combat even before the world went to shit. Oh, and they were even more massive assholes for making that kind of noise. Those shots were loud enough to draw the attention of the undead several valleys over in all directions. The fact that none of the soldiers looked even slightly concerned was giving me really bad vibes.
Anyone else want to pay the stupid tax? No? Then cooperate, and maybe you'll get a chance to live,
the commander bellowed. This time the volume of his shouts was warranted. I hardly understood him over the ringing in my ears. Everything inside of me was screaming to run and maybe put up a fight, but I forced my muscles to lock down as someone grabbed my arms and snapped plastic cable ties shut around my wrists. I got a kick against my thigh when I didn't move quickly enough as they pulled me up by one aching arm, pushing me toward the free space of the road in front of where our cars were. That was when I heard it, the rumble of 2 large troop transporters coming from ahead of us, from the direction Blondie and the other assholes had left in. Call me jaded, but I had a feeling they hadn't simply been puzzled when 2 trucks in camouflage colors came racing past them in the other direction. By the time they stopped, the soldiers had rounded us up, ignoring the corpse lying at the side of the road. A man hopped down from the passenger side of one of the transporters, walking over to where they had gathered us, once more and quite rudely forced onto our knees. Unlike the others, he wasn't in full battle rattle, just your average fatigues with a sidearm, no rifle. He scanned the entire lot of us quickly, as if looking for someone. That couldn't be good. I hated how quickly my paranoia got reinforced when in no time he singled me out and pointed at me.
"That's the one,"
he said.
"And him, and him."
It kind of made sense that they pulled Osprey to his feet, maybe even with Jared, although on a much lower scale. But Kaz? My terrified mind was way too occupied with screaming all over the place and keeping my vocal cords from actually following along with that to make much sense of anything. But as they marched the 4 of us to the closer transport, something else suddenly occurred to me. If they were snatching us up, what would happen to all the others?
"Get ready!"
the commander shouted, pouring gasoline into the flames of my panic. Fuck no! This couldn't be happening! 2 soldiers from inside the back of the transport reached down and grabbed my useless arms, lifting me into the back of the truck while the 2 from below pushed upward. Twisting around, I tried to catch a glimpse of what was going on, although I really didn't want to see. What I did see looked less like a mass execution and more like an orderly retreat. A handful of men remaining behind to guard the other prisoners, while the rest either boarded the transports or got behind the wheels of our cars. Only the 2 stuffed to the brim with cargo. The others they ignored. I caught Dharma's gaze where she was watching on in horror, torn between naked fear for her very life, confusion, and the beginning protest regarding us. Then I was rudely pushed onto a hard metal bench, and someone wrenched a black hood over my face, casting my world into darkness. More and more bodies pushed past me, a couple hitting my knees or head, making me cower deeper into my seat. Strong fingers kept digging into both my upper arms, keeping me secured, my bound wrists useless in my lap.
"Hey, wait!"
I heard Dharma shout several seconds later.
"Where are you—"
Her voice cut off suddenly. I thought I heard the dull thump of something hitting the ground. Thankfully, no shots were fired. Then the revving of the engine of the transporter drowned out all other sounds. A moment later, we were moving. Vertigo hitting me weirdly because I was sitting sideways. It was fucking dark and disorienting under that hood, and none of this did wonders for my hangover. I had a sinking feeling I would soon find out what this was all about, and I really didn't want to. Chapter 19. The drive didn't take long, although it was impossible to gauge the time as it was. Long enough that the worst of my immediate fright had started to taper off and to be replaced by panic born of all kinds of scenarios banging around my head. I kept straining my ears, trying to catch a few words here and there, but the soldiers were unnaturally disciplined and kept their chatting to a minimum. The painful ringing in my ears also didn't help. I tried to tell myself to take faith in the fact that nobody had hurt or threatened me yet, but that was a short-lived excuse. They'd killed one of the militia guys with absolutely no cause or reason, particularly if what I hoped was true and they had simply let the others go. Sure, they were now stranded in the woods, tied up, and possibly with no transportation and likely no weapons, but even so, they could walk back to Mike's camp in under an hour, or be at the Enclave before the end of the day. If the soldiers had really only taken the 2 cargo-loaded cars, none of that was even an issue. And just maybe, Blondie and his idiots would wise up and come back for them, if they still intended to head to the Enclave and not tag along with our kidnappers, which made a lot more sense, I figured, if they'd sold us out. If anyone survived this, they were toast if they ever got even close to the Enclave again. Dharma would make sure of that. Unless, of course, it hadn't been them who had sold us out, but Mike and his people instead. But that made no sense at all. They'd had plenty of opportunity to come collect us when we'd been sleeping and celebrating by the lake. Some tranquilizers with the scrambled eggs, and none of us would have been able to so much as move a muscle in protest. My theory that Blondie had been to blame for this was wearing thin the more I mulled it over. Sure, me he couldn't stand, but as far as I knew, he got along well with most of the other guards. Our people also already knew about the weapons we'd found, and who had found them, so it wasn't a win he could claim for himself. Plus, they'd left most of the loot behind, nixing that idea. But if they weren't to blame, then who was? The transport came to a halt, then started rolling forward again, only to stop a couple of seconds later. Twice more, we went through the same sequence, spaced a few minutes apart. Checkpoints as we got into their base, maybe? But I heard no voices shout outside, or anything else for that matter. Then the sound of the engine did change, gaining a weird echo. The stifling temperature dropped. We'd driven into something. A garage, or maybe some underground tunnel. A few voices shouted low commands, but nothing I could make sense of. Everyone around me got up, which meant I was rudely pulled to my feet before I could so much as try to comply out of my own free will. It took a while until I was pushed into motion, this time being allowed to walk down some kind of metal ramp instead of being literally manhandled. I had to pause, then was marched down some kind of corridor, the scuffling sounds of several pairs of boots letting me know I was still part of a larger crowd. There were no turns, no stairs, just straight ahead. Then the hands on my arms finally disappeared. I had a second to instinctively brace myself before a shove between my shoulder blades sent me stumbling forward blindly. My right foot caught on something and I pitched forward, trying but failing to brace my fall with my still-bound hands. I fell on unfinished concrete, cold, rough, and unforgiving. The obstacle groaned, making me recognize Kaz somewhere off to my left. 2 sets of feet stumbled in after me. Then a heavy door fell shut behind us, the sound of the bolt on the outside engaging, loud and final. "Kaz, you okay?" I whispered, hoping that I hadn't misheard.
"Callie? That you who kicked me in the shin?"
"Yeah, sorry about that." Twisting around, I managed to sit up. A little fumbling, and I got the hood off, industrial strength illumination making my eyes tear up immediately. Through the waterfalls, I made out Kaz, still struggling to roll over on the floor beside me, while Osprey and Jared were lurking by the door, both with their hoods already discarded as well. A brief check revealed that all of us had been stripped of our weapons and jackets, leaving us pretty much helpless. Once he could focus well enough, Jared sent me a scathing look.
What the fuck have you gotten us into now, Asthma Girl?
Normally, I would have shot back something scathing, riding high on my own righteous supply. But now, words failed me. Not actively, I think, I muttered when nothing else would come. Jared looked ready to kick me for that, but then thought better of it, instead getting busy looking around the room. There was literally nothing in there except for us, the door, and the lights overhead, safe and secure behind a heavy steel grid. The room was approximately 6 by 10 feet, large enough that we could all sit or lie down, but not enough room to pace. Osprey sent me a single questioning look before he joined Jared in his useless perusal. Since they were both being stupid, I shimmied over to Kaz to help him up into a sitting position and pulled off his hood. He looked scared as hell, but otherwise unscathed.
Okay, who's got the hidden tools to get rid of these?
Jared asked, without a doubt referring to the zip ties, and likely me with the question in general. My knife was gone, of course, as was the much smaller pocket knife I'd kept in my left front pocket. I didn't even have a hair clip on me, not that it would have helped with those, or the door from what it looked like. Finally giving up, Jared leaned against the wall opposite the door where he could keep us all in his sight and the entrance as well.
Nobody? Typical. I swear, if you end up getting me killed in this, I'll find a way to come back and strangle you. It won't be quick, and it won't be pretty.
Glancing up at him, I gave Jared the most neutral stare I could manage. Bite me, asshole. None of this is my fault.
They knew exactly who they were looking for, which is you,
he accused. Well, you're the one who keeps calling me Typhoid Mary all day long where every fucking idiot in 3 states over can hear. Ever considered that might come back to bite you in the ass? We kept staring at each other, both refusing to look away first.
Kids, please, Osprey muttered. Keep it in your pants.
Jared's head jerked to the side, staring at Osprey for a second, then glancing down at Kaz before his attention cut back to me.
They can't be that fucking stupid,
he grumbled under his breath. I didn't ask what his epiphany had been, because I'd had the same exact one myself. They'd picked me, and the 3 men most likely to have shared bodily fluids with me. I'd even go out on a limb and say saliva specifically. Only that their intel had been bad enough to hit 1 complete dud and 1 obvious fail. That for sure meant it couldn't have been one of the militia people who had ratted us out, or most of the guards at the Enclave. Nobody who'd ever watched Kaz and me interact could have been stupid enough to think that we had anything physical going on. I was pretty sure that Marion still snickered into her high-proof coffee every morning, thinking back to my embarrassed whining after Osprey's rejection. And Mike's people could have pointed out Jared with 0 chance of a miss. Fuck. That also took Blondie off my list of suspects, because I was pretty sure if it had been him, he'd have made sure that Blake and Axel took the fall as well. What remained was pretty much an empty slate of suspects. That, and of course the utter dread-filled confusion of what the fuck was going on, and liking not a single one of the implications. Jared held my gaze for another second before he turned to stare at the ceiling, cursing under his breath.
What am I missing?
Kaz asked, his voice pressed with tension.
Do you know what's going on? Who are these people? What do they want with us?
All I had for him was a frustrated shrug. No fucking clue. Jared let out a mocking chuckle.
Oh, clues there are aplenty.
I stared at him. Guess at something? Sure, but I know shit, and neither do you. That's why you're coming after me now. You're such a useless piece of shit sometimes.
He snorted. Not what you said last night.
I was pretty sure I was making exactly the face he'd mentioned earlier, when I called him an asshole inside. It sure fit right now.
Wait.
Kaz looked from me to Jared.
You two are banging?
Since when? His surprise was a little insulting. The face Osprey was making was downright hilarious, like he was about to exclaim something along the lines of, "Woman, have you no self-respect?" And right now the answer would have been no. Not that it mattered. None of anyone's fucking business, I let them all know, including the asshole standing opposite the door. Osprey narrowed his eyes at me.
It is if it drags all of us into the gutter with you.
Ouch. That one stung. Not that I cared about his opinion, much. And right then, I didn't need to hear Jared's favorite sneer about why I gave a shit about anyone's opinion. I was tempted to agree with him. "Do you realize how insane you sound?" I asked Osprey. "Who cares what I do in my free time? And you're the last man on Earth who has a right to be jealous. Just saying." Kaz continued to look confused, although I wasn't entirely buying it. He wasn't that clueless, and I doubted I'd ever been subtle about my preferences either way. Osprey seemed too angry to care much about my accusations.
What other explanation do you have? But you're right. Who or what you fuck is none of my business. I've been very open about expressing that to you. And yet, here I am, and you've dragged Kaz into this as well.
I shook my head, laughing under my breath. "You're all such fucking hypocrites. We don't know shit. This could just be coincidence." The bolt disengaging seconds before the door swung outward put a sudden stop to our conversation. 4 heavily armed guards walked in, instinctively making Kaz and me scramble to our feet and all of us retreat as far into our cell as possible. It could have been entirely in my imagination, but the soldiers regarded us like I'd look at a cockroach, something best stepped on, only that I didn't want to have to scrape it off my shoe later. The man from before followed them, the one who had selected us. He very much strolled in as if he owned the place, which might very well have been true for all I knew. If he felt stupid about the human wall of gear and weapons that separated us, he didn't show it. The bright lights made his graying hair look almost white, his tan skin in stark contrast. The same no-nonsense air was still emanating from him as before. At least he looked at us rather than the clipboard in his hand, but there was no more humanity in that gaze than any of his men showed.
Under different circumstances, I would say that introductions are in order, but I have neither the time nor patience for such niceties. This is all going to go down more smoothly if you accept that, to us, your item's on a checklist. Nothing more, nothing less. Names are irrelevant, but for the record, my name is Dr. Eric Swanson. I'm a major with USAMRID. I would like to point out that any and all rooms you will occupy are under surveillance 24/7. Someone else might be amused by having to watch and listen to you fling suspicions left and right, but I am not. You are here because one of you, of course he had to single me out, has consistently shown aberrant test results that might be of interest to us. And yes, the others are here because if there is any chance that what she has is communicable, you are the likely targets of that.
There was nothing about this statement that I didn't hate, but most of all, the clinical wryness of his tone stood out to me. Neither Kaz nor Osprey said anything. Not really a surprise. Also, not that Jared couldn't keep his trap shut, although he made sure not to move much with so many weapons right in front of his nose.
Before you go on with your without a doubt scintillating facts, can I just interject that I would like to stress that I'm happy to fully cooperate with whatever the fuck you assholes want from us, particularly if it's something as simple as a blood or saliva sample. Just leave enough of the vital juices inside of us so we can walk out of here on our own once you're done. I'm sure we can reach a compromise somehow.
Swanson stared him down with a kind of coldness that I envied, and, without missing a beat, ignored every single thing Jared had said.
As I said, time is of the essence. I'm already wasting too much of it as is. Do yourself a favor and don't get any stupid ideas about attacking me or one of my people. Any and all resistance will be put to a quick, painful end. I won't be answering any questions, and I also won't be asking many of you either. All we care about is the science and the data, and none of that involves playing 20 questions.
This was sounding worse and worse. It was probably useless, but I still had to ask the question most prominently burning on my mind. Where did you even get your data? That quack at the power plant? With the zombie rapist guards? He didn't bat an eyelash, which either meant he didn't care about the nonsense I was spouting, knew all too well that it wasn't nonsense, or was generally not going to give me anything to work with. Until he actually did. Good that it did any of us.
Most of our data was actually collected by my wife.
Your wife? This facility didn't exactly look like it had many female employees, let alone scientists. Unless, of course, she wasn't here. Fuck. He confirmed my guess a second later.
Dr. Kara Mason. I should maybe say ex-wife, since technically we are divorced, but nothing like a pandemic to bring like-minded people back together.
I must have done a good goldfish impersonation with how I stared at him, dumbfounded. I'd never really liked that woman, but this? Whatever the fuck this here was, it went well beyond anything I'd ever have imagined she could be involved with. I wasn't alone with that sentiment. Jared chuckled darkly.
Kara Mason? That confused, good-for-nothing bitch who got all high and mighty because someone as much as asked her if she could help treat the sick, including those dying of the damn zombie plague? It's a bacterial disease, not a plague,
the Major uttered derisively. I couldn't help but pipe up. Well, technically the plague is exactly that, since it's caused by Yersinia pestis. Just needs fleas as transmission vectors. There wasn't even a flicker of interest in Swanson's cold eyes. He didn't tell me that nobody liked a smart-ass, but him ignoring me did the trick. He was about to turn around, but Jared calling after him made him stop mid-motion.
How did you find us? Even if your wife somehow contacted you to let you know where we were, we ourselves didn't know hours before we got there.
A hint of a smile crossed Swanson's face. It was creepy as fuck.
You think you are so smart, Mr. Sullivan? Always a step ahead of the rest? You were very thorough destroying all the trackers we kept in the boxes containing the weapons of the cache that you stole, but you forgot to check the weapons themselves. Several had trackers inside blanks loaded with the other bullets in the magazines. You see, the only question about this is how you knew exactly where to find the trap we had laid, but you were indeed too stupid not to spring it. I would say better luck next time, but if it is true that you only had intercourse with Ms. Norton for the first time in the last 24 hours, any immunity you could have gotten from her won't have had time to amplify in your system, and you will be dead in an hour from now. Not much of a loss for the world, obviously.
He then turned to his men.
Bring them to Lab 3, and you're free to quell all resistance before it starts up, as you please. As long as they are alive for the tests, I don't care in what condition you get them there.
I had a hard time processing that last bit. Fear of sudden and inevitable death will do that to the best of us. Not that I'd been particularly calm before, but his little speech had made everything so much worse. Before any of us could say or do anything, more soldiers came piling into the room, making it absolutely crammed with people. I couldn't even tell who it was that grabbed me and started pulling me out of the room. I tried to wrench myself free, useless as that was, and immediately got a punch into my left kidney. Not fun. So not fun. At least they were swift in manhandling us, but then they didn't need to go far. I only got a quick glimpse of a long corridor. Then we were pushed through a door and down another hallway, this one short and tiled. Ahead, I saw a similar corridor across this one, but at the very next door, one of several, our journey ended in what looked and smelled more like a nurse's station in a prison than a lab. Prison because the 4 beds, for lack of a better description, all came with lots of restraints that we were immediately buckled into once the zip ties around our wrists were cut. I tried to remain calm, but the very idea of being strapped into one of those things blew a fuse somewhere in the back of my mind, not even the fear of repercussions helping to rein that in. Not that I actually got to put up much of a fight. 3 well-aimed punches in my gut, and I was reeling with too much pain to still be able to coordinate my efforts, swiftly finding myself on my back, held down by men who each were more than a match for me on their own. What little I was aware of happening around me let me know that both Jared and Osprey tried to do some damage, and only managed to get bloody and bruised for their efforts, yet buckled in the same as Kaz and me. Those were heavy, thick, padded restraints, not unlike what I imagined a psych ward would use, around wrists, ankles, upper torso, hips, and legs. Pretty much the only thing I could do was try to raise my head, but there wasn't anything to see except for a lit-up viewing window on one side of the room, the space behind it currently empty. Most of the soldiers marched out, except for 2 who took up position by the door. Before it could close, Swanson was back with a young female scientist in tow. Unlike his fatigues, she wore blue scrubs and a white coat, and was nervous enough that whatever she had on that tray she was carrying rattled around loudly. She set it on a workbench to the side and snapped on latex gloves, taking extra long like she was stalling.
"We don't have all day, Lieutenant Irons," Swanson barked. "Tonight at the latest, we will be swimming in new test subjects. We need to be done with this nuisance before then so we can prep."
He watched her fill a sample holder with empty vials.
"Really? Why are you so nervous, Felicity? You've done this plenty of times over the past 7 weeks, and you were one of my most promising students before that."
If anything, his praise seemed to make her flinch, probably because it sounded like he'd deliberately used and stressed his use of the past tense. "It's nothing, Professor. Major," she said, quickly correcting herself. "Getting started any moment now." Craning my neck to see what she was getting up to didn't yield anything, so I tried to check on my companions. Kaz looked scared out of his wits, but mostly okay. Osprey was still trying to fight the restraints. Jared was only now starting to move again, probably momentarily knocked out from his failed efforts of kicking the soldiers that had restrained him. From what I could see of him, partly hidden behind where Osprey was tied down between us. When I glanced at her again, the female scientist had armed herself with a plastic tourniquet, a syringe, a stack of wipes, and a bottle of rubbing alcohol she put on top of a small cart. She wheeled it over to Kaz's side, then stared at his left arm for several seconds straight before she fastened the tourniquet above his bicep. He didn't say anything, just tensed. Her fingers shook as she checked his vein, then swabbed it and got the syringe ready. She needed 3 tries to actually hit the vein, making Kaz wince. "Sorry," she muttered. "I'm not used to doing that with patients who are awake." Kaz looked ready to tell her it was okay, but shut himself up before he got that far. Felicity refused to look up at his face, but her eyes kept darting around while she waited for the vial to fill up. As soon as she had enough, she quickly pulled out the needle and held a fresh swab over the puncture mark to stop more blood from flowing.
"What is taking you so long?" Swanson bit out. "These are simple blood samples. Any newbie nurse could do a better job."
Felicity briefly looked up, the expression on her face unreadable. She bit her lip, but cast her eyes down once more, carefully labeling the vial before turning around to start the same with me. If her hand had been shaking before, it was perfectly quaking now. Part of me wanted to keep up my defiant silence, but it wasn't like I was doing anyone a favor with that, least of all myself. "You know, if you're fully aware that what you're doing is wrong, maybe you should consider not doing it," I told her, trying very hard to keep my voice calm and composed. What I really wanted to do was to scream at the top of my lungs, whether in fear or anger I hadn't quite decided. Her gaze flickered up to meet mine. She seemed perfectly conflicted, but the compassion and sympathy I had been looking for was utterly lacking from it. It was more like we were terribly inconveniencing her with our aliveness or awakeness or whatnot. I really didn't like where my mind went off to, wondering what her patience usually looked like. She didn't fumble inserting the needle with me, but she also didn't say a single word. When it was Osprey's turn, he went all civil rights on her, starting with struggling too much in his bonds to let her do anything, let alone get that needle into his vein.
"You have no damn right to do this to me or anyone else," he shouted.
Her patience wore thin after 10 seconds of this. She stepped back, nodding to the soldiers. "Keep him still." They did. After a couple punches, clamping a hand over his nose and mouth to cut off his air supply, while the other soldier physically restrained his arm with both hands, letting her do her thing. As soon as he could breathe again, Osprey opened his mouth to curse her out or possibly scream, which made her lean over him, cocking her head to the side as she stared straight into his eyes. "Oh, you think I'm uncomfortable because of what we are doing to you? You poor, misguided soul. I can deal with my patients being human or having a heartbeat, but not both at the same time. When our little experiment goes sideways, who do you think will cut you up from throat to navel to inspect every single organ, check every single one of your slowly congealing bodily fluids? I'll give you one clue. It's going to be me. And the hand holding the scalpel will be completely still." Gee, we really were making interesting acquaintances. Not. I was surprised when Jared didn't put up a fight as she moved to him last to fill her final vial. What he did say, as they both watched his blood drain into the plastic container, was,
"Love the vibe, not so much the entire BS around it. You sure you haven't missed your calling and want to do some bona fide field work out there?"
She waited until she was done before she caught his gaze, her expression calm. "You mean, with you standing over me with a sledgehammer so you can bash in my skull while I'm not looking? Hardly." Jared scoffed, awfully close to a bark of laughter.
"It was worth a try."
Why the fuck was there something awfully close to jealousy twisting around my heart? It was my job to make him utter quips like that. And why the fuck was the asshole trying to flirt with that bitch? I needed to get the fuck out of here, and miles away from all this insanity. Done, Felicity put the samples away on the tray, only to return with 4 more vials. She cast one look at us before she turned to the soldiers. "I need saliva swabs." Given a choice, I wouldn't have put up much of a fight, although I couldn't guarantee that I wouldn't have tried spitting on her. That was not an option, but at least they were quick, about one soldier holding the top of my skull while the other pried my jaw open so Felicity could do her thing. If the entire operation hadn't been keen on dehumanizing us, I would have laughed, but laughter wasn't really on my mind. I kind of expected things to proceed like this, but once she was done, Felicity grabbed all her samples and turned to Swanson, who was still stewing in the corner with his clipboard. "I think Group 25 would be appropriate. Specimen 82, if you don't mind. It's docile enough, and since we do expect at least one failure, that might make the cleanup easier." Swanson gave that some thought. I had absolutely no idea what they were talking about, and even less so how they could make sense of any kind of list with numbers like that.
"Good choice, I think. It's an immobile one, yes?"
"Yes. We've had some issues with spreading gangrene in the lower extremities and possible sepsis, but it is sufficiently contained." She paused. "You weren't intending to keep them for further use, right?" Swanson shook his head without missing a beat.
"Not necessarily, no. As I said earlier, we're awaiting the arrival of lots of fresh specimen. If we have the option of ridding the gene pool of a bunch of contrarian assholes, we should take it."
Felicity then bustled off, taking the samples with her. I had understood exactly zilch from their conversation, but the last part was ominous enough. Part of me felt like laughing hysterically. For a second, I even considered speaking up and telling the good major that he needn't bother killing me if that was his goal. Before I got to that, Felicity was back, accompanied by 3 other people, well, 2 soldiers, who were wheeling in a legless female zombie strapped to a sack truck in some Silence of the Lambs kind of setup, including what looked like a steel mask permanently fixed to the bottom half of her face. Until I saw that, A tiny part inside of me had still held on to hope that while creepy and uncomfortable, all they'd do to us was prod us, scare the living shit out of us, and then probably let us go after they'd made sure we couldn't be a nuisance to them going forward. But this changed things, particularly since there were several lines fixed to a port in the side of the zombie's neck, half filled with congealed blood. I hadn't really tried to test the strength of my bonds before. Kind of, but not with throwing my full strength into wrenching or twisting my way out of them, ignoring the aches and pains all that tension got flaring up all over my body. But I tested them now, and God help me, they didn't budge even a quarter of an inch. My own panicked panting was so loud in my ear that I missed some of the instructions that Felicity gave to the soldiers. The rest was drowned out by Osprey getting really vocal with his objections. Not that it did him any good. For reasons entirely unbeknownst to me, she'd also brought backup, with 6 more soldiers crowding into the room now to fill up the free floor space. Couldn't have been that they'd actively expected any resistance. From what little I could tell, and my field of vision got severely hampered by armed, burly people suddenly everywhere around me, the zombie woman was the only one not struggling. In fact, she was barely moving as she was set up behind us, where I could barely just see her if I threw my head back enough, not reacting to anything at all. Either she was one of the really placid ones, or so heavily sedated that the odd twitch was all she was capable of anymore. The nasty voice at the back of my mind supplied that sedation wasn't that bad of an idea. After all, if they already intended to shoot us up with zombie gunk, why not add something that made struggling increasingly more impossible the more of it hit our bloodstream? And in the likely event that within 7 minutes or less they'd have 4 more undead to deal with, taking care of them would also be easier when they were a step away from being chemically knocked out. This couldn't be fucking happening. I tried to scream when I saw Felicity squeeze in between the soldiers, a needle for the transfusion line ready in her hand. She didn't bother with trying with my arm this time, but had one of the soldiers put my head in some kind of brace that made it impossible for me to move it once he locked it tight with a strap underneath my chin. I still tried to keep fighting, including clenching my jaw and neck muscles, but with alacrity she hit one of the veins in the side of my neck perfectly on the first try. I only felt a pinch of pain, then nothing. Not sure if the line was even already connected. None of that mattered because immediately, the skin all over my body started to crawl, revulsion hitting me so strong that I felt nauseous. My entire body tensed, trying so very hard to kick up into fight mode, but there was nothing to fight for me, nor was there the option of flight. All I could do was lie there and wait, tears of frustration streaming down my cheeks. Starting the clock. Now, I heard Felicity as if from far, far away. Fuck. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I fucking don't want to die. I tried to remain calm, but to no avail. What had started as possible psychosomatic itching turned into an entirely physical sense of revulsion, so deep-seated that I lost control over my muscles and my pulse skyrocketed. Every single panting breath chased the next, making my vision swim and the room start to spin around me. The bright overhead lights did nothing to anchor me. The sharp scent of chemicals in the lab brought with it a ton of bad memories. And then there was just a hint of that sickly, sweet whiff of decay that just made it all 1,000,000 times worse. I was hyperventilating so badly that for a few seconds I almost blacked out. So this is how it ends. Because some fucking sociopathic assholes made me their science experiment and miscalculated. Or maybe they'd never expected me to survive to begin with. Would I become just one more specimen like the one they were right now bleeding out to infect us? Or get stashed away in a maintenance room somewhere like sardines in a can? Or trussed up like... Screwing my eyes shut, I forced myself to hold my breath and count down from 10. I only made it to 5 before I had to gasp for fresh air, but that was just enough to kick me out of that thought spiral that I never, ever wanted to think to its very grisly end. I was still capable of relatively ordered thinking. I had full control of my body if I didn't let panic wrest control from me. And even if I only had a handful of minutes left to live, I wasn't going to waste them on letting those psychos win. 2 minutes, Felicity intoned. Straining my ears, I tried to listen. But really, if any one of the others made a sound, it was drowned out by my pulse hammering in my ears. The soldiers retreated, their footsteps echoing down the corridor outside. Only the 2 by the door remained, maybe more outside. 3 minutes. Relaxing was impossible, but I finally managed to force my fingers to open, from where my fists had been so tight that my nails must have left bloody indents in my palms. A small victory, but a victory still. Next, I worked on relaxing my thighs and calves. If against all odds I did break out of my bonds somehow, it would do me no good at all if I couldn't run because I was all cramped up. 4 minutes. I tried to ignore the physical weirdness my body was still rocking. Some I could make out as truly just in my imagination, but that wasn't the case for everything. The side of my neck was burning like crazy from the damn needle stuck into my vein, somewhat held in place with some tape, but no way fastened securely. I couldn't directly feel the zombie gunk spreading in my body, even if my mind insisted that it felt like a sick starburst radiating outward from the puncture wound. But something was happening. Even if I wasn't literal minutes away from dying, this couldn't be healthy. Unless I was exceptionally lucky, she wouldn't be type O negative, so my body would reject her blood type on principle. And then there was the fact that she was a walking corpse, host to myriads of microorganisms that would wreak havoc on my body as well. 5 minutes. I waited for my mind to flip a switch. Waited for acceptance, maybe a quick tour through the other 4 stages of grief as well. I'd had a good run for all of 3 years and 20 weeks of my life. I kind of had to admit the last 7 hadn't been the worst, even if they had been bad on so many levels. And, well, at least I'd gotten laid. It almost made me chuckle when I realized I'd somehow managed not to tell Jared with so many words that his boasting hadn't been completely unfounded. I still had time. 1.5 minutes by the count of my racing thoughts. I could still tell him. Let him die with the sure knowledge that he had rocked my world for a couple of minutes at a time. Not that I doubted that he had any doubts about that. Come to think of it, what was strange was that he hadn't sneered that in my face, not even this morning when we'd had our brief "so this is it" chat. 6 minutes. I couldn't fucking believe that I was wasting the last minutes of my life thinking about some guy who was about to die, just like I was, mere feet away from me, who I kind of still hoped would find a way to rescue me, strange as that sounded. Rationally, I knew that it was a very slim chance, but that flicker of hope deep inside of me simply wouldn't die. It felt very peculiar to me that, for whatever reason, my gut told me that if anyone were to spring us, it would be Jared, not Osprey. I was a little disappointed about that realization. And I deeply regretted that I'd never managed to fix up one last white mochaccino for Kaz, his professed favorite coffee drink. Why I remembered that just now was beyond me, but that was real regret that I felt. Not the only regret, but the easiest to grasp or explain. Try as I might, as I felt the seconds tick by, the grasp on my mental faculties was slowly slipping. I could try to tell myself all the right things, that this was out of my control, that I wouldn't give them the satisfaction of crying like a little girl or raging like a maniac, that eventually we were all going to die anyway. But all those thoughts became meaningless one by one. What remained was visceral fear that gripped me hard and left me utterly incapable of accepting or bracing for what was to come. 7 minutes. Only that nothing changed. Well, a really nasty itch started up on the side of my nose, but I doubted that was the harbinger of my impending conversion into zombiedom. Had Jared been wrong about the 7 minutes that it had taken the rookie to convert? He'd been damn convinced about that, and it wasn't like him to get something this vital wrong. It also made no sense at all that a direct infusion took longer to go into effect than saliva possibly seeping in through microabrasions in the skin. Even if the zombies weren't that infectious, there was no way that this wasn't a foolproof way to spread the bacteria. Simply remembering Swanson's words underlined the truth in that. He'd been undecided who would die, not whether or not they would. 8 minutes. There was a noticeable hitch to Felicity's tone when she gave the time. Not enough to stand out much, but since I was looking for it, it was impossible to miss. So she knew it as well. We were over time, and still very much alive. As if reading my mind, or rather, probably just thinking along the very obvious, same exact lines, Jared piped up from across the room.
Looks like your obsession with science in general and your incredibly abhorrent way of collecting your data is all a load of bullshit, he crooned, mirth swinging in his tone that had no right to be there at all. Makes me wonder, if you got this wrong, then what else is all a heap of shit?
I couldn't help it. I burst out laughing, relief more than anything else flooding through me. It didn't replace the panic, but it sure helped push it a tiny bit into the background. Surprisingly, Osprey found it in himself to contribute as well.
Your show of hospitality is sorely lacking, but we get it. Desperate times, desperate measures, and all that. Can we go now? Feel free to blindfold us once again, although I'd prefer knowing where your compound is so I can stay the hell away from it in the future. We're happy to spread the word to assure that nobody else crosses your path, either.
Or take the knowledge of that and everything that happened today to our graves. A long, long time from now, I hedged, fighting hard to make myself sound serious. Not that I was joking, it was just so hard not to grin. Right, Kaz? Nobody's going to even breathe a word of this. No problem. No problem at all, except that no answer came from my other side, full of nervous rambling and hypothetical questions. My heart sank, the moment of levity gone as soon as it had appeared. Kaz? A weird sound came from my left, but after a tense second, I realized Kaz was simply clearing his throat. That sense of elation was short-lived, though.
Callie? I'm not feeling too good right now, he croaked.
It wasn't just his words, but also his tone. Feeble, weak, and like he hardly had the brain power left to string the simple words together. Air rushed out of me in one forceful exhale. What I really wanted to do was scream. Scream, shout, rage, cry, give voice to my frustration and the agony of feeling my heart get torn to shreds. Instead, I took a deep breath, trying but failing to turn my head to catch a glimpse of him, to reach out to him, to take his hand and comfort him in those last few seconds. It's going to be okay, Cass, I whisper promised, my voice rough but finally gaining strength. It's going to be okay.
I'm so cold,
he muttered, slurring the words so badly I could hardly make them out anymore.
And hot. Can't see too bright. Where? Callie? Callie, where are...
A single sob wrenched itself from me before I could swallow it, partly drowned out by Felicity's calm and collected voice. 9 minutes. The room felt deathly quiet. In the background, I could hear the hum of powerful ventilation systems, but that was it. Nobody moved, not even the soft rustling of clothes audible, as 6 people breathing turned into 5. I had no words for the wave of grief that crashed through me. There was still that tiny part that wouldn't give up, that cried that maybe he was simply unconscious, that maybe I was wrong, that there was still hope until I had final confirmation. But I knew that it wasn't so. 10 minutes. Came an endless eternity of sorrow later. I heard someone cluck his tongue. Swanson, probably.
I think we can call this...
And that was when the room erupted into utter chaos. Chapter 20. The only warning any of us got was a roar, incredibly loud and unbelievably vicious. Hair all over my body stood on end as my very brainstem recognized one thing: predator. Run! Too bad that I couldn't even move anything much beyond my rapidly blinking eyelids. None of us could. A loud crash came from my right side, followed by ripping sounds as restraints broke and tore. At the very edge of my vision, I saw something looming tall, then zoom right past me. Twin voices screamed, one high and feminine, one darker but no less frightened. Flesh thumped against flesh. Something heavy hit the ground. Something else crashed. A stool someone had been sitting on fell into the cart, sending detritus everywhere. Felicity screamed again, this time pure terror that went straight to my bones. Her white coat flashed by my feet, and she was gone, colliding with the door in her panic to get out. She disappeared from my view into the corridor. Belatedly, the soldiers came out of their stupor, readying their weapons. Another roar sounded from way too close, actually hurting my ears. Something crashed into the slab of steel I was restrained to, sending it screeching across the floor until I smashed into Osprey's, rocking my body this way and that before it came to a sudden halt. Pain flared up in the side of my neck as the transfusion line got torn out. Then bruises all across my body came alive as the beds crashed together. One of the soldiers shouted as he prepared to shoot, but he went down before he could do more than aim. A dull thump, then a scream that cut off almost instantly, followed by wet tearing sounds and bones breaking. 2 shots rang out, making me scream with pain as my already tortured ears got assaulted all over again. Or at least I thought I screamed. For several seconds, I was almost deaf, pain overtaking actual sensory input. I more felt than saw someone scramble up using my bed as support. A hunched-over figure in fatigues lumbered by me. Swanson, also fleeing into the corridor. Another shot, followed by more crashing as one, then another body got flung against the opposite wall with the viewing window. 2 more soldiers down. Another roar, this one coming from the corridor just outside now, and the slap of sneakers on the floor. The last remaining soldier, almost forgotten in the corner where he'd frozen and had thus escaped unscathed, finally started to move and ran for the door, leaving the 3 of us lying there, still securely fastened to the beds. My mind was still reeling, trying to make sense of what had happened. Not just that my best friend had died and turned into a zombie, but how the fuck had he managed to escape the restraints? Just for kicks and giggles, I tried to escape mine again, but to no avail. Deep inside my mind, a possible conclusion swam to the surface. Unlike us other 3 idiots, Kaz had never struggled, so they'd probably not cinched his restraints as tight as possible. So when he'd turned and snapped back with no more limitations on his body and mind, that slack might just have been enough to let him break free. That, or he'd really developed supernatural strength within seconds, but that sounded far less plausible. Yeah, sure, because zombie mechanics made any sense whatsoever. I almost let out the hysterical laugh that was bubbling up inside of me. Instead, I tried to take inventory. Osprey, Jared, still with me, or did you get really hungry all of a sudden?
Even if you feed him brains, he's not getting any smarter,
Jared taunted. I thought I heard him try to sit up, but his restraints also held fast.
Still here,
Osprey offered.
Still can't believe you let that asshole—
Yeah, well, that's not important now, I ground out, almost happy about my annoyance cutting through the twin dread and grief that was threatening to choke me up. And doesn't change the fact that we're helpless like damn newborn kittens. Just how true that was, I realized when none of the guys had any wisecracks ready, or a solution. Motion near the door made a new spike of fear drive my ire away. Were the soldiers back? Or worse, Kaz? Something popped, immediately followed by plastic, metal, and glass exploding somewhere overhead. When I craned my neck, looking around frantically, my eyes fell on a dark lump of something in the corner. A camera. A destroyed camera. Bits and pieces still falling to the ground. What the? A single slight figure stepped into the room, taking a quick look around. A woman wearing the same camouflage fatigues as the soldiers, her dark hair in a tight bun peeking out from underneath a beret. I immediately recognized her, although I'd only seen her once in my life, atop a warehouse in a burning city. Jared's team's sniper from Charlotte. I'd assumed she must have died in the firebombing, possibly to buy the others a few seconds so they could escape the burning hell. Apparently not. While I was still debating what to make of this, she put her gun down, the barrel obscenely long with a silencer screwed on.
Seriously?
I heard her whisper hiss as she got out a knife and started slicing through Jared's restraints, working as quickly and efficiently as vitriol was dripping from her scathing words.
I'm used to a lot of bullshit from you, but this level of incompetence is beyond what I thought even an asshat like you capable of.
As soon as his hand was free, Jared ripped the needle out of his neck.
Nice to see you too, Neve.
She clearly would have none of that, continuing to free him.
I fucking told you to check for trackers. What else do you need? You got the GPS coordinates of the crates. I told you exactly how to get there and even where to find cars to carry them off. Do you really need someone to babysit you every single step of the way?
His laugh held a definite edge. His upper body free now, he sat up, waiting impatiently for her to finish with the last restraints. Instead, she flipped him off, leaving him to fumble with the clasps while she quickly stepped over to Osprey, starting on his hands.
Yeah, well, you forgot to tell me that your boss had even more trackers in the magazines,
Jared griped as he finished freeing himself.
Just so you know, intel that gets me killed in the end is still shitty intel.
The sniper hesitated for a moment, then quickly continued sawing away on Osprey's other side. Like me, Osprey listened intently to their exchange, quite bewildered but not protesting the impromptu rescue effort. If it was one, and not just the next stage in someone's fucked-up mind games. Oh, it would take me weeks to shake off this new level of paranoia.
Didn't know about that, Neve admitted. You have no clue how insanely hard it was to get even that much information and find a way to get it to you without getting caught. If you think these assholes are anal about their security measures, you've seen nothing yet. They're almost worse with their own personnel than with their prisoners.
Jared grimaced as he rubbed the side of his neck, his hands coming away bloody.
Somehow I doubt that.
I saw him glance somewhere toward the back of the room, presumably at the bled-out zombie. At least, I guessed there couldn't be much juice left in her. Judging from how quickly he looked away, he must have decided that was shit to sort through for another day. Done with Osprey's arms, Neve finally moved over to me, attacking my restraints with renewed vigor.
Whatever, she ground out. I have maybe 20 seconds left. If anyone comes through that door before you can leave, you have to knock me out, or else I'm as good as dead. Follow the corridor, then turn left, straight, and right. You need to get through 2 security doors. The codes are...
She continued prattling off the instructions, never missing a beat as she stepped around the bed to work on freeing my other arm. Jared joined her, unbuckling the restraints around my feet while Osprey about got done with his own. Jared repeated the codes back to the sniper. She paused for a second after slicing through the last of my restraints, the two of them briefly locking gazes. Then she was gone, as quickly as she had appeared. Not another word said between them. Jared glanced after her, then looked back at me.
I'll explain.
Don't fucking care, I rasped. Grab a gun. We need to get the fuck out of here.
Couldn't agree more.
While I crawled off the bed, Jared and Osprey got busy searching the dead soldiers on the ground. I would have loved to claim that they were simply unconscious, but with necks bent like that, I didn't need to search for a pulse. When I saw Jared liberate a knife from one of them, I was tempted to tell him to make sure to cut their brain stems, to literally cut down on the danger potential for if they turned, but then thought better of it. Leave the fuckers to deal with the issues they'd created themselves. Shit, but Kaz the zombie was 1,000,000 times more deadly than Kaz had ever been. My heart seized up at the very thought of him, but I quickly pushed all that away. No time for grieving now. We were a long shot from safe, and it was still entirely possible that we'd be dead 5 minutes down the road. I wordlessly accepted the carbine Osprey pushed at me, same as a spare magazine. Jared went as far as to pull off the uniform jacket of one of the soldiers, ignoring the blood that had soaked into the collar. After a moment's hesitation, Osprey did the same. Jared eyed me askance, but I shook my head. All of them would have dwarfed me, and the last thing I needed was for my weapon to get tangled up in what was only flimsy protection at best. I would have gone for a plate carrier, but none of them had worn one. Made sense, since in here, teeth, claws, brute strength, and fucking bacteria were what would likely do them in. Or, in their case, had. I saw Jared hesitate by the door as he considered what to do about the drained zombie. All three of us seemed unanimously reluctant to even look at her, let alone consider what to do with her. The mere thought of what they'd done to us was enough to make my skin crawl, my fingers spasming as I forced myself to keep from reaching up to scratch my neck. "Everyone doing okay so far?" I asked, simply to put a lid on my niggling paranoia that as soon as I turned away from them, they'd instantly convert and come after me. Let's be real for a moment. If Kaz was capable of this much carnage in an instant, Osprey or Jared would be beyond a fucking menace.
A little off, but I think that's mostly the adrenaline.
Osprey offered up, his fingers tightening around his newly liberated weapon.
Ready if you are.
I caught Jared's gaze across the room. He didn't say anything, just jerked his head toward the corridor. His expression wasn't quite unreadable, but more closed off than I was sure I could have managed. Except that very likely my brain had defaulted to push-through suppressed trauma mode and gave me that vacant stare I'd really fucking hoped to never have to see again when I looked into a mirror. No mirrors present in this hellhole that I could see, so I was safe for now. Jared cautiously glanced outside, then stepped into the corridor to do a more thorough check. I fully expected him to take the lead now, but he gestured for us to precede him. Since I was closer to the door than Osprey, I went first. He seemed oddly content to just follow along, a little shell-shocked himself. Well, boo-hoo, get in fucking line and draw a number. Being scared shitless and overwhelmed was no fucking excuse for anything. I told myself that it kind of made sense for me to take point. I was smaller, lighter, and my sneakers were less prone to make some noise than their boots. I was also convinced that if push came to shove, Osprey would be hesitant to shoot at another human being, even if they were about to shoot him themselves. I felt no such qualms, at least not until I got the fuck out of here and had a chance to decompress and roll around in old and fresh trauma alike. Yeah, it made a lot of sense to keep Osprey between Jared and me, who I doubted had similar qualms as my friend. The corridor was empty, but a series of bloody smears on the walls made it obvious which way the party we were inadvertently following had gone. I didn't even try to sift through the mess inside of me that was one twisted ball of fear for Kaz that was now irrational and obsolete, but at the same time impossible to suppress, and very reasonable panic at the very idea of running into him. Would I put an end to him, even if it killed me inside? Yes, but in a cold, calculating way, it made a lot more sense not to. The longer he was running amok in this facility, the more distraction he was, and the higher our chances of escaping unscathed. Or as unscathed as you could consider yourself to be, pumped full of fucking zombie goo. I forced my thoughts into a momentary hard stop. Right now was not the time for this, damn it. A corridor crossed ours ahead. I couldn't yet see where it led, but off to the left, I could hear shouts and gunfire. Just our luck that the sniper had instructed us to turn left. I understood why when I finally reached the intersection. Ahead and to the right, I could see doors that seemed to lead into a rabbit warren of maintenance rooms and nothing more. To the left, the corridor extended for another 30 feet before it opened up into a large hall. I saw pallets stacked high with crates and what looked like the back of an armored vehicle standing every which way in the badly lit open space. I waited until Jared had caught up with us before I made my way to that door, my pulse speeding up once more. More shouts and more gunfire, but none of them coming from close to the door. Once I got there, I listened intently. Only when I didn't hear anything from my immediate vicinity did I chance a quick look outside. My assessment of the hall had been right, although on closer inspection it looked more like the loading dock of a large cargo terminal, which it might just have been. There was no artificial lighting in there, the dim illumination coming from a handful of small windows high up toward the ceiling. Dust tickled my nose and almost made me sneeze, but I managed to suppress giving away our position just yet. A second, longer look revealed that we were in luck. Whatever was going on out there was happening in the far right corner of the hall, and our instructions were to turn left once more. I hesitated for another moment. When the next round of guns got discharged, I stepped through the doors and started down alongside the wall, trying where possible to keep crates and shelves between me and whatever was going on down there. Even though I was out of sight, or hoped that was the case, I winced and jerked with every shout and shot. And then it got quiet, before a loud, guttural howl reverberated through the entire hall. Somewhere deeper into the building, it got picked up by several more voices. It was about time we got out of here. At the back of the hall, there was a door, standing slightly ajar. The room behind was well lit, or rather another hallway, still set in a minimalist style, but now more office building vibes than industrial setting. Several doors led away to the left, but only a single one to the right at the very end of the hallway, and it had a number pad next to it. Bingo. It might have been smart to keep moving forward as silently as possible, but the screaming behind us got louder and louder, and I so wasn't going to stick around to find out whether it was the opening call for a feeding frenzy or whether we were still possibly on the menu. So I sprinted down the hallway, already reciting the numbers of the first code in my head so that when I reached the door, I was ready to punch them in. The lock disengaged with a beep, and the door opened, sunlight blinding me. Blinking furiously, I stuck my head out, just waiting for a shout followed by a bullet slamming right into my temple or between my eyes. Neither happened. When my eyes finally focused, I found myself in what looked like a private parking lot, only completely abandoned. A road led off to the right, following the outline of the building, but I ignored it in favor of the door set into the concrete wall to the left. While everything inside me screamed for me to keep running, I was careful as I crossed the lot, looking everywhere to see if I could catch a glimpse of any guards. I thought I saw someone cross the road at the other end of the huge hall, but between the bushes planted to the side and my vision still swimming with tears, I couldn't be sure. Even if, I was certain I was far enough away that I wouldn't have looked any different from any of the personnel that was supposed to be out here. The second code worked just as well as the first, although this door I had to pull inward, needing almost all my strength with how heavy it was. Osprey was right there to help me, pulling it the rest of the way open while I already slipped outside. There were no guards in sight, but I quickly ran across the strip of grass and into the trees nearby, waiting anxiously for the guys to join me. We were still somewhere up in the mountains, forested hills spreading out on all sides. Not much of a surprise, seeing as we hadn't spent that much time in transit. Judging from the heat, it was early afternoon, also in accordance with everything else. From the outside, the compound looked even more like some kind of cargo terminal, although from my current position, I didn't see any large roads leading away. Jared was the last to step through the door. He took his time casting around, then aimed for something off to the side rather than join Osprey and me. Vexed, I strode toward where he stepped into the trees, ready to confront him, only to find him standing next to two dirt bikes, half hidden in the underbrush. Well, what a pleasant surprise. Is anything about your perceived competence even your merit, or has it always been someone else's work that you're just claiming for yourself? Jared didn't pause for a second as he grabbed one of the bikes, checked that the key was in the ignition, and pulled it onto the dirt track leading away into the trees.
Still takes skill to make other people's fucked up theoretical plans work out in real life,
he offered, then gave us both an annoyed look, as if to ask why we were still standing there doing nothing. My annoyance went up another notch when Osprey pushed past me to take possession of the other dirt bike, and simply from the way he approached the vehicle, I already knew that he didn't know the first thing about motorcycles. "Can you drive that?" I asked, not caring to keep the ire out of my tone. Osprey paused and looked up.
"I'm sure it's not that hard."
I cursed under my breath and pushed him away, grabbing the handlebars so I could push it onto the track behind Jared's bike. "I'm driving," I told Osprey. "You get on behind me and hold on for dear life. Try to just let yourself move as one with me and the bike. Maybe that way we stand a chance of not dying 3 seconds in." Osprey scoffed at my obvious disregard for his non-existent skills.
"And you know how to ride that thing?"
I gave him a deadpan stare. Did I really have to spell this out after everything we'd been through? Judging from Jared's resurfacing smirk, he was having a field day watching us. If not for the fact that the 2 men together on a bike were obviously too heavy for the relatively weak engines these things came with, I would have left them standing here in the dirt. Because on my own, without extra weight or baggage, they'd have never stood a chance in hell of catching up to me. "I'm a backwater Montana country girl. I knew how to ride dirt bikes and quads before I could run." Jared snorted.
"And here I thought it was shooting a rifle before you could run."
I gave him my best smile. Turns out I learned a lot early on, or was really way too lazy about moving quickly on my own 2 legs. I paused for effect, if only for a second. "Can we go now? I'd really like to fucking leave this shithole behind if you don't mind."
"Yes," Osprey interjected. "We need to warn the others."
Momentary silence answered him, as Jared and I shared a glance. Yes, that was definitely the right thing to do. The good thing. Warn our friends and family that they had a fucking homicidal spy sitting in their very midst, like a spider in the center of her web. And no, there shouldn't have been a hint of doubt in my mind about what to do. Fuck. I was surprised when Jared agreed.
"Those 3 guns we have won't make a difference in the long run,"
he suggested.
"But good, capable people by your side will."
I had a very good idea who he was referring to, and I wasn't sure whether Osprey and Dharma made the cut. I was pretty sure that I did. That left me way more conflicted than reassured. Rather than dwell on that, I climbed onto the bike, not surprised that it was just a little too high to perfectly fit my frame. How the much smaller sniper had even gotten them here, I didn't know. But then when you had to, many things worked well enough. Not having a helmet, goggles, gloves, or even a jacket wasn't too bad, although the lack of that would get annoying if I managed to send us tumbling onto the road somewhere along the way. Road rash was not a good look on anyone, least of all when it was skin that directly met the road. I tried very hard to ignore the ghastly mental images of lacerated skin and flesh torn away to the bare bones that my mind helpfully supplied as I started the engine and waited for Osprey to climb on behind me. As soon as he was settled, I gunned the engine, wincing at the high-pained whine. Nothing I could do about that except hope that the soldiers inside were still occupied, and everything else the noise would attract along the way we'd have to deal with as it came up. We still had our rifles, although right now the way it dug into my side, slung across my body, was more of a hindrance than an asset. I got my feeling for how to handle the bike within the first minute, which was just as well since the dirt trail went right downhill in twists and turns that demanded my full attention. I could tell that Osprey had a much harder time, including almost unbalancing me twice within the first mile. "You need to scoot closer," I screamed back. "And hold on tight. Just pretend you're an impressionable girl and I'm the hunky bad boy of your dreams. Else we'll both go splat, and I'd really like to avoid that." He eventually did what I told him to, but I could still tell that it was making him incredibly uncomfortable. Or that was just me projecting. It didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was that we were getting away, and for now, it looked like we'd done the trick. The first 20 minutes were the roughest. Out of practice for years, and a route that would have been challenging under perfect conditions will do that to the best of us. And I'd never been the best, or even close. The heat and dehydration were an issue as well. And while I didn't feel physically sick exactly, I didn't feel strong and healthy either. My mind was a battlefield best not explored. But even so, one question that was gnawing at me I couldn't ignore. Why the fuck was Jared still alive? If there was anything in my blood related to any kind of immunity, it made sense that it had transferred to Osprey thanks to the blood transfusion I'd given him on the way back from the power plant. That had been less than 2 weeks ago, which I guessed was some kind of a sweet spot that either had helped give his body an idea what additional antibodies to produce, or hadn't been long enough to clear out anything he'd directly received from me. But none of that worked for the dynamics underlying sexually transmitted diseases, etc., and for sure not within a day or two. In that, I fully agreed with Swanson. Not enough time, and not enough anything for the immune system to respond to. Besides, we weren't dealing with a virus, like in HIV, and it wasn't like he'd ingested copious amounts of anything that could have taken residence in his system, like your average bacterial infection caused by transference and overgrowth. If anything, it was more likely that he'd given me something than the other way round. And all that was completely ignoring that anthrax was, every which way, something affecting the airways first, even if it was the zombie's saliva that held the active components for infection. It rankled to realize that both Felicity and Swanson had probably been our best bets in finding out how the fuck the infection worked and spread. The very idea of beating that knowledge out of them was very satisfying. And utterly moot. It was also completely pointless. Swanson had talked repeatedly about plenty of new test subjects for them. It was pretty obvious where those would be coming from. As we kept racing toward the Enclave, I had a sinking feeling in my gut that we were already too late, but we still had to try. Losing Kaz was already more than I could bear. Losing everyone else was absolutely out of the question. Chapter 21. The dirt trek spewed us out onto a small road. That led us to a bigger one, and then another, until Osprey recognized one of the intersections. I'd both hoped and dreaded that we were close to the Enclave at that point, but it turned out that we had 2 more hours to go, zigging and zagging our way east, then southeast. We didn't dare get anywhere close to the open roads toward the plains, so we were stuck with having to stop and somehow wrangle the bikes over fallen trees several times. It never took long, but always wasted precious seconds. Seconds that we didn't have and strength we knew we would be needing later. I recognized the last road we turned onto just before we reached the first Enclave outpost, previously held by Seneca's people. As much as I disliked some of them, Blondie first among them, now I was happy to see them, or would have been, had there been anyone around as we drew up to where 2 cars remained behind, abandoned, and not a man anywhere in sight. That left a bad taste in my mouth, but like everything else that I couldn't process right now, I did my best to ignore it. When we blasted past the second outpost and there was still no one around, I knew that something was terribly wrong. It was the same route we'd taken when we'd left the Enclave for our loot run, what now felt like years ago, but was actually just 4 days. Shit. It was the last 4 hours I had issues with, but that felt like fucking forever ago. I stopped at the very top of the cliff, waiting for Jared to catch up. He was right there, looking like he'd just stepped out of a comfortable cabin where he'd slept the entire night, and well, while I felt like shit warmed up one too many times. A hint of annoyance crept onto his face, but it wasn't like I was deliberately stalling. We still had all of those many tight switchback curves to navigate to get down to the militia camp, and now was the last time where we could plot what to do once we got there. Besides that, my knees and hips were killing me, and I really could have done with some water. I was just about to shut off the engine when an all-too-familiar sound reverberated up from below, the sound of gunshots. I felt Osprey behind me tense, his loose grip around me tightening. I glanced over at Jared. He frowned as he looked around, the set of his mouth turning grim. I pulled back on the right handlebar, sending the bike down the path, accelerating. We could all rest up when we were dead. First, we had some business to conduct. I hadn't even made it to the scary part yet when more gunshots rang out, coming from more than one place now. Fresh panic gripped me hard, fear and trepidation warring for dominance in the back of my mind. Getting down there was the last thing I wanted to do. All my previous reasons for why I resented the Enclave washed over me, but all of that was just skin deep. Like hell I was going to let some random assholes take over my home. The first bend was suddenly there, forcing me to brake hard enough that the bike more slid than drove around it. Then the next one immediately afterward, making me swerve hard and vow to stay off the gas. We would be helping exactly nobody if we killed ourselves up here in the cliffs. Another barrage of gunshots, followed by a scream, a female scream, high and piercing. My guess was that all this was coming from the militia camp, and that sure hadn't sounded like Marion. Were the assholes slaughtering the girls? Not on my watch. Rather than slow down, I gunned the engine and made the bike shoot forward, hurtling down the slope. All I could concentrate on was the terrain right in front of me. Nothing else existed anymore, just me, the bike, and the road. Then it was just one last bend. From above, I already caught glimpses of the camp, the cabins, the fire pit, the space where the cars were parked next to the tunnel that led into the mine. I couldn't exactly look down, but tried to still get a feel for the situation. Were there people crowded together somewhere? Anyone running? Shooting? But I got nothing, and that was disconcerting as hell. Bracing myself, I leaned into the very last curve, and as I was in the very middle of the hairpin bend, I got my first real look. There were bodies on the ground. Plenty of bodies, not just one or two. And none were wearing camouflage-patterned fatigues. Adrenaline hit me hard, which was never a good thing while driving a motorcycle. Even worse was distraction. Both at the same time happening, and that while going around a bend? Not good. I was preoccupied for only a second, maybe even less. But that was enough to break one of the cardinal rules of riding. A bike always goes where you are looking. Not because you turned into some mind control freak of Jedi proportions, but simple physics. Line of sight usually governs where you shift and move, and that was all there was to motorbike riding. I knew this, and still I couldn't keep myself from making that mistake when my skipping gaze landed and stayed on a small body, much smaller than all the other ones around it. My stomach sank, and not just because G-forces and physics got in the way. A wave of anger washed through me, coming instantly and out of nowhere, making me see red. A jolt went through my body as instinct went to war with attention. I realized that I was losing control, that it was already too late. Not only was this going to hurt, but there was a good chance that Osprey wouldn't escape unscathed either. Only that at the last second, before the bike could slam into the side of the cliff head first, I wrenched the handlebars in the opposite direction, then course-corrected again, my entire body twisting and moving like a well-oiled machine. I engaged both brakes, knowing fully well that a hard brake would only worsen the outcome, but going over the cliff on the other side was not an option. 2 more hard jerks, and I managed to bring the bike to a complete halt in the very middle of the road, pointing straight at the tunnel entrance leading into the mine. My heart was racing, my breaths coming in pressed pants, and my entire body was rebelling against the abuse. But I'd pulled off the nigh impossible. The engine gave a gurgling rattle and died, but none of that mattered now. We'd arrived, but very evidently too late. I didn't bother with the kickstand, just called for Osprey to get off the bike. As soon as I felt the weight shift, I swung my leg over the bike and let it clatter to the ground, already pulling my carbine around so I could get it into a shooting position.
"What the?"
Osprey started, before he noticed that I was running right for the tunnel.
"Wait, we need to—"
Whatever he'd intended to say was drowned out by the roar of Jared's bike arriving. He turned it off in a more conventional manner, leaving it standing by the side of the road. On some level, I knew that charging blindly into certain danger was a really bad idea, but I couldn't seem to stop myself. I tried very hard to avoid looking at the small body as I passed it, but of course that was impossible. It was the older girl, the one who'd brought me the coffee the morning after my woe is me stunt. Her eyes stared up at me, forever sightless, a good chunk of the side of her head missing where 2 bullets had exited her skull. I didn't remember her name, but her smile would forever remain etched into my memory. As I stepped out of the sunshine and into the temperate coolness of the tunnel, I heard boots pounding the ground, catching up to me. I got ready to rebuke whoever it was who was trying to hold me back, but Jared wordlessly fell in beside me, his own rifle at the ready, pointing at the right half of the tunnel while I was leaning left. Behind us, I heard Osprey curse, then follow, presumably. I didn't bother looking back, my attention on the way ahead. "Any plans for when we get deeper into the mine?" I asked, desperately trying not to keep count of the dead I passed. 24 so far. Make that 25.
I doubt they'll give us a chance to enact any elaborate plans, Jared offered. The most I hope I can do is check if there's anyone worth saving, and then getting the fuck out of here.
That warranted a sidelong glance. I had a feeling that our definitions of saving and worth were very different ones. Osprey caught up to us, a little winded.
I can't believe that I'm the one saying this, but you do realize that we're walking blindly into certain danger? It would be much smarter to hang back and take this a step at a time.
I was tempted to stop in my tracks and stare at him, but that would have meant another couple of seconds that I didn't know whether the people I cared about had. Just thinking of who that entailed meant I saw Kaz's smiling face come up in my mind, which gave my heart another sudden, painful stab. I was too late to do anything about him, but I would not allow the same to happen all over again. Jared was disconcertingly silent, passing up a perfect chance to make fun of me. When I glared at him, he held my gaze evenly, never missing a step.
I think we all know that there's a chance we won't be saving the day, he finally said. But what else can we do?
Somewhere ahead, another shot rang out, making me hasten my step. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe this wasn't Swanson, and whoever was in command above him, sending their troops to raid the Enclave. Maybe there was an entirely different, independent explanation for what was going on, like a sudden incursion of undead. Or maybe another faction had realized our looting efforts were leaving the Enclave virtually defenseless. Maybe the shot we'd just heard was Seneca firing one of the last bullets to kill the very last insurgent, only to snark at us that we were 5 minutes too late when we finally caught up with them. I'd very much prefer that scenario to what my gut was telling me was actually going on. The undead might have killed indiscriminately, but why hadn't we seen any signs of them feeding on the dead? And if it was another faction of assholes, why kill a defenseless girl? I really didn't want to go over the despicably long list of reasons why they would have kept her alive, but I was realistic enough to know that it existed. Killing the men? Sure. But pretty young girls? Their fate usually wasn't that swiftly and mercifully decided. Shivers ran up and down my naked arms. I tried to tell myself it was because of the dropping temperatures as we went deeper into the mine, but knew it wasn't so. I was also waiting for fear to get so bad that it stopped me in my tracks and made me wise up. But the more I thought about what was going on, the angrier I got and the faster I moved. Already I was more running than walking, forcing Jared and Osprey both to work to keep up with me. The entire way down, we didn't see a single body, but there were plenty of signs of fighting. Bullet casings, blood splatters, drag marks, and the odd discarded items people must have dropped as they fled deeper into the Enclave proper. Where would they hole up? I asked Osprey rather belatedly. To make a stand or build some kind of barrier or whatnot.
Pretty much everywhere they can, he explained. We're still in the beginning stages of converting the mine into a livable compound. Top 2 floors only and beginning on a 3rd level. There's nothing that keeps people from running further in and down. I'd presume that as soon as the fighting started, they began evacuating everyone not trained for defense into the deeper tunnels. He swallowed thickly. There's no fresh air down there, but we've set up some caches with food and water. Depending on how fast the situation got bad, there could be hundreds of people holed up in there now. But even the top 2 floors are vast. We've been working hard on eliminating bottlenecks, but there still is one, Jared harped. If people didn't run, but instead tried to gather like sheep, they'll all be in the auditorium, and that has a single entrance. Fuck.
I knew exactly what place he was talking about. I'd been there only once, right before we'd left, listening to the colonel explain why we few brave enough to go with Mike's people into Asheville were heroes to be lauded for all eternity. Instead, we'd brought back their doom. Or at least that was what this felt like to me right now. Any further discussion was put on hold when we reached the end of the slope where the corridor merged into the central part of the main level, just behind where the indoor guards barracks ended and the common spaces of the Enclave began. We approached the intersection with caution. I went as far as to halt in my tracks and hold my breath to better listen, but my ears didn't pick up on anything. Everything was quiet and cast into perpetual gloom, the handful of solar panels that had been scavenged, just enough to allow for a scattering of lamps. But usually people carried flashlights and moved in groups, from what little I'd seen of everyday life here. Or maybe that had just been for my benefit when I'd been pretty much marched to and from the colonel's big announcement. It was just outside of the crossing that we found 2 bodies in fatigues, heavily armored, both their faces bloody ruins from when something heavy had smashed them in. Jared cast a single glance their way and then ignored them, heading in the direction of the infirmary and gathering hall behind it. Osprey lingered a moment longer.
Marines,
he told me when he caught my questioning gaze.
Like at the installation.
For a moment, the question was burning on my tongue why the USMC would be working with the Army doctors, but then managed to answer it myself. Because they were still alive, plain and simple. In the end, it really didn't matter. Jared was waiting for us, close to the door of the infirmary. I was about to ask what he was doing, standing still, but he raised a single finger before I could get that far. Then I heard it as well. Voices. 2 or 3. Male, authoritarian. One I was pretty sure belonged to the colonel, but I couldn't be certain about the others. It had been several minutes since that last shot had echoed through the corridors. Maybe we weren't too late yet. Silently, we moved forward. Jared ahead and Osprey and me lagging a step or 2 behind him. My palms grew sweaty around my carbine, but I forced my breathing to remain low and even. As long as I kept calm, I could find a way out of any situation, I told myself. Just make sure to remain calm. Jared paused as he reached the infirmary. But after a glance inside, he hastened his step, ignoring it. Why became obvious when I passed the door. It was completely empty. That surprised me. Even if they'd hit the Enclave hard with overwhelming forces, the people here weren't defenseless. There would have been plenty of wounded, likely on both sides. For sure enough to fill some of the beds, at worst with the dead and the dying. So where were all the people now? As we crept closer to the gathering hall, the voices became louder. With a sinking feeling, I realized that I recognized both, the colonel and the asshole commander of the soldiers that had kidnapped us. Not much of a surprise, but I really could have done without this turn of events. Up ahead, there was a last bend in the corridor before it led into the foyer of the auditorium, off to the right after the bend. Only 50 feet, then 20, 10. Something made me pause. I couldn't say what. Maybe it was that damn scent of gun oil all over again. The memory still vivid from when we'd met up with Osprey and my friends. I was just about to open my mouth and speak up, but it was already too late. Jared was still steps away from the corner when suddenly a group of soldiers was standing there, weapons trained on us, gas masks covering their faces. I tried to react, but before I'd gotten my carbine up, and hours away from trying to decide whether to shoot or not, something came flying toward us and exploded. Bright light hurt my eyes as acrid smoke assaulted my nose and lungs. immediately making me bend over and cough, my body going into emergency mode, and consequent shutdown. Ahead and beside me, I heard the unmistakable sounds of quick scuffles, but they were over almost as soon as they had started. In record time, the soldiers had disarmed and subdued us, although I made it laughably easy for them. Already battered, bruised, and severely hungover still, it really wasn't a fair fight, and that had been before the flashbang grenade had incapacitated me. I still had trouble breathing and seeing out of my tearing eyes when strong hands shoved me forward, marching me through the foyer and into the gathering hall. It was packed with people. If the colonel's speech to send us off had already made me feel claustrophobic, this was 10 times worse. Also because there were at least 100 armed soldiers in full battle rattle standing in front of the crowd that was herded together like sheep in a pen. Everyone I looked at was scared, and quite a few were hurt, bleeding from cuts and scrapes, and in several places also barely patched up bullet wounds. None of that was counting the bodies lying unmoving on the ground, either too wounded to remain standing or already dead, and none of them wore any kind of protective body armor. The 3 of us were shoved through the doors and kept right there, set apart from another knot of people that I was very familiar with. Dharma, Liam, Corey, Blake, Axel, the remaining militia fighters, and Blondie and his gang. At a first glance, I could already tell that a few were missing, and virtually all of them were the worse for wear. It was obvious that they had tried to make a last stand, but had ultimately failed. I caught Dharma's gaze, seeing only despair and fear in her expression. Her eyes darted over us repeatedly as if searching for someone. Kaz, obviously. Breathing became hard again, and that had nothing to do with the gas finally leaving my lungs. The colonel barely glanced at us, as if we were just one more disappointment in a long line of them. In a sense, I understood. We had ultimately let him and everyone else in here down. But then we'd walked into battle blind and with our hands empty, and had consequently gotten our asses handed to us. And it wasn't like he had been the one to pay the price, his uniform still weirdly spotless, while we were covered in blood and grime. Who took notice of us was the soldier's commander, first wasting just a glance on us, but then doing a double take.
My, he muttered. If those aren't Swanson's test subjects.
A nasty smile spread across his features.
Wasn't there one more of you earlier today? I see natural selection is already at work.
My body tensed and was ready to spring before my mind finished processing the words. Sadly, the soldiers next to me were vigilant enough that fists closed painfully around my arms before I could do so much as think about moving.
Why are they still alive?
I heard a female voice ask. A moment later, I saw Kara Mason appear beside the commander, annoyed as ever. Her glare skipped right over me, but lingered on Jared and Osprey.
And who let you out? I gave explicit orders.
Jared gave a derisive snort.
Probably because your husband is as much of an incompetent quack as you are.
Kara glared at him for a moment, before she turned to a younger soldier standing close by, who wasn't quite as armed and armored as the rest.
Timothy, I will need extensive tests on our old samples. There could be something wrong with our hypothesis, but it's much more likely that we have a higher than average occurrence of false negatives. Write that down.
The commander waited for her to be done before he turned back to the conversation we seemed to have so rudely interrupted.
Are you expecting any more stragglers?
He asked the colonel, and Seneca, leaning against the wall next to him, bent over and clutching his side. His fingers were stained with blood, making me guess he was trying to staunch bleeding from a bullet wound or two. The colonel refused to answer, glaring back at him. One of the soldiers punched Blondie in the face, who answered a moment later, his voice angry.
That's all of our sortie group. Satisfied now?
Nobody answered him. The commander turned to the assembled people at large again, as he must have before we'd tried to sneak up on them.
I know you are scared right now. Times are tough, and we've heard a lot of bad intel spread over the past weeks. But it doesn't have to be like that. We have come to help you, to support you, and we have a cure."
Looked like we'd dropped in right for the sales pitch. Now, where had I heard BS along the same lines again? Amanda the mechanic had warned about something rather similar happening to the people at the power plant. Call me jaded, but I was ready to go with my gut instinct after watching the very same assholes murder my friend, not just in cold blood, but inhumane cruelty. Murmurs rose all around us. People were scared, as getting shot at will do. Seeing what remained of their guards and protectors beaten, bloody, and kept under secure watch must not have endeared the newcomers to them either. At the same time, I could understand the hope that must have flared up deep inside of them. And after all, they were talking with a U.S. Marine Corps officer, a figure of authority. Wasn't this exactly what they had been waiting for? For someone to come rescue them? We would have been better off hiding somewhere outside, trying to sneak in later. I had a sinking feeling that wouldn't have mattered. Eventually, they would have found us, one way or another. Amanda hadn't sounded like any of their people had escaped. And what that had led to was still plaguing my nightmares. I tried to catch a glimpse of Osprey, but he was busy trying to silently communicate with Dharma. So I turned my head to look for guidance from Jared. A bad idea to start with, and my heart sank as I saw the calculating look on his expression. "What cure?" a voice called from the mass of people. Marion, I realized a moment later, finding her in the front row, the 3 younger girls standing in a tight cluster around her. Relief made my heart lighter for a moment, glad to see they were still alive. I didn't see any of the other militia women anywhere, though.
"A cure for all of your problems," the commander boomed. "Ah, but I can see a demonstration is in order. You will soon understand." He turned around to look at the separated guards, starting with the 3 of us to the side, but quickly moving on to the others. His attention snagged on Blondie, but then went back several paces, singling out Dharma. No, fucking no! A punch landed in my lower back, making me stagger a step forward. When I looked back, I found one of the soldiers still holding me back, grinning at me, silently daring me to try something. Oh, I was sorely tempted, but not quite that stupid. The commander, meanwhile, went on with his spiel as if he hadn't noticed. Maybe he hadn't. All of us seemed to be beneath his notice. "All of my men have already been inoculated. That means they are completely immune to the sickness that has been plaguing all of us for weeks, including fresh bites. Here in this spray can I have an aerosolized version of the pathogen, for demonstration purposes only, of course. Observe." At his nod, the 2 soldiers behind Dharma grabbed her and pushed her forward. "Hey, what are you doing?" she called out, starting to put up a fight. The fine mist hissing from the can the commander held right in her face hit her squarely, making her sneeze. "What the fuck?" she screamed, and then went completely still, a vacant look replacing her usually so animated features. Someone screamed. It took me a second or 2 to realize that it came from me. Everyone else was silent, staring, waiting for what was going to happen. One of the soldiers holding Dharma sneezed. The other briefly wiped his face. Obviously, they had also gotten their fair share of whatever the fuck was in that spray can, but it didn't seem to affect them. A shudder ran through Dharma, her eyes opening wide, her breath leaving her in one raspy sigh. For a second, I thought she was going to sneeze as well, proving that whatever the fuck this was, that part of it was a hoax. The next moment, she wrenched her left arm free and lashed out, her backhand hitting the sneezing shoulder right in the face, making him stagger back several steps. She was on the other one a blink of an eye later, shoving him to the ground, her fingers raking across his face, leaving bloody gouges. Then she went right for his jugular with her bare teeth. The soldier screamed, trying to push her off, but his motions already got feeble, blood spreading on the ground around his head and shoulders. Several other soldiers seemed ready to help him,
but the commander told them to stand down, so all they did was give Dharma a wide berth, letting everyone see what was going on. With my scream caught in my throat, I waited for someone to shoot her. As bad as it was to imagine her getting put down like a rabid dog, that was still better than the alternative. As we all kept on watching, she kept tearing chunks of flesh out of the dying soldier's neck, blood streaming down her face.
"You've all seen what happens time and time again,"
the commander boomed, clearly in his element now.
"This is the very nature of our common enemy. This is what you and everyone you've ever cared for will eventually turn into if we don't put an end to this. But you are in luck because we already have the cure, and we are more than happy to share it with you."
Virtually nobody dared to so much as breathe, but as I kept scanning the faces in the crowd, I saw hope bloom across them, spreading like a plague of its own. This couldn't be fucking happening. "It's a lie!" I screamed. "It's all—" Before I could say more, a sweaty hand clapped over my mouth and nose, effectively shutting me up.
"Don't believe a word she says,"
Kara Mason shouted.
"She's infected, like half of the guards are. I have been carefully collecting data on all of them for weeks. I have it all right here. You can't trust what they say. Their brains are affected. Their minds no longer working as they should. They are a danger to every single one of you."
Maybe it was her shouting, or maybe there was something of Dharma still alive in there. Either way, she stopped what she was doing, blood dripping from her mouth as she raised it from her victim. There was no way around that term. Hard, calculating eyes zeroed in on the doctor, gauging, judging. But then they skipped on to the crowd and fastened on Marion and the girls a mere 15 feet away from her. Small targets. Easy targets. I couldn't let that fucking happen. Frantically, I cast around for a weapon. There was the carbine of the dead soldier right next to Dharma, but it was mostly trapped under his now lifeless body, absolutely useless. I was about to discard him completely, but then my gaze snagged to the knife sheath fastened to his belt. While he'd been alive, no way I could have gotten to that. But now, Dharma let out a scream that sounded anything but human. Either as a warning, but it very much looked like she was having fun intimidating her prey, making them run so she could better hunt them down. Something that the woman I'd known for the past month would never have done. It worked. The girls starting to cry as they crowded together, Marion pushing them behind her body to shield them, she herself white in the face with fear. The soldiers all around were also distracted, hands clutching rifles more tightly, uneasy looks getting exchanged. All I needed was one moment of distraction, and I got that when Dharma howled again, feigning a jump while she remained hunkered over the dead soldier. I threw myself forward in the most unimpressive somersault imaginable, but it didn't have to be pretty, just to get me away from the soldiers guarding me and a little closer to my goal. That also brought me into Dharma's direct vicinity, but right then I didn't fucking care about that. Better she attacked me than the girls. My right hand closed around the knife hilt just as Dharma got ready to pounce. At the girls instead of me. I threw myself forward, my left hand reaching for her, narrowly missing. Just as I fell onto the corpse, Dharma bounced up. I threw myself forward, trying to tuck myself into a roll. My free hand found purchase on something. I immediately closed my fingers around it and pulled, hoping to throw her off balance. We ended up in one giant heap of limbs atop the corpse, me partly trapped underneath, Dharma trying to lunge away but thrown off balance. Something hit me squarely in the nose, an elbow or knee, I couldn't say. Pain exploded across my already bruised face, instinct screaming at me to drop everything and try to protect my soft spots. Instead, I held on, wrenching hard on whatever it was that I felt clench underneath my fingers. Dharma screamed, frustrated and furious. Fear zoomed through me, but desperation won out, giving me the strength to push up from the ground. I brought my fist up, clenched around the hilt of the knife. Rather than stab her, which would have required time to aim no less, I pounded my fist into the first thing I could hit. I hit her chin hard, wrenching her head to the side, also breaking her line of sight with her would-be victims, or so I hoped. I should have ended it then and there, twisted my wrist over and sent the knife blade straight through her eye into her skull. But I couldn't do it, because she was still my friend, still one of the last people on Earth who cared for me. She'd been afraid of me and what I'd proven I could do. The least I could do was to protect her. Only that the woman who had been my friend was dead. This was just a meat suit wearing her face, turned into the ultimate weapon. I only hesitated for a split second, but that dearly cost me. Pain from my punch only seemed to anger her and give her extra strength. With a howl, her arm came toward my face, hitting me like a ton of bricks. If I hadn't still been holding on to the sturdy fabric of her jacket, that punch would have flung me right off her. This way, I staggered back, twisting my ankle as I fell. Dharma was right on me, pouncing onto my chest. I punched her again and again, aiming for what had so perfectly worked on me, her nose. Blood gushed from it and hit my cheek as something gave, making her scream with rage. She grabbed my shoulder and slammed me into the ground, then hurled me up as if to throw me. Everything inside of me screamed to punch her again, but instead I let her fling me backward until my back hit the wall where she pinned me, and gave me the perfect opportunity to stab the knife upward into her torso, going in right underneath her ribcage. Stab, 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 until I lost count, warm blood making my hand sticky, my throat raw with the scream that was so loud it hurt my ears. And then she went slack, her body folding in on itself. I fell down on top of her, mostly held up by her strength, now gone. Her face was only an inch away from mine as she let out a last bloody gurgle, her eyes wide, the rage in them gone. I'd not just lost 2 of my friends today. I'd killed one of them. Shouts started up all around me, but I could hardly make sense of them. All I could do was stare down into Dharma's dead eyes. Someone tried to grab my shoulder, but I shook them off blindly. That tore me out of my stupor, making me look up. People were afraid, screaming, trying to back away from the place of the fight, falling over each other. The soldiers tried to get everything back under control, but several of the guards used that as a chance to fight. Not that they got far. Whoever had tried to touch me tried again. I screamed, my knife coming up, not to defend myself, but to attack. I had a split second to realize that it wasn't one of the soldiers, but Jared. At the last second, I twisted my wrist to the side, changing the trajectory just enough to miss. But he didn't. His knee slammed right into my face, stunning me for a moment. That gave him time to follow that up with a punch. I flew backward, sprawling onto the floor on my side. I tried to rise, but his foot came down on my hand, the hand still holding the knife, pinning it to the ground. I was still struggling, so he followed that up with a kick in my ribs. And no, he didn't hold back. Stomach acid flooded my mouth, mingling with the taste of blood. What was left of the fight in me went out, turning me into a useless hunk of meat on the ground, with Jared putting enough of his weight on my hand to make me cease struggling, lest he not break it. All I could see right in front of me was the side of Dharma's face, rivulets of blood starting to dry on her cheek. The commotion around us died down within moments now that people realized that the danger was taken care of. I heard someone approach. The commander, it turned out.
"Well, look at this. Someone seems to have learned a lesson,"
he drawled.
"Hardly,"
Jared bit out, cold anger in his voice that quickly turned into just coldness.
"Let's try this again. Maybe you're more agreeable than your army doctor comrade. Let's talk about cutting a deal."
The commander scoffed.
"And what do you have to offer me? If you haven't noticed yet, your people are defeated, and your compliance is worth shit to me in the end."
Jared chortled under his breath, but his voice was still like ice when he responded.
But I do have something. The name of the spy in your midst who gave me all my intel and helped me get out of your damn lab compound up in the mountains."
Not even he would dare, but of course he would. Because he was a cold-hearted bastard. And if there was a way he got out of a bad situation by sacrificing someone else, of course he would take it. Fucking asshole.
Pretend that I'm interested. What would you want in return? Special treatment? Maybe a role in command? I do need someone to keep tabs on how the colonel will enact my orders here, after all.
I heard the asshole snort.
No thanks. I'm a man of much simpler ambitions. Actually, no ambitions at all. All I ask is that you let me and my men go. Easy as that. In fact, you should consider giving the option to all the guards. If you let them stay, you'll just give them a chance to band together and try to subvert your plans. Kick them out and let the undead take care of the problem, and you have 2 issues resolved, all for the price of 1.
He laughed darkly.
Oh, and I'm taking her with me as well.
As if that needed any explanation, he twisted his boot, making me gasp in pain.
Why her? What use could she be to you?
Gee, who didn't love such a vote of confidence? I knew that Jared was smirking, even if I couldn't see it.
Do I really need to spell that out? It can get damn lonely out there when you're running for your life. No electricity means no entertainment, but I'm sure we can find some way to put her to good use instead.
He couldn't be fucking serious, but he damn well sounded like he meant it. A shudder ran through my body before I could suppress it. The rage was still there, simmering in the background, but now a cold wave of fear crashed through me. And it stuck. As if he had read my mind, Jared twisted his boot again, drawing another pained gasp from me.
Ask anyone around here. I've not exactly been subtle about my interest in her. It was fun playing with her for a time, but that gets boring after a while, particularly without a proper payoff. Let's just say I've grown tired of that. Of course, with the powers that be in charge of the Enclave, there were certain rules I had to abide by, rules I've grown damn tired of, rules that don't exist out there. So why not let me take that problem off your hands as well? We walk out of here, and that's the very last you'll ever see of any of us.
The commander considered for just a moment.
And you won't try any selfless rescue attempts?
Jared's laugh was a real one.
I've never done a selfless thing in my entire life, and I'm certainly not going to break that habit now. Do we have a deal? Deal.
Jared then gave the spy's name, which was male, of a low rank, and sounded vaguely Scandinavian. The opposite of Neve, for sure. The commander thanked him, his voice void of emotion. The boot disappeared from my hand, but I didn't move. For one, it took me several seconds for my fingers to uncramp until the knife fell out of my limp grasp. I tried to push myself up off the floor, but my body refused to cooperate. Dharma must have hit me a lot harder than I'd thought. Rough hands appeared under my arms and dragged me up onto unsteady feet. I tried to lean against the wall, but almost fell down again.
Grab her,
Jared told someone off to the side.
I'm done with this fucking hellhole.
Strong arms closed around my middle and heaved me up, Blake literally throwing me over his shoulder. I tried to resist, but a quick punch into the general area of my kidneys made me think better of that. Vertigo hit me, making the world around me spin. My gaze fell on Dharma, still lying there, her entire torso soaked in blood, looking like one raw wound where skin and flesh peeked through her completely destroyed jacket and shirt. In a last, feeble attempt, I looked around, trying to find Osprey in the crowd. But he was gone. Nobody spoke up as they dragged me outside. It took another minute to sink in. This was really happening. Fucking hell. To be continued in Defiance, World of Anthrax, Book 4.